airborne. For chemtrails, virus is airborne. For chemtrails, virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. For chemtrails, the sandstorm, the virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. For virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. For chemtrails, the sandstorm, the virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. For chemtrails, the sandstorm, the virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. For virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. For chemtrails, virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. For chemtrails, virus is airborne. For chemtrails, the sandstorm, the wicked time. The time is yours. Your wounds are self-inflicted. More to consume areas made off limits. Non-restricted. I'm hoping that you get it. Like Area 51 is unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Well, you can thank your Pope for that. It says greenbacks and back. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real. Unaware of the real. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Well, you can thank your Pope for that. It says back, greenbacks and back. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Well, you can thank your Pope for that. It says back, greenbacks and back. With fat cats, cars, and contracts who stole your max and feed your knickknacks and toss your throwbacks to relax. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. You know, you gotta go and let us go. You gotta take those shackles off my mind. You gotta take them shackles off our toes. You know, go and let us go. You know the Lord said, go and let us go. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Well, you can thank your Pope for that. It says back, greenbacks and back. With back, that's a month. And that's Yah's word as the world turns. It's time. That's a month. And that's Yah's word as the world turns. It's time to bust back, start swinging back like a man lumberjack. Who thought nothing could change the facts? Cause secret facts concealing facts. Unaware of the real impact. 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 Well, you can thank your Pope for that. It says back, greenbacks and back. With fat cats, cars, and contracts who stole your max and feed your knickknacks and toss your throwbacks to relax. Concealed with wisecracks for flashbacks. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Unaware of the real impact. Well, you can thank your Pope for that. It says back, greenbacks and back. With fat cats, cars, and contracts who stole your max and feed your knickknacks and toss your throwbacks to relax. Concealed with wisecracks for flashbacks. Whose main acts is attached. Now break up the sad tracks, cause they unpacked as beeswax. So you better believe that. So when will you learn? It's what you didn't learn. 100-degree burns. So you turn, cause smoke means that you're bound to get burned. In layman terms, you can't cheat the worm. Take if you worm, yeah you worm. Getting ready unaware of the will. Yahweh's the most high power, sitting up high on his throne. You've been warned, just plowing patiently to be pulled through the hailstorm. Viruses airborne, can't need to be pulled through the hailstorm. Viruses airborne, need to be pulled through the hailstorm. Viruses airborne, need to be pulled through the hailstorm. Viruses airborne, from chemtrails to sandstorm. The wicked time is yours. Your wounds self-inflicted, wanna consume areas made off limits, non-restricted. I'm hoping that you get it. Like Area 51 is 6 what? Bound down in the devil's matrix, wearing skirts and lipstick. You suckers make me sick. There's some things money can't fix. Your money won't fix your mix in the wilderness. Break out your crucifix and get hit with a brick. Quick! Oh, I was gonna do something else, but you might be that quick. Do it. Oh yeah, gonna hit you with this fluid. Scripture for scripture, I'ma hit you. And make sure that I get you. If you ain't right, oh yeah, like a thief in the night. Cause you gotta let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, mister. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, mister. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. Need to be pulled through the hailstorm. Viruses airborne, the chemtrails, the sandstorm, the wicked time. The time is yours, your wounds are self-inflicted. Wanna consume areas made off limits, non-restricted, unaware of the real impact, unaware of the real impact, unaware of the real impact. Well, you can thank your poop for that. And that's a must, and that's a must. And that's y'all's word, and that's a must. And that's y'all's word. As the world turns, it's time to bust back, start swinging back like a mad lumberjack. Who thought nothing could change the fact? Backs concealing fact, unaware of the real impact, unaware of the real impact, unaware of the real impact, unaware of the real, unaware of the real impact, unaware of the real, unaware of the real impact, unaware of the real, unaware of the real impact. Well, you can thank your poop for that. It's of the real answer back room with fat cats, cars and contracts who stole your max and feed your knick-knacks and toast your throwbacks to relax. Concealed with wisecracks for flashbacks. Who's main actions attack and I break up the sad tracks cause they unpacked this beeswax. So you better believe that. So when will you learn? It's what you didn't learn. 100 degree burns. Now bust a U-turn, cause smoke means that you're unaware of the real. In lemon terms, you can't cheat the worm. Take up your worm, yeah you burn. Getting ready for our return. Yahweh's the most high power, sitting up high on his throne. You've been warned, just plowing patiently to be pulled through the hailstorm. Viruses airborne, from chemtrails to sandstorm. The wicked time, the time is yours. Your wounds are self-inflicted. Wanna consume areas made off limits, non-restricted, unaware of the real impact. Like Area 51 is 6 what? Bound down in the devil's matrix, wearing skirts and lipstick. You fucking things make me sick. There's some things money can't fix. Your money won't fix your mix in the wilderness. Break out your crucifix and get hit with a brick. unaware of the will and you might be that quick to do it. Oh yeah, gon' hit you with this fluid. Scripture for scripture, I'ma hit you and make sure that I get you. If you ain't right, oh yeah, unaware of the will and cause you gotta let us go. Cause you know, you gotta let us go, Mr. Pharaoh. You gotta go and let us go. You know, you gotta go and let us go. You gotta take those shackles off our mind. You gotta take them shackles off our toes. You know, go and let us go. You know the Lord said, go and let us go. Mr. Pharaoh, you gotta go and let us go. You know, you gotta go and let us go. You gotta take those shackles off our mind. You gotta take them shackles off our toes. You know, you gotta go and let us go. You know the Lord said, go and let us go. Need to be pulled through the hailstorm. Need to be pulled through the hailstorm. Virus is airborne. Virus is airborne. From chemtrails to sandstorm. The virus is airborne. Virus is
It's clear now. Time's up, yeah. the basic idea is that there's a groove that I can follow that's exactly right for me to live in an optimum way.
Shalom, shalom, family. It's your brother Zamar coming at you with this truth and sincerity. First and foremost, have to give praise and glory to Almighty Yahweh Akkad, who has won. Deuteronomy 6 and 4 and all throughout the scriptures, family. So we're going to get straight off into it, shall we? All right. Hold on. See, because first off, give a big old shout out to the brother, A. Flynn. A. Joseph Flynn, shout out to you, brother. All right, now all you brothers and sisters, all right? Spread it throughout the four corners, all right? Because even though we Torah-based over here, we won't find no middleman over here, family. Wrong place, all right? Wrong era, wrong station, all right? I ain't got no empathy for him, all right? I have something for you, so that's why, I'm just being obedient to Yahweh, right? So, you know what I'm saying? It's some harsh language in here, but it's not much, all right? Nevertheless, just giving you heads up for the babies that's in the room, because a lot of the babies tune in, brothers and mom. So, but anyway, nevertheless, family, hope y'all doing well. All right, all praise and glory be to Almighty Yahweh Akkad. So we're going to get off into it, this whole thing. All right, big old shout out to Sister Daiwa. All right? We're keeping it up, you know what I'm saying, for the brother on the back end. But nevertheless, this whole conspiracy thing, family, is nothing new. It's nothing new under the sun. All right? And so let's get off right now with the cult leaders. Because I see the cult leaders either what? They weren't prepared and they didn't prepare their family, or took the bait. Regardless of the fact, Yahweh didn't ordain Israel to take no death shot. That's just a fact. All right? And so anyone that's been swinging with Brothers Amari already know I don't put all of that in the titles anymore, because these algorithms on these platforms, they be shutting us down. So anyway, we do have a place where we can go. All right? So anyway, nevertheless, just to bring you a little insight, because this is what we do. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Salam, family. All right, so we'll start out. Check out my desktop. We'll start out giving you what's really going on. Then you see what the folly is. Then we're going to give you what the real is. All right? Anyway. Now, we bought it out before. Hold on, Salam. Well, you can come over here. Salam, family. Get this lined up for you. Should have had this. I'm chopping it up with the family on the back end. And we still trying to, Salam. All right, so anyway. This is our news network right here, right? It's your call, YAHKAL News, yourcallnews.com. So anyway, this way you come over here, family, and get all your unbiased news, all right? No one over here reporting it like that, you know what I'm saying? But you just come over here, you know, and get you can come over here and get it, and this is where we swing it from, all right? So we aren't just right? Bring this in some more. So yeah, this is the perspective that we bring it from, family. And so all right. So anyway, we already saw what went on, all right? And you come pull up the same thing, family. I should have put the name up here. Sorry about that. But it's YAHKAL News, yourcallnews.com, right? So anyway, everybody, family, you saw what happened over there in their capital, all right? A lot of families are sitting up here talking about what happened in their capital. That's their capital. So what? So what? It benefit us nothing, all right? Yahweh gonna tear the whole place up. Yahweh gonna tear the whole place up. So what we worried about whoever's sitting on the throne in Babylon here, all right? It's sad. It's sad. It's still the same slave mentality, worried about Massa. All right? Massa then dug his own grave for himself. So let Massa and everybody else figure their stuff out. Israel needs to be on Yahweh card figuring out what she need to be doing. This is the problem. This is what's going on right now. And this is the whole separation. This is why Yahweh said to separate. Flee from Babylon. All right? Today's Democrat is tomorrow's Republican, and vice versa. Today's Republican is tomorrow's Democrat. It don't matter. Like the family brought out, you talking about two of the same wings, all right? These same wings on the same bird, this same eagle. All right, so it don't matter if it's a left wing or a right wing. It's still a part of this eagle that continues to plunder the house of Yasharal, the house of Israel. So it don't matter. All right? So now, while we here, all right, and for all the cult leaders, all right, now, let's ask this real simple question. Real simple. Because we want to make it just as basic as we possibly can. Because anything is like stupid gets a doggone pass in this place for some reason. If you stupid, you get a doggone pass. But hey, nevertheless, let's make it real plain. Hold on. Trying to make this mug as plain as I can. Hold on, family. Trying to blow this mug up so you can see it. Now, all right. Mug tripping out. Anyway. Shalam, you get this right. All right. Right. Now let's look at this. Look at this. Now, it don't matter. There's nothing new under the sun, family. We're gonna keep it, thus say Yahweh. All right? It don't have nothing to do with my feelings. And this is why Brothers of Mars is one of the most despised Hebrews in Israel. All right? Because we ain't asking you for your money, your donations. We come out and bring it to you, thus say Yahweh. Yahweh make it happen. And so everything happened because of Yahweh. All right? We don't take any credit for it. All right? That's what we want our pay from. All right? So anything that man got in Babylon, you know what I'm saying? If a whole lot of people love that, whoever it is in Babylon, Yahweh not dealing with that. All right? That's just a fact. All right? Satan and Lucifer, all they deal with is materialism and individualism. That's it. And as long as Israel could keep walking around here being a dang old individual or attached to these other philosophies, rituals, and doctrines, or secret societies that the heathen have conjured up, then these are them gatekeepers. These are the ones that's keeping us back, family. Along with our elite brothers and sisters. As many millionaire brothers and billionaire brothers and sisters that we do have, we still don't have a hospital. We ain't even got a clinic. We talking about throughout the four corners, a clinic. All right? You hear me? All right? So, nevertheless, what treaty have? I mean, how can you make a deal with a man that kicked the door in on another's house, kicked it in, enslaved them, kidnapped people? We just dealing with facts. Kidnap people, and you gonna make a deal with them. With all of the blood that spilled here in Babylon, the family still wanna make a deal with them. How you gonna do that? The blood is crying out all this blood is crying out to Almighty Yahweh God. All right? Now, you talking about the same one who had plague, got the plague. What the CDC for if they ain't holding viruses and diseases? What you holding them for? If you don't plan on using them in some type of way, shape, or form. Come on, who does that? only one type of minded man would even think about doing something like that. That's not our forte, family. This stolen land. This is stolen property. How you gonna make a treaty with a murderer? I mean, even in his kingdom, it's no limit of statutation for murder. So how you think Yahweh gonna let them off the hook? You bugged out. Tell your cult leader, Yahweh didn't ordain Israel to take no doggone death shot. All right? These the same one who gave the family smallpox. These the same ones. That's a virus too. That was a pandemic also. All right? And we already know. See, it's out. It's out. All they keep doing is just keep revamping the same thing. And as long as Israel keep falling for it, he's going to keep doing it. It's no different. He said it in his letter, in all his doctrines. Israel was not included when they came up with the precepts of men, a.k.a. the U.S. Constitution. Facts. That's all we're dealing with, our facts. All right? Now, these the same one that gave our ancestors. The same one that welcomed them for a meal. All right? The same one. Because that's who we are as a nation of people. Not no damn individuals. This how he keep picking us off. Now he got the athletic exercise gymnasium brothers and sisters now they're supposed to be our spokesmen and our spokespersons. Y'all had to wake up. Just because somebody can run up and down the field or the court or whatever this and that, and Esau, because this is all the devil and Satan can do. That's all he can do is give you material stuff. You're not taking any of that with you. Not any of it. Not any of it. And not one chip will profit your soul. Not one chip. And they only got chips and coins from the fallen angels. All of this gonna go. Yahweh say he throwing Lucifer in the pit. It gotta go. Look at how Yahweh stirring up the northern king's minds and their hearts. Yahweh deal with the heart. He deal with the law. That's what Yahweh deal with. Facts. The same one that gave the family smallpox. And we could go on, and we will. All right? Nothing's changed, family. Nothing's changed. All right? Know that. So anyway. Let's get at it. Shall we? Because we're going to kind of go straight through. Right? We're going to kind of go straight through. Right? Right? We're going to kind of go straight through. Yeah, family. Right after this.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
To gun owners out there who say, well, a Biden administration means they're going to come for my guns.
Bingo. You're right if you have an assault weapon. The fact of the matter is they should be illegal, period. 150 million people have been killed since 2007 when Bernie voted to exempt the gun manufacturers from liability. More than all the wars, including Vietnam, from that point on. Carnage on our street. And I want to tell you, if I'm elected and I'm coming for you and gun manufacturers, I'm going to take you on and I'm going to beat you. I'm the only one who's done it.
So that was one event. Now, people are going to write this off. They'll say, oh, Joe, he just changed his train of thought. Look, he was just going, it makes it easier to relate to people. Let's talk about the last guy. It's no big deal. You're looking too far into it. No.
Lonnie knows I believe this every fiber of my being. We're posed. What I propose is it can be done. I think we're in a position to really make it happen. And my team and your team are already working closely together to light up the path forward here. Critical laws like the PRO Act to strengthen collective bargaining. On politics like prevailing and look, I guess I'm taking too much time, but you know.
But he told the constituent in a hard hat he was full of shit and a horse's behind, and got aggressively in the man's face to the point where the voter said, "This is not okay." Have a look at Biden's response.
Wait. Take your AR-14s and what?
Okay, this is not okay. Hold on, all right? Hey, let's
don't tell me to do, pal. I want to go outside.
There's a lot of guys. A lot of guys wanted.
It's hard to make out, but he pretty much said, "Don't tell me that, pal. Don't tell me it's not okay. I'm going to go out and slap you in the face." When journalists asked him about that spat and why he swore at a union worker, Biden seemed genuinely confused and said,
Both targeting you over this exchange this morning with the voter about guns. Any regrets about how you handled it?
Well, I'm surprised that Sanders is joining Trump. And, it's just surprising.
Was it appropriate to swear at an American, though, especially a union voter?
See, this is how Yahweh stirs up the heart. See, this the heart. See, whatever that the devil think he got planned is not going to happen, family. You have to come back to Almighty Yahweh God. That's it. That's it. Whatever they got a bunch of wheels turning inside that wicked Luciferian Illuminati witchcraft. They got a bunch of wheels turning in there. The reason why they got a bunch of wheels turning in there because they bagging one off the other. See? But if you come back, family, it's all over. See, you can go downward and they're going to always have benefit. But you can go upward, upright, righteous. They can't go that way. Yahweh didn't give them laws. They don't know about them. All right? So it only applies to us. So we can go downward and be wicked with them, but we need to go where they can't go, which is upward. All right? So anyway, look and pay attention how Yahweh deals with the mind or the heart. All right? Praise Yahweh.
That's the man who much of the media claim is best equipped to bring civility and honour back to the White House. Here's a man who's developed a habit for abusing voters. It's an odd strategy, given the Democrats desperately used and said,
Both targeting you over this exchange this morning with the voter about guns. Any regrets about how you handled it?
Well, I'm surprised that Sanders is joining Trump. And, it's just surprising.
Was it appropriate to swear at an American, though, especially a union voter?
That's the man who much of the media claim is best equipped to bring civility and honour back to the White House. Here's a man who's developed a habit for abusing voters. It's an odd strategy, given the Democrats desperately need middle America. You know, the people who voted twice for Obama before switching to Trump, to swing back to them. Last month, Biden called a woman a lying, dog-faced pony soldier after she asked a mild question, and he even challenged an Iowa voter to a push-up contest and an IQ test. Biden's gaffes, episodes of confusion and bizarro comments are becoming all too common on the campaign trail. I'm not even talking about his hair-sniffing antics.
Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. I tell you what, I'm rushing ahead, aren't I? 150 million people have been killed since 2007 when Bernie voted to exempt the gun manufacturers from liability. It would put 700 120 million women back in the workforce. Nobody should be in jail for a nonviolent crime. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. What's not to like about Vermont in terms of the beauty of it? And what a neat town. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts. Think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
But there's more. There's always more.
Things I'm proudest of is getting passed, getting moved, getting control of the Paris Climate Accord. I'm the guy that came back after meeting with Deng Xiaoping and making the case that I believe China would join if we put pressure on them. You had people like you had people like the former chairman and leader of the party in Germany. Go to Joe 30333.
Biden's decline has been evident for some years. Back in 2017, at a swimming pool in Delaware, the pool was being renamed in his honour, he gave perhaps the most bizarre speech ever by a mainstream politician. Have a look.
I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my...
It's little wonder Biden's team is trying to restrict his time in front of microphones. Some of his recent speeches at rallies have been as short as 7 minutes. Meanwhile, Trump regularly talks off the cuff for 90 minutes at rallies, cracking jokes, trolling his rivals, and occasionally talking policy. Of course, Biden can still beat Trump, though that may look unlikely 8 months out. But Biden has two great assets: the bulk of the media, who are sadly so afflicted with Trump derangement syndrome that they'd find a way to condemn him, even if he found a cure for coronavirus. And Biden's other great asset is that he's not Hillary Clinton.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
To gun owners out there who say, well, a Biden administration means they're going to come for my guns.
Bingo. You're right if you have an assault weapon. The fact of the matter is they should be illegal, period. 150 million people have been killed since 2007 when Bernie voted to exempt the gun manufacturers from liability. More than all the wars, including Vietnam, from that point on. Carnage on our street, and I want to tell you.
People talk about the last guy. It's no big deal. You're looking too far into it. No, he forgot his name. How do I know that Joe Biden forgot Barack Obama's name? Because he did it again.
Because they invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. Right. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault.
You're going to tell me that he just changed his mind? He was just actually changing the way he spoke? No, he forgot the guy's name. It was President my boss. President my boss? Look, this would be bad if anybody in the country forgot the last president's name. It's especially embarrassing for Joe Biden, who worked for the guy for 8 years as his vice president. So he's clearly forgetting names, as happens to people as they get a little bit older. Usually they're not running for president at the time. But then he didn't just forget his former employer's name, former president. He's also forgetting his own name.
We're going to unite this party and unite this country. So, folks, you want to nominate a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Biden-Obama Democrat,
Join us.
If you want to nominate an Biden-Obama Democrat, I think Joe Biden just made Barack Obama much more Irish than he was. Oh, Biden. Barack Hussein O'Biden. Hello, how are you all doing? Hey. Not good. Not a good look. If it were just once, you could forgive it. If it were just even twice, you could. This is in keeping with a pattern, all right? And Joe Biden is showing signs of decline. And now we're going to notice all of those signs of decline much more. It's amazing.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Person in this country covered. My plan would do that. Your plan would not.
They do not have to buy in. They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago. You just said 2 minutes ago that they would have to buy in. You said they would have to buy in.
Have to buy in. If she qualifies for Medicaid,
are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Be in for it.
Are you forgetting already what you said just 2 minutes ago? I mean, I can't believe that you said 2 minutes ago that they had to buy in, and now you're saying they don't have to buy. You're forgetting that.
I said anyone like your grandmother who has no money.
We need a healthcare system.
You're automatically
enrolls people regardless of whether they choose to opt in or not. If you lose your job, for instance, his healthcare plan would not automatically enroll you. You would have to opt in. My healthcare plan would. That's a big difference. I'm fulfilling the legacy of Barack Obama, and you're not.
I'll be surprised to him.
This will give you a laugh, but it is tragic. This is a bloke, Joe Biden, who could be the next president of the United States and leader of the free world. He is in cognitive decline and barely literate. Here is Tucker Carlson again today.
Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care.
Got that? It's a right for people to have bad health care. And if you don't have bad health care soon, Joe Biden will make sure that you do. That's his pledge to you. But giving every American bad health isn't easy. Joe Biden knows that. So he's going to mobilize a pressure campaign to get it done. What kind of campaign to get better? Joe Biden has thought a lot about it. Here's his solution.
Look, I'll do what he's unable to do. I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Joe Biden's going to do that. Donald Trump can do that. Donald Trump can't even pronounce, but Joe Biden can. Listen again.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Yeah, he'll lead an effective strategy to do that, whatever it is.
Oh, for God's sake. Are we seriously saying this bloke is to be president of the United States? If he had any modesty about him, he should never have accepted the nomination. It is a profound embarrassment.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
In the US, I want to have a chat about Joe Biden again. He's leading strongly in the polls, but he's still looking like Chauncey Gardner in being there, isn't he? Can he really run in November? Here's his latest appearance where once more he forgot where he was and then tried to pass it off as some kind of joke.
Welcome to Kingswood Community Center. Actually, that's the one down I used to work. As a joke. You didn't know where we were. Anyway, it's great to be here and back at a place where,
Yeah, it's just great to be here wherever I am. Now, later in the same appearance, he inadvertently focused on what must be looming as his own greatest vulnerability.
People are losing faith in what the president says. Think about it. What the words of a president matter significantly.
Well, they sure do, and that's why there are a lot of questions about this man becoming president. And in a video that was put out by his own team, Biden reminds us that he does know that he is a politician.
Don't listen to anybody who tells you not to wear a mask if it matters. It matters, it matters, it matters. We're going to overcome this. Listen to what the scientists say, not the politicians. And I'm a politician, I know, but I'm listening to the scientists.
Yep, listen to the politicians. He is a politician. Yes, Joe Biden knows he's a politician, but for how long? He is expected to name his vice presidential running mate next week, and leaks have suggested it will be Californian Senator and early candidate for the Democrat nomination, Kamala Harris.
We cannot endure another 4 years of Donald Trump. We need a president who, at this moment in time, has compassion, who has empathy, who has a sense of dignity, self-dignity, and lifting up the dignity of others, somebody who fights for working families. That's who Joe Biden is. I know Joe. This is literally who he is. And we need to save the soul of our country. We really do. We need a president who cares about the people and loves the people.
Yep, Harris could indeed be the Veep choice. If so, she will become incredibly important as speculation continues about whether, in fact, at their convention next month, the Democrats might even be looking to switch their candidate. Because at the moment, while Biden is leading in the polls strongly, everyone knows he will eventually have to come out of protection and face some scrutiny.
In our interview last week with President Trump, he questioned whether his Democratic opponent, Joe Biden, could handle a similar encounter. Well, this week we asked the Biden campaign for an interview, and they said the former vice president was not available. We'll keep asking every week.
Can't wait for that one.
Have comedy though. We still have great comedy out there. There's always rambling Joe Biden. What the fuck? Joe says shit that even people with Tourette's go, no. No. What is going on? Joe is like your uncle who's on a new drug and hasn't got the dosage right. I'm proud to work with Barack America. He's not a superhero, you idiot. Come here. When FDR was on television, there was no TV back then. Come here, Joe. Sit down.
Very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. For President Trump and the demagogues around the world, but if Donald Trump is reelected, he doesn't want to shed light. He wants to generate heat, and he's stoking violence in our cities.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump.
What you all know, but most people don't know, unlike the African American community, with notable exceptions, the Latino community is an incredibly diverse community. Where I come from, you don't get far unless you ask. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. One nominated Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat. An Obama Democrat. Join us. An Obama Democrat. And, there was, I think that the former senator I heard that familiar voice, you know what I mean, just spoke. Well, he's right about one important thing. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by, you know the thing. I'm beginning to see why your wife left you. Why attack Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man. COVID has taken this year, just since the outbreak, it's taken more than 100 years. Look, here's the lives. When you think about it. You know, the rapidly rising I don't know. I just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not. I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the. I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot. Another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. Right. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault. Guatemala, El Salvador, and to go in and say in Honduras and say, look, I took on Putin in terms of in terms of what was going on in Ukraine. By strengthening, by investing $100 billion in education, in global warming efforts. It's a whole range of things. We can't afford it by just beginning to treat reward work as much as wealth. It get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. If you want to protect yourself, get a double-barrel shotgun. Have the shells, a 12-gauge shotgun. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger. We have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. It will be a big... No, I really mean it. And immediately change the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. We have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. I said, no. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Corruption? Trump was out there tweeting again this morning. I call him President Tweety. This guy is moving to foment hate.
You ever been to a caucus? No, you haven't. You're a lying, dog-faced pony soldier. You said you were, but now you got to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. No, I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying before you got in this program, if you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not, what do you think, huh? Are you a junkie? What do you...
We all like you here, you know that. But you're a nigger, and a lawyer is no realistic goal for a nigger.
But why, Mr. Ostrowski? I get the best grades in class. I got voted class president. I want to be a lawyer.
Now, I want you to think about something that you can be.
Black voters, I have a lifetime of experience with black voters. I've been one since I was 18. Nobody on this stage should need a focus group to hear from African-American voters. Black voters are pissed off, and they're worried. They're pissed off because the only time our issues seem to be really paid attention to by politicians is when people are looking for their vote. And they're worried because the Democratic Party, we don't want to see people miss this opportunity and lose because we are nominating someone that isn't trusted, doesn't have authentic connection. And so that's what's on the ballot, and issues do matter. I have a lot of respect for the vice president. He has sworn me into my office as a hero. This week, I hear him literally say that I don't think we should legalize marijuana. I thought you might have been high when you said it. and let me tell you, because marijuana in our country is already legal for privileged people. And the war on drugs has been a war on black and brown people. And so let me just say this. With more African Americans under criminal supervision in America than all the slaves since 1850, do not roll up into communities and not talk directly to issues that are going to relate to the liberation of children, because there are people, these are the kind of issues that mean a lot to our community. And if we don't have somebody authentically, we lost the last election. Let me just give you this data example. We lost in Wisconsin because of a massive diminution, a lot of reasons, but there was a massive diminution in the African-American vote. We need to have someone that can inspire, as Kamala said, to inspire African-Americans to the polls at record numbers.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Vice President Biden, you can respond to that.
I'll be very brief. Number one, I think we should decriminalize marijuana, period. And I think anyone who has a record should be let out of jail, their records expunged, it be completely zeroed out. But I do think it makes sense, based on data, that we should study what the long-term effects are for the use of marijuana. That's all it is. Number one, everybody gets out, record expunged. Secondly, I'm part of that Obama coalition. I come out of the black community in terms of my support. If you notice, I have more people supporting me in the black community that have announced for me because they know me. They know who I am. 3 former chairs of the Black Caucus. The only African-American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate. A whole range of people.
No,
my point is...
that's not true. The other one is here.
I said the first. I said the first African-American elected. The first African-American. So my point is that one of the reasons I was picked to be vice president was because of my relationship, long-standing relationship with the black community. I was part of that coalition.
Thank you.
We all like you here, you know that. But you're a nigger, and a lawyer is no realistic goal for a nigger.
But why, Mr. Ostrowski? I get the best grades in class. I got voted class president. I want to be a lawyer.
Now, I want you to think about something that you can be. You're good with your hands, making things. People would give you work. I would myself. Why don't you become a carpenter? That's a good profession for a color. Wasn't your pa a carpenter? Jesus was a carpenter. People like you as a person. You're doing real well. Remember what we said. Nothing succeeds like success. Let me hear it.
Nothing succeeds like success.
Right. As long as you're realistic.
Mama, they don't know it, but that IQ exam was nothing but a white racist test.
Oh, Michael, how could it be a white racist test? All school children take it of all colors.
Yeah, but this one was given by the white people, made up by white people, and even graded by white people. It don't tell you how smart you are, just how white you are. That's why the average black scores 15 points lower than the average white.
Yeah, but son, you ain't average. Michael, you can pass any man's test in any color.
Maybe so, Daddy, but a lot of black kids can't. The black community is different. It has a different language and culture altogether.
You mean to tell me everybody don't eat chitlins for dinner?
1 in 4 of every black young male has some interfacing with the criminal justice system. 1/4 of our men affects every black household in America.
Black men being locked up in this country is a direct lineage to slavery itself. And it continues and perpetuates to this day.
There's a war on black and Latinos to exterminate us.
What they're trying to do is break our family up like they would do in the slave days. They get rid of the black man, throw him
for it a lot more. We're getting arrested for it a lot more. So we can either think that blacks are really bad at getting caught, or we can think there's something systematically shifting black people toward the prison cells as opposed to college dorm rooms.
You have blacks and Hispanics doing 20 and 30 and 40 years and didn't kill nobody just for getting caught with drugs and making money. Not saying that that's right to do, but the punishment is too excessive.
Me, where it started to change was when people who were in gatekeeping positions in radio in particular started to use their influence to move things in another direction.
I would balance the equation. You're supposed to play Nelly, then play KRS. You're not supposed to play Nelly and then Jay-Z and then 50 Cent, and then where's the diversity of thought? You know, they basically are all saying the same thing. They're three pimps.
Too Short said, I've put out singles that were politically driven, and you know, I did songs like The Ghetto, you know, the president, all that shit. But he said people don't hear nothing but bitch.
Hollywood and the music industry is in the money-making business. So if you put out a gangster rap album and it sells, you know, 3 million copies, and you put out a rap album that's positive and it sells, you know, 200,000 copies, which one you think that the record company is going to produce more of?
I want you to meet Mr. Establishment. Say hello to the nice people. Hello, nice people. Now, tell the nice people how you've tried to keep Homie down.
Well, I've structured society in such a way that men like Homie face nearly impossible odds of ever achieving any sort of educational opportunity. Therefore, they're unable to obtain gainful employment, thus forcing them to turn to an alternate source of income. Sooner or later, they just end up in jail, just like Homie.
That's right. Now, let's show them how Homie gets back at Mr. Establishment, shall we?
Sure.
Very good. So what have we learned, if nothing else?
Homie, don't play that.
Being a black man in America isn't easy. The hunt is on.
I think that blacks are a superior gene line. Based upon reproductive survival success, you have to reproduce in order to survive. And blacks have been put under 400 years of slavery, given the worst food, the worst medical care, the worst housing. So that would select out the weaker gene lines. And that's why we would be out of proportionally represented in just about every area we're given an opportunity.
Are you glad? You sound like you're glad he made these comments here.
Now, if whites would like to be superior, they would allow blacks to enslave them for 400 years, and their weaker gene lines would die out. So I think that Jimmy the Greek is unfairly treated by the station that fired him. And I think the other group that probably would have a superior gene line based upon reproductive survival success are Jewish people who've been driven and murdered for years. And I would like to emphasize it has nothing to do in particular with race. It has to do with selecting out a weak gene line or weak family names. Weak not in an absolute sense, but just that the people cannot stand the oppression.
He said he should have been fired by CBS. Dr. Harry Edwards, Huey, hold on.
The areas they will probably be superior there too, and so I can't see where anyone would find fault with him other than the majority group who are afraid of blacks because of our superiority.
You said okay.
Oh yeah, I said okay because it's true. It's easy for us to lash out at this person, but he meant that. You know,
that was his programming, it wasn't?
Right. He meant exactly what he said. That was very important to him. So we have to look at that and realize that this is how people are thinking.
How do we change people's thinking?
I don't want to change it. In other words, if you put blacks under the most vicious, the most savage oppression throughout the start of the enslaving period, what gene line would be left other than a very strong gene line? I think it's ridiculous to think that, in a biological sense, that weak gene lines would not be wiped out after giving the worst food, the worst medical care, and so forth. I think what people really want to do is read into Jimmy the Greek's statement to say that, well, blacks are only good at athletics. and blacks can't be good at quarterbacks or at management. But he did not say that. I think you're programmed to read into it black inferiority, because that's what you're used to seeing. And I don't know what his intentions were even.
So how do we reprogram that so we don't think that blacks are inferior?
Well, you just have to stop being racist by first encountering your racism and seeing first that maybe you should be a little afraid of a people that you've attempted to commit genocide against. Not only then, but now.
Juwanza, is it the fault of the media?
Well, there's no question that there's a direct relationship between images and self-esteem. I mean, it goes all the way back to Tarzan, to Superman, to Rambo, to Batman, to even painting the image of Jesus Christ as white. I mean, you can't separate racism from anything. So it's not unlikely then that you have Pope Julius commissioning Michelangelo in 1505 to paint Jesus Christ white. Images control self-esteem. Abraham Lincoln found out very early, when you have 300 slaves on a plantation and one master, it takes a lot of work. Why don't you let them go? But don't teach them who they are. Control their history. Control their images. Then you won't have to watch them. Whoever controls the mind will also control the body.
Let's talk about the image of the black man in America when we return. Stay tuned.
All right, but I recommend you go home today, get a cardboard box, and we kept convincing ourselves was all right. This isn't some preacher getting up here and telling you that's never been in it. I wished I had a half hour to talk about the worst thing that the occult world ever planned out and carried out. That's called rock music. But I'm going to say two quick things. Parents, the rock music does not belong to you, your kids. If your kids are in your home, it belongs to you and you're answerable for it. And if you want to believe they're garbage, that it's all right, and you want to forget things like Kiss saying that their real name is Kings in Satanic Service, and that rock music is actually satanic spells being cast and being planned by the Satanist Church, and that's a direct quote, then you go right on ahead. Right now, one of the Manson family girls is in trial, and she said the number one thing that the occult world used to brainwash them was Beatle music and rock music. If you want to leave it in your home, I won't go into details why you can't, but if you want to leave it in your home and all the demons that it attracts, fine. If you want your kids to buffalo you, that it's all right. But I recommend you go home today, get a cardboard box, and break the records, and burn those covers, and get it out of your home. And you'd be surprised at how fast your kids come around after they finish throwing their 2-year-old tantrum. But I wish that I had the time more on rock music, but believe me, it is the work carefully planned out in the occult world. We spent $8 million to produce Jesus rock music and pay the man who started it, named Chuck Smith. It's because Chris spent $8 million to keep rock music in your hands. Then the hardcore rock must be even worse. And it is. I'm going to... Okay, Pastor. I don't mind. I drove all day so I could say these things. I was the manager of Zodiac Productions, which Zodiac Productions' name's been changed since then. I'm not even sure what they call it now, but it's the largest music conglomerate in the world. It owns RCA Records, Columbia Records, Motown Records, owns almost all the concert booking agencies in the United States. And that's not even the name of the company that owns it. The name of the company that owns it is Brenner Enterprises, and Brenner Enterprises is owned by Chase Manhattan. Chase Manhattan's owned by Standard Oil, and Standard Oil is owned by the Lords of London. You can track it on back. You kind of get the idea after a while. But I was the managing president of Zodiac Productions. It's one of my jobs as being one of these 13 people. Thus, I got to know many of the people who produce music and sing the music and play the music that you play. Recently, one of the top people in rock music from the group, can't think of the name of the group now, it's one of the top rock groups still in existence that's been around a long time, was just saved. And he told how when they'd play in their concerts, they would control, through witchcraft spells in their mind, the people to do different things in the audience. And that they'd work the audience up not with the music, but with their mind and their music combination. Now, one of the closest friends that I got during that time that I obtained was a man named David Crosby. Crosby, Still, Nash and Young. And I saw David the day before Christmas last year, talked with him. I got him away from this witch that he had with him. He told her to go shopping. We were in West Hollywood, and I was witnessing around to people I knew. We went off in this store, and we started talking. I said, David, I'd like to ask you a couple questions. I said, I already know the answers, but I've been gone for 5 years. I'd like to know if certain things are still the way they were when I left. I said, now I'll have to explain some of this when I'm done, because you're not going to understand it all unless you know something about music. I said, do they still take the master to the temple room? Dave said, yeah. I said, do they still have the coven conjure demons into the master? He said, of course. I said, now, I got to know something. What's the main reason for rock music? He said, come on, Lance, you know what the reason is. I said, please, David, I don't want to guess. Tell me what the main reason is. He says, the same as when you were in, so that we can place spells on people that we couldn't cast spells upon. I'll explain what that means in a minute. I said, okay, one last thing. I've been hearing that you must be an initiated witch now to get a record contract. He said, that's right. He says, many of us that weren't total witches have to be witches now in order to produce music. I said, thank you. The master is a tape about as big as the top of this podium that looks like an overgrown 8-track that the album is cut on and is placed in a machine that produces and presses the records and the 8-tracks and cassettes that you buy. After it's been recorded, it's taken in. This is why a master's cut months in advance before it's released. On the full moon, it's taken in to a temple room about the size of this auditorium that is in every one of the major music companies, behind locked doors up in the executive offices. And it's placed on an altar, setting in the north of the room, and a pentagram engraved in the floor. And 13 hand-chosen witches and wizards and a coven come in and conjure a principality or a power up, usually Regia or something like that, and order him to tell the demons under him to follow every record and every tape coming off of that master. As I tell many Christian parents, you can go home and count your kids' records, probably yours too, and count how many demons at least are there. If that's too hard for you to believe, I'm sorry. That's why they do it. Now listen to me. This is why rock music's addicting. Have you ever seen kids that got rid of their music? They go around like this. They can't wait to find a rock station somewhere, and they sneak off just like getting a cigarette or a fix, because it's addicting. That's why they can't give it up. The rest of the conversation was this. You can't cast a spell on a Christian, but you can get a Christian to cast a spell on themselves. If you get in for the spell to work, being a Christian won't block it. And rock music is not just a song. It is supernatural music that which is carefully designed by their spirit guides or familiar spirits in the form of spells. Now, although the devil's music's power is the music and God's music is the words, much of the songs are written in what we call witch language. To give you kind of an idea, many of you talk on a CB, unless you know what a smoky is, and a 10-4, and a front door and back door and rocking chair and these type of things, you don't know what you're talking about. Same with witches. When you're in the first and second level, you have to learn over 2,000 words that said by anybody else means something totally different than when you say them. Elton John has said he's never written a song or sung a song that wasn't in witch language. Now I want to show you something. See how many kids in here will be honest and adults. How many remember and have heard at least several times a song called Hotel California? Somebody tell me what it meant. Quickly, somebody tell me what it meant. Huh? That's pretty close. But from the words, what did it mean? Well, that's more of a guess. See, most people can't tell you. That's why when people do drugs and they listen to songs in which language, they get some of the meaning. But most of the time, they can't tell you. Stop and think how many songs are out there that you really like, and you don't have any idea what the person was talking about. Beyond the Yellow Brick Road? How about The Destroyer by Kiss? Can anybody tell me what it's about? Kiss said in it, kids, show your parents. They're talking about Helter Skelter. Beatles sung Helter Skelter in which language? Nobody knew what it meant. Manson did because he belonged to the process. Helter Skelter is a several thousand-year-old word. And they're believing that it's going to happen in a year from now, from this very date. Most of the music is either about Helter Skelter or a place called the Night Winds, which is what Hotel California is about, and different doctrines of witchcraft. You listen to them, your parents let you listen to them, and they have no idea. Kiss openly bragged how they were gaining control of people through their music because the people played their music. They told how they didn't form their own group. Their church, because they were ordained ministers of the Satanist church, placed them together. And that's how most of the music is done. David Crosby, when him and Crosby, Still, Nash & Young produced the record Two-Way Street, they ordered the principality of Medici to order demons of rebellion to go into the record, and everybody that heard it would be rebellious against law and order and government. And it was one of the reasons for the great upheaval in the 60s was that one album, and they take open credit for it. I can go on all night, but that's mainly it. Parents, get this stuff in and destroy it now. I guarantee you, your kids will straighten up. They may pout for a while, but they'll straighten up. Okay? Sorry it's so late.
All right. We've had live action here. We're a bunch of night owls now. This ain't nothing. How many of you believe he knows what he's talking about when he talks about rock music? Huh?
All right. We right here. Now, pay attention, family. It's very important. All right? Now, it's very, 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 very important. Salam. Salam, excuse me, family. All right? So now that we got all that out the way, let's look at these scriptures right here. This is very, very important. Why? Then you're going to hear this constantly over and over. Yahweh Ben said. It's right here. All right? Job 9:24. Right? When the land falls into the hands of the wicked, he blindfolds its judges. Right? And this is the question. If not he, then who is it? Who else has the power? Who else not only has the power? Hold on. Salah, fam. Who has the power and the authority? Or it falls into the hands of. All right, let's go into the land. All right? Iraq, the land. Hold on, Salah, fam. All right, so now, should be a lot better. All right, the earth, the Iraq, is given into the hand of the wicked. All right, given. Right? Let's look at it. Right? What the family knows, right? Hold on. As the Hebrew, which is the Yahweh Dawah, right? I don't know what happened. The Concordance, Hebrew Concordance 54:14, right? Thought I turned this up. Right? But anyway, we had na, tha, and na, right? Na, than, nathan. Nathan, right? Is to give, or to put, or set, abandon, add, allow, right? Appointed, committed, right? These are the same, all of these. When you see these in this tense right here, when it's saying to give, right? Abandon, right? Allow. Yahweh allowed for the wicked to gain, right? Control of the earth, right? And if not him, then who is it? Right? He allowed it, directed, all right? Right? So, yield, right? He worked. Certainly be given, right? Execute, furnishing, fasten, pledge, planet, prevent, take, others, yield, right? Yahweh gave them power over this right here. This is what's happening. And if it's not him, then who is it? Right? The land is given into the hand of the wicked. He covers the faces of the judges. All right? If it is not he, who then is it? All right? So, what cover? And if it's not him, then who is it? See? And that's how you cover the faces of the judges there. Right? You turn around and you make everything the opposite of whatever the scriptures say. And then, just like wicked Hitler, right? He actually said that, hold on. Anyway, He covered the faces of the judges thereof. How he do that? He changed it from us to them, or to this, which you see right here, right? Which is still the morning star, right? Which is still, family don't like this. Family don't like this part. See, this is why Brother Zamar is one of the most despised Hebrews in Israel right now. And I don't care. You think I care? You think I worry about that? When you face Yahweh, you'll know what I know. And you'll know there ain't no man, you don't care about what no man and what he can do or what he think he can do. Because you already will know what a man is capable of, which is nothing. Know that. You're going to know something then. Praise Yahweh. All right? Now, what Yahweh say? Isaiah 14:11. All your pomp has been brought down to the grave. Right? That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with graven images anyway, which are dead. Right? And you can still go back to the last Egypt, which is Osiris, and go back. And what he got? He got the book of the dead. We dealing with the book of life. All right, which is this Torah, which is this Torah, right? This Tanakh and these Dead Sea Scrolls. All right. Nevertheless, all right. Isaiah 14:11. Your pride and the music of your harps have been brought down to Sheol, or hell, or Paul, or Sheol, hell. Maggots are spread out as your bed beneath you, and worms are your covering. All right? And if you notice, hey, they love ghoul, all that ghouly stuff. That's not Israel's forte to be playing around with that. We look stupid playing around with that. Like we do. We look so out of order when we try to do all these pagan rituals and acts that don't belong to us. And this is why the strangers, they love putting you on their networks, on their major networks, because they...
Did you really snatch an 86-year-old woman's purse?
She wanted to hurt me. And the bitch don't even know me. I hope that they beat her ass. Some of the women in prison beat her ass every day for long as she's in there.
Some people might say that's harsh.
Well, so what she did to me was even worse. I'm supposed to feel sorry for that bitch. I don't.
Charles, why did you come so early this morning, man? The reason why I come so early just to celebrate Martin Luther King's birthday, because I feel it's really good to come, because when Martin Luther King's birthday comes on January, I would say it's important to always come to celebrate Martin Luther King's birthday, because it really is important and it's good.
My friend came to the door. She said, well, I was on the phone cooking me and my baby some breakfast. And she said, hey, something wrong, it's popping. I said, what? She said, yeah. I said, no. So the girl come downstairs. She come out her apartment with her baby with no shoes on. I said, oh, girl, it's cold outside. She said, something ain't right. I said, oh, man. She said, oh, man, the building is on fire. I said, no, what? I got my 3 kids and we bounced out. We ain't gonna be in no fire, not today.
Sir, can you please tell us what happened?
You know, I'm in the room, chilling, kicking like I usually do, drinking, and somebody shot right through my back window, hit me in the chest. And I'm like, shit, get my son out the room. You know, I wasn't even tripping over it. It's like a little petty wound, you know. I ain't even tripping, though.
Absolutely. So you did show me on your chest where you were shot. Are we able to see that right now, or?
Yeah, y'all can see that.
Okay, so what, do we know what happened? Do you know who, do you know why they would have done this?
I don't know what's going on, man. I just know niggas probably just want me dead, like, on some other stuff. I don't know.
All right, well, I'm here. And what's your name?
Devon.
All right, well, I'm just talking to Devon, and I can't believe all that just happened.
Know that you bugged out. And this is what they exploit. Right? This is what they exploit. And this is how they keep that that negative stereotype pinned to us in their media perception of us. all right? Because that's all it is. Because the crap and the characters that they show in their movies, them ain't the people that I know. Them ain't the people that are looking out their head and this and that. Because some so-called white man or Esau, he come back. We didn't grow up like that. We didn't grow up like that. Hey, Salah. And if you grew up like that, it's a doggone shame. It's a doggone shame. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a 60 baby. Late 60 baby. Right? So, you know, we come through the country mourning when we come through. Right? The country still mourning. Right? So we still feeling the same effects as we were in our youth. It's like amped up now. But a lot of the elders, you know what I'm saying? They either like took an oath with them, which is double sad, or, you know what I'm saying? That's like the ultimate stab in the back, though. That's the ultimate letdown. And then don't want to repent. You say them organizations is good organizations. So if they so good, then why must they scared to leave? Why must just won't leave? Why must just won't denounce the so-called good secret society organizations that they took a doggone oath with? Why they just won't leave? It's since it's such a good organization. Right. That's a cult. That's what that is. That's a cult. That's a cult. You know what I'm saying? And that mug thin too. It ain't gonna be no shelter. All right? That coat ain't gonna, it ain't, it's a lot. It's not enough armor, all right, in that coat that you want to put on from your coat leader, all right? All right? As a matter of fact, Yahweh gonna hook you and your coat leader up, all right? Because you ain't do no preparing. You were supposed to put your harvest up. You were supposed to have been storing away. You supposed to have been doing everything just like Yahweh had Israel to prepare every time something major was going on. This ain't no different. So if all your coat leader did was entertain you and all you done was tune in every second to hear your coat leader burp, pass gas, and crack stale jokes, all right? Instead of you getting your behind prepared, all right? Doing whatever you had to do. Growing you some food, canning you some food, whatever you had to do. Storing some things away, whatever you had to do. If you didn't prepare, if you sitting up here talking about wash your hands on and put, hey, all he gonna do is tell you, hey, well, you asked out. Hey, straight up. Hey, you behind, hold out. All right? You asked out. Okay, go get in that line over there. All right? It may be the chip in there that time. It may not be. All right? But it's warning for destruction, family. Yahweh been warning us about all of this right here what's going on. All right? This ain't our come up place. And when we get this right, it'll be over overnight. In a day. Yahweh put this behind us in a day. All we need to do is come back. All right? And like a young wife that messed up real bad. That's a shame of all her iniquities. And come back wholeheartedly, crying out to Almighty Yahweh God and wear it. We talking about you brothers. We talking about you brothers. That's what we talking about. We talking about you brothers. All right? Because you sitting up there, you waiting on the daughters of Zion. That's not finna happen. That's not finna happen. That's not finna happen. If you waiting on the daughters of Zion to get right and do it, it's not finna happen. That's not even her place. You have to get your place, man. Get your place. Get yourself in your position. And then Yahweh gonna make sure, man, that y'all just merge on up in there. And it's not gonna be smooth. This ain't our resting place. When we get to the resting place, I'm in grind. All right? Now, thank your co-leader. Thank your co-leader. All right? Now, the wicked got the power to change the faces of the judges. All right? This is what we're talking about. All right? You worried about your little foreign rides, and you worried about your little orgies. Okay? You sitting up here listening to Lucifer, Isaiah 14:12, how you have fallen from heaven, morning star, son of the dawn. You have been cast down to the earth. All right? You who once laid low the nations. Right? That's right. Cut all of the nations down. Suck all of the resource out of them. All right? You didn't, you know what I'm saying? This is the pride. All right? With all the pump, with all of the harps, with all of his wicked music. Right? And we're going to bring that out. All right? We're going to bring out a known Luciferian warlock. All right? That had great ties. All right? To the music industry. Of course they killed him off. It's one of their own. All right? But we're going to let him. All right? Hey. It is what it is. Salah. It is what it is. I mean, Yahweh give life and give death. So, Yahweh had him put to death. He had him to leave his testimony and what he knew about the insides of what he was dealing with and where he was in. And Yahweh had him put to death after that. All right? Nevertheless. All right? A lot of the stuff that the guy's saying is true. But then you got to go back to some of you listen to what he's saying. All right? As far as the brainwashing. All right? When you into them coats. All right? Now he went and got, his script and got himself together. He figured out that he was in some witchcraft, but nevertheless, see, this is the thing about taking anything that the stranger, not just the stranger, all right? Esau just has this Esau, he had it from the beginning. Look, Esau and our forefather, right? Jacob, they was fighting and struggling in the womb. What you think they were going to do when they got out the womb? They got two different mannerisms. Not only that, Yahweh, we aren't the same. This is what everybody keep trying to clunk us together. You can clunk everyone in the church, and you can clunk everyone in any of those different doctrines and philosophies. You cannot clunk everyone with Yahweh. Ain't no other God like Yahweh. It ain't no other way to put any other God with Yahweh. You can't. That's this right here. This Lucifer. That's Lucifer or Satan. All right? And he just keep transforming themselves. That's what they do. All right? But Yahweh called the morning star Lucifer. That's what he called him. Right here, Isaiah 14:12. You have fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning. How you are cut down to the ground. You who weaken the nations. You, star of the morning, son of the dawn. All right? How you have fallen from heaven, O star of the morning, son of the dawn. Oh, heaven, from heaven, O star of the morning, light bringer. Right. That's what the morning star is. Light bringer. Lucifer. That's what Lucifer, all right? Now, who else said they the morning star? Right here. Revelations 22:16. He said he the morning star. All right? Now, this ain't even Yahweh calling him the morning star. He called his doggone self the morning star. All right? So who to argue with that? How can Israel fight with me for this? This don't make sense. But you won't go get these Dead Sea Scrolls. You won't come back to the Torah. You won't come back to the Torah in Yahweh God wholeheartedly, not with a double mind. You won't do that. That's way out there. But you'll give it all up for this morning star. And we can go on. If you go over there and look up the Magi's and the wizards and the warlocks, you're going to see this same morning star Jesus. He going to be over there too. Because that ain't none of Israel's. These letters is for the Gentiles and the strangers, all right? To be somewhat civil, to bring them to cleave to Israel. That's what these letters set up for. These letters were set up by Paul because Paul was trying to appease to the Gentiles. And he went off. He started adding and taking away for what Yahweh said not to add and take away from. That's why ain't no new set of laws over here. You got some new God and symbol and emblem and all of that he done to appease the strangers, the Gentiles. And Yahweh clearly states all of this. Envy not thy oppressor to choose none his way. This is why he wanted to have gyms and all of this and that instead of the temple. All right? He despised the temple and the tabernacle of Yahweh. Paul did. He despised Moses. He said it himself. I mean, hey, he was killing Israelites left and right. Huh? Come on now. Joe was talking about your sellout. A demon. All right? So, but hold on. He said himself. So, but hold on. Right here. Isaiah 14:12. All right? Yahweh called him Lucifer, or morning star. All right? Now, you go get the etymology dictionary and go and look up Lucifer in the etymology dictionary, and it's going to tell you he is the morning star. Facts. 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 Go and look it up. Facts. Facts. Right? Straight up. And what did he say? This is what he said, Isaiah 14:13. You said in your heart, I will ascend to the heavens. I will raise my throne above the stars. Above the stars of the Most High? Now, who gonna do that? How you gonna raise anything above the Most High? The Most High power. Because that's what Elohim means. The Most High. The Most High power. So, the most is nothing else higher. All right? But with his proud self, he said he was going to raise his throne above the stars of the Most High. I will sit enthroned on the Mount of Assembly, on the utmost heights of Mount Safa. Huh? Key words. Listen, Isaiah 14:14. I will send above the top of the clouds. Above the top of the clouds? Well, Yahweh created the clouds. Yahweh created the clouds. So how was that supposed to happen? See? Prideful. Right? I will send above the tops of the clouds. I will make myself like, not the Most High, like. All right? Like. All right? And you can get something that's real, and then you can get something that's like something. But you don't want nothing, you don't ever want something that's like something. You always want the real thing. Right? Of course we do, Israel. Yasharah. Of course. We don't want anything that's like the Most High. We want the Most High. All right? We want Yahweh Akkad. That's it. We don't want anything like it's Yahweh. That won't do. That won't do. We already got that. All right? We've been rolling with that for the last thousands of years. All right? All right? Straight up. It's past time, overtime, and due. All right? Straight up. Straight up. All right? It's time, family. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. All right? So now, like. We're not dealing with like. All right? But anyway, this is what Yahweh saying. So anybody that want to roll with anything that's going to be like him, this is what Yahweh has to say. All right? Because he's going to get the first and the last say. All right? Know this. Know this. Isaiah 14:15. He said, but you are brought down to the realm of the dead, to the depths of the pit, which is hell. All right? Or Hades. All right? That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let's go one more. Isaiah 14:16. Those who see you stare at you. They ponder your faith. And then they question themselves. They say, is this the man who shook the earth and made kingdoms tremble? Huh? Who turned the world? Let's go one more. Right? The man who made the world a wilderness, who overthrew its cities and would not let his captives go home? Well, that would be us, family. All right? And this is why Yahweh is going to bring and stir the hearts and minds of these northern kings to come up here, and they're going to shoot at this place with spears and arrows, a.k.a. nuclear missiles, all right? Nuclear bombs, all right? Because Yahweh said, for everyone who has the bow and the arrow or the spear to shoot at her. Because to Yahweh, a bomb flying across the earth, no, it's like a spear. To Yahweh, a spear or arrow, all right? That's how small they are to Yahweh, all right? So anyway, Yahweh gonna allow them to do it, all right? All right, so anyway, anybody thinking about riding with them, you ought to think twice, family. Whatever they got, whatever they think they have, it's not gonna get them up out of here. All right, trust me. Trust me. All right, need to go back. Need to go back a couple. I need right here be good. Let me see. All right. Yeah, it was. I know which one it was. Hold on. No, it's one. Oh, yeah. Your nest amongst the stars. From there, I will bring you down, declares the Lord Yahweh. This is Yahweh saying this, all right? Because now remember, all right, over in Isaiah, he said he was going to put his throne above the nest of the, you know what I'm saying, the clouds. Oh, Yahweh's clouds that he made, though. Ain't that something? Yeah, that's pride. Now, that's a prideful joker there. That demon there prideful. All right, and anybody that got that spirit on them, if you notice, there's some prideful demons too. All right, Lucifer prideful. So why wouldn't they be prideful? Right? Same thing. All right. Now, Obadiah 1:4, Yahweh says, though you build high like the eagle, though you set your nest among the stars, from there I will bring you down, declares the Lord Yahweh. All right? That's right. That's right. Now, pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Jeremiah 51:53. Right? We'll go back one. Jeremiah 51:52. But the days, Salah, but days are coming, declares the Lord Yahweh. We prophesying right now, family. All right? Jeremiah 51:52. But days are coming, declares the Lord Yahweh, when I will punish her idols, and throughout her land the wounded will groan. All right? That's right. That's right. This is what's going on right now. That's right. That's right. Facts. Facts. Ezekiel 28:23. I will send a plague upon you and make blood flow in your streets. The slain will fall within you with the sword against you on every side. Then you will know that I am the Lord Yahweh. All right? That's right. That's right. Listen, Jeremiah 51:53. Even if Babylon ascends to the heavens and fortifies her lofty stronghold, I will send destroyers against her, declares the Lord Yahweh. All right? That's right. Yahweh said that. He gonna send destroyers at Esau. That's right. Oh, really? Hold on. Isaiah 51 and 56. A destroyer will come against Babylon. Her warriors, listen, will be captured. What that mean? Her warriors will be captured. What that mean? What that mean? What that mean? We talking about the Army, the Air Force, you know the song. The Air Force, the Army, the Marines, the National Guards, the Reserves, all of them. All right? Yahweh said they're going to be captured and their bows will be broken. All right? They ain't shooting nothing. For the Lord Yahweh is a Elohim of retribution. He will repay in full. All right? Listen. Pay attention. Isaiah 51 and 57. I will make her officials, all right? Her generals, her senators, right? This president right here, Sleepy Joe, Yahweh said, I will make her officials and wise men drunk. And when you look at Sleepy Joe, you're going to think he was drunk out of his mind. This is Yahweh. This is the work of Yahweh. Yahweh touched the hearts and the mind, just like we just brought out. Understand what's going on. That's your cult leader. That's your cult leader. Your cult leader telling you that. Yahweh didn't ordain that. That's your cult leader telling you that. All right? So anyway, I will make her officials and wise men drunk. And you watch how drunk that Yahweh making Sleepy Joe. You about to see. I couldn't even make this up. But watch this. Watch this. Jeremiah 51 and 57. I will make her princesses and wise men drunk, along with her governors, officials, and warriors. They will fall asleep forever and not wake up, declares the King, whose name is the Lord Yahweh of hosts. All right? What that mean, Yahweh of hosts? That means a man of war. All right? Look. See this? Is the Lord, his name, whose name is Yahweh of hosts, right? Zaba'awah, right? Warfare. Yahweh is a man of war. Look, it ain't no love. It ain't no loving everybody. Hebrew Concordance 66:35. Zaba'ah. Zaba, right? Army, warfare, armies. Yahweh is a man of war, right? Conflict. Host is the army. Service, struggle, train, war, warfare. All right? Army, warfare. Army, host, organized for war. Captain of the host. Led out armies. Understand. War. All right? Saba'awa. All right? Now. Saba'awa. Y'all was saying I'm going to make her princes, her captains, her rulers, going to make them drunk. They're going to fall asleep. And watch. Praise Yahweh. Now. Just need to come back here. All right? We'll come back to that. Oh, hold on. Let's make sure. All right. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Yep. Hold on. Let me see. Let's go back here. Need to go back here. Hold on. Job 9. This is important. Right. Right? Because if you could change, if you could control the image, you can control the mind. All right? This right here. What Yahweh got right here, Job 9 and 24, the wicked, he can control, all right? He blindfolds the faces. He covered up the real faces, right? That's what it means, he covered up the faces, or he blindfolded his judges. That's what the scriptures is talking about. Meaning, he covered up the real pictures and paintings of Israel, the holy people, Yahweh, the scriptural biblical people, of Israel, of Yahweh's chosen. They cover those up and replace those with the false images and things that you see. All right? All right? Because why? This is what we're dealing with. Job 12 and 6. The tents, right? But robbers, the tabernacle of robbers prosper. That's right. And these are the same jokers that came in to Jerusalem of the temple. All right? All right? They took everything up out the sanctuary, everything. All right? Took everything. They even took, they was chopping gold off the walls and everything. The railings and everything. All right? So anyway, the tents of robbers, all right? This is a stolen house. So how you gonna sit up here and still be trying to make a deal with somebody in a stolen house, with stolen goods and the stolen people? Man, you got to get that back, and they have to be compensated for, all right? Yahweh is our Redeemer, family. That's just what it is. No other way around it. Facts. 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 All right? So now, Job 9:24. Who else but, all right, Amalek, all right, and Idumea, who else but them has the power and authority to change the faces and replace it with an image that resembles themselves? All right? That's the evidence right there who changed it. Right there. Cold. Hey, look, that's cold, hard evidence right there. But family go out like they don't see it. Want to be a part of something. You are. Witchcraft. All right? Part of the 2/3. Anyway, nevertheless, we'll keep this moving. All right? So, we're going to come back here. All right? This image. Who has the power to control the images that you see on these TV screens, in the media? All right? So they can make you hate yourself or love yourself. If they can control what you see and what you think, and what your perception and what their perception and what they want you to think through an image. This is how powerful the idiot box is. And this is Satan's tool. All right? This is why the television is Satan's tool. All right? His number one tool. This is how you get in your house. You get in you. It's like we always say. Satan and Lucifer and the devil. Basically, Satan and Lucifer, they don't kick your door down. You let some in. Facts. You spiritually let some in. You do. All right? So anyway, we're coming back here. Job 9 and 24. All right? The land is given into the hands of the wicked. Right? He blindfolds or covers the faces of the judges thereof. All right? If not him, then who is it? Who? That's right. That's right. He covered the faces. All right? That's right. And so you can control the image. You can control the mind. You ain't got to worry about the body going to do. It's just going to follow. It's a fact. Let's get on back at it. Praise y'all.
And they have no idea. And I hope you'll listen to him. I hope you'll hear where he's coming from. And if you continue listening to that junk, where you're going. We just cannot tolerate it as Christian people in our homes. You can't stop it from being played and sold and all that, but we can't tolerate it. You mentioned a time or two the Illuminati. Could you, in just a few words, summarize what you understand the Illuminati is? Okay.
Many people call it the Great Conspiracy, which is kind of true, but actually the Illuminati is about 1,000 conspiracies all running at one time. Therefore, a lot of them backfired. But it was formed about 100 years before its original birth date. The birth date is May 1st, 1776, witches always start everything on May 1st. That's why even the communist birthday is on May 1st. That's their New Year's Day. But it means the holders of the light, or the light bearers. Now, witches have another name for it, too. Since it is a death penalty to use the name the Illuminati, you must say Mariah, which means the conquering, destroying wind. But its belief is that Lucifer is God, and that everything else is imposter, and that Lucifer can bring peace to the world by his lifters or upholders' conspiracy. And they're going to conspire and conspire and conspire till they have a world government. Sometimes I wonder why they could be so dumb that sitting there doing exactly what is going to lead to their destruction. But then that's usually how the devil is. He keeps everything in darkness. But that's the Illuminati. It's a world conspiracy, and I might add, an extremely powerful one. The occult is its religion. Now, many of you are doctors, lawyers, mechanics, construction workers, businessmen, whatever. Most of you are Christians and Baptists, okay? But he's your minister, or at least if you're from this church. And the Illuminati, they all have jobs. But the witches are their ministers. But they're all Luciferians. The witches are the ministers, and they're the church members, and the religion is Luciferianism. Now, the real Illuminati, the organization itself, is financially powerful and politically motivated. Through their finance, they have an old witch's room, which is kind of a saying, a poem. They say, let the kings be kings, let the bankers be bankers, and let the priests be priests. Translated, it simply means that it doesn't matter who rules, as long as the bankers have the money, they'll own the person who rules. And the priest will run the bankers. That's the Illuminati.
You mentioned, John, some publication you said might be on about 3 months. What is that again?
It's called Riot and Revolution. It's by Tom Berry, a classmate of my pastor, Roland Rasmussen, graduate from Bob Jones, a doctor in divinity. And it takes the plan of the Illuminati for helter-skelter and gaining control of the world. It takes some of my testimony to justify it, and then it gives an answer to Christians what to do during helter-skelter.
Now, where did the material come from, and how did he get it?
Some of it came from me, and some of it came from another minister named Joe Boyd. Some of it came from Jack Hounds. He's gathered. Also, he had about 20 pages of notes when I met him, which he said he gained by going through about 2,000 books. And they were on the Illuminati and the Bilderbergers. Okay?
Yeah.
Satan worshippers believe in Satan, which is the lower 3 levels believe in gods or else God's self, in ESP and so on. They believe in plural gods like the mother goddess Isis and so on. Or the higher levels are Luciferians, which believe in one god and the minor gods being in the Rothschilds. Okay? That's the difference.
You mean the average witch is not taught that there is such a being as Lucifer or the devil?
Well, for one, when you believe in Lucifer, you don't believe he's the devil. Okay? No, they believe in the mother goddess, which is called by many names, as the poem about her goes. Diana, Isis, Asherah, which was the female side of Baal. And they believe, actually it's Baal worship, there was a male and female god. Asherah, and then the horned hunter of the night is the way he's portrayed in all countries, which is more or less kind of the underworld god, the devil, or whatever.
Okay. All right. Anybody with a question or two before we're going to take a love offering here?
There's no difference.
What was his question?
The difference between rock music and soul music. There's no difference. Okay?
All right, so another question.
In the back. They didn't come up with it. That was about a hurricane that somebody named Mariah. Okay? Yeah. Yes.
What contribution to the Synthetic Church,
in the Satanist church, Christ and Jesus are the same person. Okay? No, that's the teaching. In the Satanist church, Christ, Jesus Christ, and Satan are the same person. That's the Satanist belief. And the Luciferian, they believe that Jesus Christ is the God of evil. Okay? Like we would feel about the devil, they feel about Jesus. And Lucifer, they feel towards him like we'd feel about Jesus. That's what they teach. Okay?
Odine?
I don't know what he said, but it must have been good. Well, a pastor didn't lead me. A Christian worker led me to the Lord. The person that helped rehabilitate me was Jack Taylor, but he wasn't around much because he was the pastor. He had to run around the country speaking, was actually his music director and the youth director. Ann Rowitz was the youth director, and the music director was Malcolm Granger. And I stayed with Malcolm, and him and his wife worked with me, and the youth director worked with me quite a bit. But I don't envy him. I've sat back now, and I guess I kind of blocked my mind out how bad I was. But watching all these kids go through rehabilitation, man, that was no easy job. They had to be on their knees a lot, I'll tell you. Black Sabbath. Talking about the music group or a Black Sabbath? Well, the music group got its name from it. A Black Sabbath is a witch's Sabbath, okay? It comes 8 times a year. Beltane, right, you get the first part, Beltane is their New Year's Day. That was May 1st, okay? Halloween is Shaham. That was also one of theirs. There's 8 of them, okay? And they come around the year, and it's more or less their big party day. Their super day. Now, if they're in the human sacrifice, they also do human sacrifice at the time. But it's a big time to have an orgy and a big drug party and this type of thing because everybody wiped out. That's the witch's Sabbath.
Don?
Well, not the Satanist church, but the witchcraft church is. A very, very powerful witch has a song out about witchcraft now called The Force. His name is Tom T. Hall. I just heard a very sick song recently. Somebody let me hear. It was by Tammy Wynette, and it was talking about Jesus Christ appearing on Midnight Special or something like Saturday Night something. Anyway, I'm afraid that if he appeared on that rock show, he'd probably bring the Cat of Nine Tails along with him. But some of the music, if it wasn't for witchcraft being behind rock music, I'd hate country the most. Because I don't see how Christians can listen to it when it's talking about adultery and fornication, getting drunk, cutting people up, running around with everybody else's wife, and things like this. And that's all I ever hear on it. Okay?
When?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they were referring to. Yeah, they did. No, I'm not going to tell you. Okay?
I believe Vic and then Russ.
Mm-hmm. Human sacrifice? That's pretty...
Occasion.
Oh. Particular Sabbath happened to be February the 2nd, Candlemas. Okay? What was the rest of it? Well, it's done, that particular one was done because of an initiation ceremony that was being done. Mine. But most of the cultists just practice 8 times a year if they're in the blood sacrifice. See, the lower witches believe that the power for witchcraft comes from orgies and sex. The higher witches believe it's attained by human blood. Okay?
Russ, I believe you had your hand.
It's a revolution that they have planned within the United States. Most people feel that something like that will never happen in the United States. They're lying to themselves. It will happen, and it's not very far off. Well, by 1980, there'll be... Helter-skelter's only an excuse, okay? The excuse is to be able to declare martial law. That's the whole reason for it. They promised the one side that they will be able to gain control of the United States through revolution, when the whole time is they're just simply setting them up to be able to declare martial law and suspend the Constitution. And by 1980, they plan on being under martial law. Now, I'm not saying, don't all of you start lynching me at one time. I didn't say it was going to happen. I said, this is their plan, okay? I'll leave it up to your own prayer life and watching the newspapers whether it's going to happen or not.
Maxine.
Just like most other cults. See, Jesus Christ requires just one way, only one way. The devil will use any way to keep your eyes off that one way, okay? It uses the same tactics wherever it branches to. I have no idea if he came out after I got out. I have no idea. They were backing groups like him before, the Krishners and so on. I can't see much difference between them and those two groups. So they probably back him too.
Okay, Mike and then Bob.
Yeah, the Council of Foreign Relations. Yeah, and it's inner brainchild that runs it. It's called the Trilateral Commission. Okay?
Let's see, I'll leave Bob and then Barbara.
Yeah, there's 7 principalities, about 200 powers. Then it starts getting down into lower people we never pay attention to, the lower spirits.
Barbara?
Yeah, I want to go to all just recently, about 3 weeks ago in April. The day before Jack House came to our church to speak, and the day after he left, I came, both times I came walking out of the church at Faith Baptist. One time I got in my car, started to drive off in the parking lot, about 30 people were standing around, and a passing car opened up on us with a gun. And then, that was Sunday night. Then Wednesday night of that week, I was walking out into the parking lot prior to the church letting out with a couple brothers. And when we dug the bullets out of where they hit, they had fired twice at us, and the bullets were .44 caliber, .44 Magnum. So they don't play around. And the range was so close, it was from the back of that wall to here, you know that the Lord is in it. It really makes you appreciate His divine protection, let me tell you. Ruth? That world takeover plan ended with World War III. But one of the teachings is that when Lucifer sets up his kingdom, okay, that through World War III, most of the civilized world as it exists now will be in rubble. And the one protected capital that they have purposely kept all missiles away from both sides, is Jerusalem. And they plan on using Jerusalem to set up from there, okay? Do they believe that Adam's original home, or the Garden of Eden, rests where Jerusalem is? So they're going to rule from there.
Mike and then Robin, we better let that maybe very quick.
The church that I attend, and a member of it, Faith Baptist in Canoga Park, Dr. Rasmussen. The work where it's at, the house, has got to remain a sound. Okay? Very well. All of our church walk around, people trying to find out where it's at, and everybody, shh. It's like the unspeakable secret. Okay? Everybody knows, but nobody says. He was a member of the Process Church of the Final Judgment, which in California is called Universal Church Triumphant Summit International. They always like these names. Okay?
Okay, let's see. Randy?
Not anymore. I try to keep out of communication as much as possible with them. My foster mother has a huge contract on my life, and my brother's trying to collect it, so I try to stay away from them.
By the way, Randy, you cannot communicate with them. You communicate with demons. They imitate them. They cannot speak to you. Let's see. Yes, brother.
Oh, I could. You mean in counting all 8 Sabbaths, say last year, from May 1st to May 1st, probably 500, and that's only a guess. I'm probably way under.
Dwayne has one of his books, Chick Publication, I believe it is, and it's made up like a comic book. It tells you, here it is.
Broken Crop. That's the one I wrote.
This is the one that tells you one of their main methods of how they get victims to offer up in blood sacrifice. All right, Robin, I think we better let this be it.
Okay, give me about a minute on this here.
Repeat her.
Okay, you heard at a Christian school. What one? Oh, okay. You heard that C.S. Lewis was a Christian, right? Okay. First of all, Christian Accelerated Schools, as what I'm about to tell you, have investigated what I said. Christian Accelerated Education, and because of it, are now ordering all their schools to ban Lewis's work. They checked into it very carefully. So did my pastor, because he was getting hit very hard with it. He found everything I said to be true. When a witch is ready to be initiated, she must not just read, but she must study the complete works of Lewis, fictional works. Lewis has said that the way to God is like a hallway with many doors. They all lead to him. Okay? Now, the fictional works of Lewis are very real to witches. They're not fictional, they're history to witches. They really believe them. Okay? They believe their guidelines. Now, Lewis was a member of the Golden Dawn. Now, that's been proven. Along with a fellow brother of the same coven named Tolkien, who wrote The Hobbit. They were in the same time. Now, the Golden Dawn is the private church that the Rothschilds must pick every member of that church personally. It's in London. The oldest coven in the world. Okay? That's Lewis. Whether he says he's a Christian or not, that doesn't mean anything. That's where Christians are making their terrible mistake.
Could it be that he was like that, and like yourself, he got converted, now he is no longer that?
He would have had to tell it. When Lewis' name was on the Golden Dawn records right up to the time that I got out. I mean, there's no betrayal there. He never did leave them. Okay? I want to say something real quick that will answer this. Many people supposedly are getting saved from the Manson family and from other things. Let me tell you something real quick so there will be no misunderstanding. If you come out of the occult, you come out of the Masons, you come out anything of the Illuminati, there's one distinct thing. Anywhere there's a vow of secrecy, that vow of secrecy must be broken. Not in part, complete. When somebody breaks their complete vow of secrecy, they're out. But until they do, they're not out. Okay?
Charlene, this is it.
That's right.
Written in double what?
Witch's language. That's exactly right. Okay.
Did you hear his question? How do Masons relate to all of this?
Okay.
Listen closely, you Masons.
Council 13 is the highest council in the Illuminati. The council right below it is the Council of 33. That's called the Grand Masters. There are the 33 highest Masons in the world. To be a member of the Council of 33, you must take a human life in a ceremony to prove your worthiness. We have in our hands copies, and Chick Publications is releasing this in their new book, Angel of Light. Copies of a 32nd, 33rd level book which proclaims Jesus Christ, the God of brutality and sin and evil, and Lucifer, the God of love, beauty, and peace, and the true God. Yeah, a little shocking, huh? Different from the way it's portrayed. But don't be mad at the lower Masons. It also says in the same book that the lower Masons are sheep to be sheared. Now, many Masons are getting saved through our message, lower and higher, because they recognize when I, and I didn't tonight, gave my initiation to become a witch, and my vow of secrecy is the same as theirs, all the way through, the same, no different. Now, Masons were started by the Illuminati. It's all through our history that they're tied with the Illuminati. Their rights are witchcraft rights when witchcraft had to go underground. We've had people come in and tear up their membership cards and get right with the Lord, mainly because, if you didn't know this, Charles Finney was a Mason, and when he got saved, he said, I can't be a Mason and be a Christian. It is impossible because the vows I must take are non-Christian vows, okay? People are getting saved right and left, and they all have one thing to say. When they leave the Masons, the reason they didn't leave before is they were afraid of what the Masons would do to them. Now, if it is a good group, why are people afraid to leave it?
Can you make things funny without using four-letter words and so forth and so on? It's as if Eddie Murphy said he understood it, but he wouldn't write back to using four-letter words throughout his entire show. So we have to clean that up.
How about any of the black men in the audience this morning? Have you ever had experiences where when you take off the coat and tie, you're treated differently?
Yes.
Carlton?
Howard?
I'm sorry, Emmett. Or,
definitely. I'm involved in politics, and as I'm dressed now, I'm treated a lot different than when I had my tie on.
How are you treated differently?
Well, take for instance, if you're walking down the street, and I grew up in a white environment most of my life. If I'm by myself and I'm walking around white people, they're going to look at me strangely, as if I've done something, whether I've done it or not. But I wanted to ask a question that I want the gentleman to address, as far as the media and government, how they downgrade our leadership, and also our government, how they spend more money putting our brothers and sisters in jail, and as far as not taking care of the educational part. I think that's a root of our problem as far as black America.
Education.
I'd like to reinforce that America spends $2,300 on Head Start. To reinforce your point, they spend $20,000 to $38,000 on prison. So I believe we need to raise the right questions. How long do you stay in Head Start? Year? 2 years at the most? How long do you stay in prison? The rest of your life? Question number one. Question number two, which one works? A longitudinal study documents that Head Start works. But in terms of prison, 85% of inmates to get released go right back in. So as Jesse Jackson says, we have two choices, middle-class white America. You can either send me to Penn State or the state pen.
Carlton.
I don't expect institutions in America to project positive black male images. Black male images are created through revolution, through fighting to change the kind of oppressive conditions that have existed here and that exist. And the positive images that we all can be very proud of are movers such as Dr. Martin Luther King, and historically not the Private Turner, Denmark Vesey.
What about the Black Panthers, Huey?
The Black Panther Party, notwithstanding.
Wasn't that a great boost to the black men in this country?
Well, we think so. And of course, we were wiped out systematically. There were about 1 million pages of information compiled upon me alone. I don't know how many millions of illegal I don't know how many illegal break-ins, but I know I suffered at least 20 or 30 illegal break-ins. There were FBI documents that falsified bank records sent around, and the bank records were then sent around to our supporters. There were character assassinations. Everything.
You scared people, Huey. The Black Panthers scared people.
Anytime the black man attempts to change the slave image, he will scare white people. So the Black Panther Party, I thank you. When you said that we scared people, that means that we were creating a positive black image for ourselves.
Carlton, you were an original Panther also, correct?
I was one of the original members of Huey's defense team when he was first charged with the murder of Officer Fry and the assault on Officer Haynes. I have many comments to make, and I'm not going to be able to make them all. But I would like to make them in order of importance. We are celebrating Martin Luther King's birthday today. I think that we should be, at some point, considering making Huey P. Newton's birthday a national holiday. When I first came to the Bay Area from Chicago, I was appalled at the way the police were oppressing black people in the ghetto. And the only man who had the guts to stand up was Huey P. Newton, along with his associate Bobby Seale. I was very proud of his actions. I thought that Martin Luther King taught us how to pray and how to arouse the conscience of our oppressor. And I thought that Huey P. Newton taught us how to stand up to our oppressor. And for that, I think he should be accorded a national holiday.
Okay, thank you, Carlton. You did a nice job with that.
Bravada.
Hi, I grew up in San Francisco in the Hunters Point Naval Projects, and I could remember being about 6 or 7, and we had an area for the Black Panthers up in Hunters Point, and I felt so protected that they were there. I felt that I could go outside, and everything was beauty. The black people were together in Hunters Point, and when we had that big riot on 3rd Street, everybody began stealing from each other. Not at that point, but it's just like we lost our togetherness. We lost it.
Now that you look back over the entire Black Panther movement, are you buoyed by it? I mean, was it a real positive experience? You think it worked?
I think that we accomplished some of the goals that we set out for. Of course, that blacks are not free in the United States to this very day, so we have not accomplished freedom. But I hope that we laid down a history that we contributed to the continuing struggle for freedom.
Let's take a commercial break. We'll be back.
The Nation of Islam, because it needs all of those groups, all of those movements, just to start to make a dent in the kind of twisted mentality white people have in this country.
Why aren't they being started
from the upper class to the middle class? Because they all
Rita has a comment here.
By the situation of black oppression, one way or another, even when they don't want to.
You know how we can start today?
Well, no, let's let our audience have some comment.
Well, you have more time than I have, and you just in the audience. You have more time. Why don't you come up here? You have more time than I have, and you just in the audience. That's probably true.
My feeling is that as a black woman and a mother, it is my responsibility as what I see myself as the first teacher of a nation. I consider myself to be a part of the black nation. And my responsibility as a mother is to teach my son the reality and the truth of the world as it exists. Not only my son, but any child that comes into my environment. If I see a kid walking down the street and it's raining, he's got his coat on his shoulder, sweetheart, put your coat on your back. Okay, if I see a child disrespecting an adult, he doesn't have to be my child, but I will correct him. And that is our responsibility as black women and women as a whole. We are the first teachers of our children who become our nation.
Let's look at these scriptures right here. This is very, very important. Why? Then you're going to hear this constantly over and over. Yahweh Ben said. It's right here. All right? Job 9:24, right? When the land falls into the hands of the wicked, he blindfolds its judges, right? And this is the question. If not he, then who is it?
We all like you here, you know that. But you're a nigger, and a lawyer is no realistic goal for a nigger.
But why, Mr. Ostrowski? I get the best grades in class. I got voted class president. I want to be a lawyer.
Now, I want you to think about something that you can be.
But even after African Americans began to be a part of the political process, the state legislatures of the South passed more and more and more restrictive measures which were effectively designed to criminalize black life. to make it essentially impossible for any African American man who didn't live under the explicit protection of some white landowner to not be in violation of some law at almost all times. And the kinds of things we're talking about are absurd to modern ears, but it was a crime in the South for a farm worker to walk beside a railroad. It was a crime in the South to speak loudly in the company of white women. It was a crime to sell the products of your farm after dark, almost anywhere in the South. There were reasons, there were sort of odd logics behind almost all of these laws, and none of them said that they applied exclusively to African Americans. But overwhelmingly, they were only ever enforced against African Americans because the explicit intent, when I say the intent was explicit, it was. In the Constitutional Convention of Alabama in 1901, when a new constitution was passed, which effectively ended all black participation in political life and public life in Alabama, the discussions around the drafting of these laws were very open about the intention to make it impossible for black men to participate in mainstream American life in any meaningful way. But the most powerful, the most damaging of all of these laws were the vagrancy statutes, where in every southern state, it became a crime, or you became a criminal, if you could not prove at any given moment that you were employed. What white Southerners then discovered was that this was also an extraordinarily effective way of intimidating African Americans away from the new civil rights they had obtained as a result of the 13th Amendment and the end of the Civil War. These laws passed to force them back into labor also intimidated them away from the political process, or could be used to intimidate them away from the political process. And so by the end of the 19th century, on the basis of these two strategies of white Southerners, enormous populations of African Americans had been returned to a state of de facto slavery and had been effectively pushed completely, entirely out of the political process, and they would not return for 6 decades.
Across the South after the Reconstruction period, state legislatures also focused on one of the most innovative solutions to the problem of black freedom in this period. That is that they focused on changing criminal statutes for the purposes of widening the net to allow for greater discretion in policing black behavior. White Southerners were absolutely horrified and outraged by the reality that people they had once owned were now their equals. The plain and simple fact was that for them, the world had literally been turned upside down. And in every way possible, they attempted to turn that world right side up again. That is, to put it back to what it had once been. One of the most infamous set of laws to come out of this period were the pig laws. And the pig laws passed in Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, focused on enhancing penalties for what had once been a misdemeanor now becomes a felony. And in a sense, the simple taking of livestock, and I put quotes around taking because in many of these cases, African Americans were entitled to the very fruits of their labor that they were being cheated out of. But when they defiantly claimed those things, which could be pigs, could be chickens, could be the instruments of the field, the hoe, a plow, as something as their own, they were subject to felony offenses now. And those felony offenses gave far more leverage over landowners to threaten prosecution if African Americans did not give back or concede to their demands. And so across the South, we see gradually in the 1870s a growing population of prisoners in southern states. And one indice of that was in the state of Alabama, for example, in the 1850s, 99% of the state's prisoners were white. By the 1870s, 85% of Alabama's prisoners are black. And so overnight, literally in historical time, we see a tremendous explosion of incarceration of African Americans.
Between emancipation and 1874, this is a period of a great deal of violence, uncertainty, and conflict in the South. There's no other way to describe. We call it the Reconstruction era. But really, on a local level, this is all about conflicts over independence and equality between blacks and whites. And the legal system plays an important role in this. The black codes were taken from the old slave codes, and these were laws that were meant to apply solely to black people. And they were laws that made it a crime, again, to be out after a certain hour for possessing a weapon of any kind. Vagrancy was one. Let's say you had a skill as a slave. You wanted to be a barber, or you wanted to have your own shop, or even if a black woman wanted to be a laundress, you had to have a permit. and you had to pay money to get that permit. And if you were operating without a permit, you could be arrested under the black codes. These laws varied from state to state, but they all had the same purpose, which was to subject the freed people to their own particular kinds of control. You have people being arrested on charges from the black codes and put to work on the streets. And this is before the big convict leasing system emerges. These are all local laws. If you're arrested for vagrancy, if you're arrested for theft, if you're arrested for larceny, these are tried in local courts. These are not tried in federal courts. These are tried in local courts. There is actually very little that the federal government can do to intervene in these kinds of situations. That this was really a tool that was used to keep blacks in fear and also to curtail their independence. It's very common in newspapers, local county newspapers, for the press to describe who's in the local jail. And they'll say 73 in the Dallas County Jail, all Negro. So many people arrested for theft, all Negro. Now, these were meant to convey an idea that former slaves were inherently criminal. But what they really show is that whites didn't have to worry about the power of the law when it came to their behavior. It's inevitable that the combination of the legacy of slavery and the power placed in the hands of whites, these laws are going to be disproportionately used against black people, and they were.
You're good with your hands, making things. People would give you work. I would myself. Why don't you become a carpenter? That's a good profession for a color. Wasn't your pa a carpenter? Jesus was a carpenter. People like you as a person. You're doing real well. Remember what we said. Nothing succeeds like success. Let me hear it.
Nothing succeeds like success.
Right. As long as you're realistic.
And to confront the system. Americans like to go on about money being money, neither black or white, but green. But when the hand holding the money is white, and the head connected to the hand is mired in the same old racist attitudes, it amounts to the same old yassa boss, show enough boss, racist stereotypes.
Yes, Miss Maggie.
Yes, Miss Maggie.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes, Miss Maggie.
Yes, Miss Maggie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Say what? In the old films and the new was like the difference in the supposedly liberal North's treatment of the Negro and the openly hostile South, which didn't bother to hide its prejudice or its disdain. At least down south, lynch mobs notwithstanding, you knew where you stood.
Did you hear me call you? No, sir. I sure didn't. You deaf? No, sir. I ain't deaf.
Hollywood even did one called Black Like Me.
Were you calling me? I heard you calling boy, but I didn't think you were calling me.
Where a white actor plays a white man who puts on shoe polish or something like that to experience what a black man had to go through.
Well, what's the big idea?
I want to find out what it's like to be a Negro in the South.
You kidding?
No.
How was this possible? I mean, how could Hollywood operate with such impunity? This was with the Cold War raging, mind you, with the Russians looking for any chink in democracy's armor. How could America set itself up as a bastion of liberty and equality on one hand and treat its colored citizens so shabbily on the silver screen and get away with it? Well, this brings us to the peculiar plight of the Negro in America. Although population-wise there are more black people in the United States than most European nations, they are in the minority, outnumbered by a margin of 10-1 by the whites. But most importantly, the control of the media and the flow of information about life in these United States to the outside world remains almost exclusively in white hands. Get it? Once there was a world in Negro hands, the tiny world of independent black films. In the South, the American version of apartheid segregation was still the law, and there were more than 300 all-black movie houses. From the early days of silent film to shortly after the Second World War, a span of nearly 50 years, marginalized by the lack of distribution, a fragile but feisty independent black cinema existed.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Wilson. My best wishes on your birthday.
My friends have congratulated me already. Good wishes. Does wishes mean good, filling my daughter's head with ideas about leaving me?
Please, Pa. But, Mr. Wilson, you're a big man. You can see that the work down south needs people like Owen.
Black movies made by African-American filmmakers were extremely popular with black audiences, tired of seeing themselves portrayed as slaves, servants, hussies, mammies, loafers, or dumb bucks subject to run amok. These were the only films that portrayed them as human beings. And like everybody else, they were desperate to see themselves as heroic. And they ate it up.
Black Manhattan. What a place.
You really love Harlem, don't you, Paul?
Yes, there's so much to be done here.
I made them myself. They have a little kick in them, but not too much. She's a lucky woman, that Sister Minnie is. Yes, and she's got such a good man for her.
Many of these old films were racist in their own right. The myth of white supremacy was so pervasive that the African-American filmmakers accepted it, treating blacks themselves as a culture or class category rather than a racial one, with the heroes and heroines invariably lighter skinned than the villains.
What's the big idea, fella? If you didn't have that gun, I'd show you.
Independent African-American cinema has never been significant in the United States, neither in the number produced or the means of distribution or the audience eventually reached. I never even saw an independent black film growing up, and I grew up in a black ghetto on the south side of Chicago. I only became familiar with Oscar Micheaux and Spencer Williams and the other early pioneers years later when, on becoming a student of film, I heard rumors of these lost masterpieces and tracked them down. But the purely black cinema was driven out of business by two market forces. Primo, the rising cost of making a movie, and Duzio, the shrinking number of theaters where the movies, thanks to the end of segregation, could be screened. Yeah, progress. The so-called golden era of independent black. Anyhow, guess who's coming to dinner is about a black man's engagement to a white woman.
That's the story of, that's the glory of love.
Equality, huh? Never mind that the black guy was a scientist, a Nobel Prize candidate, a Pulitzer Prize winning butter wouldn't melt in his mouth type. The powers dominating Hollywood were not only race-specific, totally white, it was gender-specific, totally male. Not that things have changed that much. There's a continuing stream of books documenting the mistreatment of actresses at the hands of the macho, misogynist moguls of Hollywood, the inequities in pay, parts, power, etc. Endless epics of the second-class treatment of women.
T-Bone, you're too little and too late.
And these were white women.
Dig me, baby.
You're wasting your time right now, son.
If things were tough for a white woman, they were draconian for a black woman.
I poked his head
However, rarely are black actresses even mentioned in the books about Hollywood's exploitation of its females.
Give it to me.
Well, I've got a living child in me.
You let that nigga knock you up?
Nobody but you. This is your baby, Willie Joe. All yours. And you know, he just might be about as white as you.
Still gonna be a nigga.
Yes, Daddy. And he's gonna be something.
Emma?
Out in the street, the rumbling was growing louder and louder, and the marches were losing their gentility. In Hollywood, the unions decided to open their doors to minorities, and each one hired a minority or two and told them if they'd be Hollywood had discovered that if they used a black guy as part of the group of good guys in an action movie, putting them somewhere in the posse or platoon and not killing them off too soon, the Negro audiences came in droves.
Come on! Jefferson bastard! Come on, Jefferson!
The only problem was Hollywood wasn't too fond of having a virile, lusty black guy running around. And when it came to sexual matters, they figured, well, why take a chance? So Hollywood split the difference.
I'll take him.
Driver, oh no, for you I want only the best, Lady Helena.
They used Negro hunks, okay.
I'll take the big black one.
But whenever there was a white woman around, he had to lurk in the distance. Sometimes they had us around to be taken in by white con men. But outside of that, well...
Had a mighty hard time, but I'm on my way. Had a mighty hard time, but I'm on my way. It's a mighty hard climb, but I'm on my way. On my way, glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way.
We were personas non gratas.
That's your freedom. You're a free man, Jeff.
Unless it was absolutely necessary to the story. And if it were, there we would be up there bumbling but loyal, ready to die at the drop of a hat for our master or mistress.
Thank you, sir. Colonel Boy, you say I'm a free man?
That's right.
Well, if I'm free, then I got a right to decide what I'm going to do. Seems to me that's what you men are fighting for. So I reckon I'll stay.
Lay quiet, Hook.
Oh, but they'll catch you, Jim. Please let me down. You gotta go free. You gotta get back to your wife and Joey. Put me down, Jim.
We've got to get you to a doctor, Hook.
Oh, Jim. Don't. No, Jim.
The actual behavior of a Negro character in any given film might seem to be predicated on the dramatic needs of that film. But through the accumulation of similar images from a zillion such films, the same behavior repeated in film after film, shot after shot, a less benign picture emerges.
Kill him. Kill him. Well, what's the matter now? Kill him!
Kill him, you imbecile!
Kill him!
Kill him!
Kill him!
You're gonna make somebody a fine old lady one day.
While making concessions to the Negro's progress in society at large, American movies clung tenaciously to the cliches of the past in one form or the other. All in all, it was business as usual. The concessions Hollywood made were only tactical in nature. The strategic goal remained the same: to protect the status quo, perpetuate the myth of white supremacy, and thereby undermine the Negro's struggle for equality in the United States.
But the brothers and sisters were growing impatient with waiting for equality. They took to the streets in orderly marches. But good old Hollywood only heard the rumblings as a business opportunity.
One studio decided to do a movie about what they were sure black audiences wanted more than anything in the world: every Negro's secret desire, the jewel in the crown, so to speak: intermarriage. The studio figured they had a box office bonanza. Of course, they billed it as a great step forward for equality. Without much trouble, one can see the legacy of the Negro images of the past still reflected in the films today. You've still got a supposedly black movie actually being a thinly disguised showcase for white cleverness and/or the entire paternalistic white social structure. You still got the Negro being saved by the liberal white man.
All South Africans.
A few precious seconds of black humanity to the silver screen. All that wonderful talent wasted. Well, hopes dashed or dreams deferred. You still had to eat. And if you were a black actor in Hollywood, that meant you tossed a spear, cooked somebody for dinner, or took a bullet. Or you brought a drink, or carried a plate.
Haven't I repeatedly told you not to cut up the morning paper until I've had a chance to look at it?
Maybe you had to stay after school, Huck.
Well, did I act like that when I graduated from high school? Pretty much.
I don't have to row, do I?
2 furrows.
Who elected Mr. Rittenhouse?
Mr. Rittenhouse. Rid to you.
You think he's capable?
Sure.
Does he always leave so early?
Oh, he never. Well, he's got a girl up to the Blue Parrot. Goes up there all the time.
The only ray of hope was Sam.
You used to be a much better liar, son.
You remember the colored piano player in Casablanca?
You bad luck, Tom.
Play it, Sam.
It was the first time I ever remembered seeing a black character go through an entire movie without having to kiss ass.
I'll hum it for you.
In the ghetto, the people were so proud that they would make the projection stop the film and run Sam's part over and over and over again.
Sing it, Sam.
You must remember this. A kiss is just a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh.
Throughout the history of Hollywood, there were 3 sanctuaries from more virulent racism. One place was, ironically, the Hollywood version of an all-black movie.
You see, the trouble with you is, what I mean is, when it comes to women, you just don't know, or else...
Man, you're rambling. What hit you?
Look at that gal standing over there. There's nothing like that in that book you was talking about.
Better not be.
Have you been redeemed?
The second place, sometimes anyway, where blacks were allowed their dignity was the church, the pulpit being considered a trusted ally in the subjugation of black brains. At least that is until the civil rights movement began. Anyway, Negroes were given a bit of leeway to swagger and feel good about themselves when attending to religious matters.
Let the fish fry proceed.
Entertainment was the third sanctuary of dignity. Outside of being required to mug it up, the Negro entertainers were encouraged to do their routines, strut their stuff, to sing and dance their hearts out.
Got misery, misery I can't lose.
Now you will hear a song you all like by a singer you all like, Miss Lena Horne.
I'm going to buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellas cannot steal. And all those flirty, flirty guys.
These black routines were kept incidental to the plot, so that if the cavorting darkies were too uppity for some southern white theater owner, the offending section could be edited out of the film without disrupting the flow of the story.
I'm going to buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellas cannot steal. And all those flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real.
End of song, beginning of story.
These black routines were systematically scrutinized by white producers looking for something hot. And no sooner had a black person created something new than it was preempted by the whites, who claimed it as their own. To add insult to injury, if a white character came upon a group of blacks doing their routine, the white person immediately took stage center and began to teach them how to correctly execute what had been stolen from them in the first place.
Why, it's Gabriel!
As far as Hollywood was concerned, anything a black person could do, even if he'd been doing it since birth, could be done better by a white person in 3 seconds.
Just
Not only that, blacks were required to stand around grinning and shaking their kinky heads in amazement. Lord of mercy, look a little massa, look a little missy.
Look at that gal sugar.
Well, these films didn't exactly set the box offices on fire with the colored audiences.
Tell me slow, tell me I'm crazy, maybe
Hollywood threw up its hands and declared that the colored audience was
Dice, your papa talking to you now, Dice. Come on.
And the watermelons are that way. Oh, Willie.
Yes, Mr. Cook.
And the chicken house is over there.
Chicken house?
Uh-huh.
What am I waiting for?
I don't know.
Me either. Tally-ho.
What you say? You ain't getting fresh with me, is you, colored boy?
Funny, huh?
Don't you give me none of that double talk.
Well,
You hear me?
what some folks find funny, others find tragic.
Well, you keep still, okay?
Oh, wait. Alex. Honest, it's me.
Why is he so scared?
No, I ain't, boss.
Why are we always so scared? Well, wouldn't you be? I did say we. I'm black, you see. Tell you what, you take those rose-colored glasses off, and I'll loan you a special pair of colored folks' shoes. Let's see how they feel to you. Come on. Take a little stroll with me.
Didn't I tell you to bring this water?
That's right, it was you.
When I first became aware of movies messing with my mind, I must have been around 12 or 13. It was around the end of the Second World War. Oh, they'd been messing with my mind before that, but I just wasn't aware of it. A bad name.
Tanks and planes and guns on top.
Anyhow, in the effort to win the war, the government had done a lot of flag waving to unite the nation. There was a lot of talk about the United States being a democracy, a wave or two of which lapped up onto the shores of Hollywood. Hence the promise of movies depicting Negro characters more honestly, more dignified, i.e., the new Negro.
Private Morse reporting for duty, sir. The special assignment.
If Hollywood invented the new Negro, it meant it had invented the old Negro in the first place.
Question about racism in Hollywood films, everybody likes to put the blame on D.W. Griffith and his Birth of a Nation. A cinematic masterpiece in the first Hollywood blockbuster, it was filled with dancing, chicken chomping, raping, quaking darkies. Birth of a Nation? Well, that's a lot of crap.
From the very, very beginning, there was racism in American movies.
Even in old Thomas Edison's first images, back at the birth of cinema, blacks were only presented as stereotypes or caricatures. And it sure didn't stop there.
Is that you, Forky?
If you ask Hollywood about it, they would maintain it was all in the name of art. No harm being done, just a little good, clean fun. Well, maybe kinda, sorta if you're white. No harm being done, good, clean fun.
The white folks in Hollywood really ruled the roost. They drew Negroes any way they wanted to. They even put on charcoal when they felt like doing something extra stupid. And played at being black, too.
Now we is all sisters under the skin.
Implicit to me is that they knew what they were doing all along.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, monsieur. Yes, ma'am.
Yasser, Miss Bellman.
Yes, Miss Maggie.
Yes, sir.
Looking over one's shoulder at the old treatment of the Negro, the new treatment was an improvement. Relatively speaking, of course.
Wesley Epps, Private, 3rd Engineer Battalion.
The characters were a tiny bit more three-dimensional.
From officers, Sergeant. We got the explosive necessary to fix that bridge? Private Matowski and me kind of made a special collection.
I alone escaped. It was then I captured this man to carry my pack.
What is your name?
Sergeant Major Tamboo, 4th Sudanese Battalion.
Tinseltown went strutting around with its chest poked out, feeling all proud of itself about how liberal it was being in recognizing the Negro. Besides, they weren't worried because of the golden rule. The American golden rule, that is. He who has the gold makes the rules.
It's up to you, Ben. If you say no...
If it's no, I want the money right away. And I hold you responsible, Arnold.
Sometimes in new Negro movies, we were allowed to dress normal and even act as equals.
People don't count with you, do they, Mr. Robertson? You've been square with me, Arnold. I'll fight Davis.
Okay, Mr. Roberts.
Blacks became a vehicle for a moral lesson about justice or tolerance.
I said get up and walk.
But Doc, you know I can't.
Always with a sympathetic central white character to mediate the experience of the black one.
Moss, get up and walk. You dirty nigger, get up and walk. In the new Negro movies, the white character, a doctor or teacher or something like that, carried forward the same paternalistic attitude that kindly old slave owners and little Miss Shirley Temple were famous for in the old Negro movies.
Another new Negro movie was Pinky.
Pinky?
Slang term for a light-skinned Negro who passes for white, played by a white actress.
Pinky child.
There are a lot of light-skinned blacks, since in the States, by law, a few drops of African blood means you are a Negro.
My Pinky.
She falls in love with a white guy, a real white guy, offers to take her away as long as she doesn't tell anybody about being colored. She turns him down, but all is not lost, because a kindly old white lady leaves the plantation to Pinky when she dies.
You're addicted to the truth like you pretend. Wherever you are, be yourself.
What am I then? You tell me. You're the ones that set the standards, you whites. You're the ones that judge people by the color of their skins. Well, by your own standards, by the only ones that matter to you. I'm as white as you are. That's why you all hate me. What should I do, dye my face? Grovel and shovel, say yasm and know him.
Shut up, girl.
Oh, excuse me, sir, but why are you two white men mamming her? She's nothing but a low-down colored gal. I tried to steal my man. Make him stop.
You heard what she said. He's got to slap her down. Unless it's true.
Yes, it's true. I'm colored. My grandmother's Mrs. Dicey Johnson.
Mrs. Dicey Johnson. I ought to slap them both down cheap.
Then there was Lost Boundaries. A light-skinned Negro played once again by a white actor passes himself off as a real bona fide white man to become a doctor.
What should I do with this, Doctor? I can't ship it with the others.
What's wrong with it?
It came from somebody's chauffeur, and he's as black as your hat. We could refuse him, but of course we can't mix his with the white plasma.
And why can't we, Miss Richmond?
Well, they certainly wouldn't do it where I come from.
We do it here.
There'll be criticism if I do.
There'll be worse if you don't.
Eventually, the truth comes out and he's ostracized by the white folks.
I'm part Negro, Howard. So's your mother. That makes you a Negro, too.
But I'm white.
No. We're all Negroes.
Most of the new films trotted out for the edification of us colored masses dealt with what was called the Negro problem. Hell, it always seemed more like a white problem to me.
They treated the question of white supremacy with a little more sophistication. But it was the same old racism. Intruder in the dust. An old black man. Okay, because he's old and past his sexual prime. Is saved by a white boy from a rabid southern lynch mob who fade gently into the night without a whimper once they realized the old black guy was being framed. I guess the moral is that lynch mobs are okay. They're just out to do the right thing like anybody else.
Proud, stubborn, insufferable. But there he goes, the keeper of my conscience.
Our conscience, Uncle John.
All righty then. So now, let's get at it. Because now we're hearing a lot of so-called teachers, and we hear a lot of so-called leaders and our elders recommending Israel go get in line to go get a death shot. Yahweh didn't recommend that, family. All right? So either your teacher was just unprepared and too proud to tell you he was unprepared and then prepare you, all right? We talking about to be here with Yahweh, right? Because this is where Yahweh gonna meet you at, right here, in your heart, right? Which is your inner man, your inner woman, right? Facts, all right? So Isaiah 36:6. Look, I know you are dependent on Egypt, all right? That splendor reed of a staff, which pierces the hand of anyone who leans on it, such as Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who depends on him. All right? That's right. Look, you are trusting in the staff of this broken reed, Egypt, on which if a man leans, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who trust in him. Ezekiel 29:16. Egypt will no longer be a source of confidence for the people of Israel, but will, right? But will be a reminder of their sin and turning to her for help. Then they will know that I am the sovereign Yahweh. All right? The sovereign Lord Yahweh. All right? Elohim, Zaba'awa, Yahweh host. All right? A man of war. We ain't supposed to be going to Egypt for no type of help, family. We already know what's going to happen. Come on now. Yahweh telling us not to go to Egypt for anything. Right? This is what he's saying. We will go back. We're going to take it back. Isaiah 36:6. Now you depending on Egypt for help? Really? Really? Come on, family. Hey, Yahweh did not ordain Israel to take a death shot. Facts. Now, and we're going to start, we mainly dealing with, the main attack is on the men. That's just a fact. It's just a fact. All right? But we're going to start out, all right, with the daughters of Zion. All right? We have to. All right? All right? Because this is sick and twisted and demonic place that we keep leaning on. It has no empathy, no sympathy, no compassion for her slaves. Facts. All right? Facts. All right? So now, let's just deal with it. This right here is J. Marion Sims. That's who this devil is. All right? And the rest of the, nevertheless, the main devil right here. All right? Sims. Right? J. Sims. All right? He's the one they call him father gynecology. Right? So when the sisters have to go and see the gynecologist, all right, this is the father of torturing them right here with the daughters of Zion. And he used the daughters of Zion to come up with all his wicked concepts. All right? But this is the thing, family. We won't need all these medicines and all these things like that once we get back to Yahweh, his covenant, his teachings. We need all these other, of course we'll need some type of aid to cure the dis-ease because your body is not at ease, all right? And it won't ever be at ease because you keep listening to the Luciferians and the witchcraft practitioners on what Yahweh already laid out in his teachings, which is the Torah, which is the Torah, and his covenant that he made with Israel. Talking about you, family. Not dealing with the other nations right now. The ones that cleave, you come on in. You know what you're supposed to do, right? You don't run nothing, right? You just come in and to be relearned. That's all you coming in to do. You're not coming in to teach nothing. We here and we see brothers allowing the strangers to come in, and the strangers come in, and next thing you know, they talking about they finna go and do their own thing. That's not how this go. That's not cleaving to Israel either. That's wicked. That's still the stranger being proud. All right? Facts. Facts. Right? And this is why we say Brother Zamar is one of the most despised Hebrews in Israel. All right? You know, we don't get no pleasure off of it. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. All right? And so, yeah, we could promote the channel and the pages and all that. No. Look, seek and search and find. That's what it is, family. All right? It's hard work, really. Gathering these things and getting it together to bring it to you. You have no idea. Still, we do it because Yahweh commanded us to do it, and we love Almighty Yahweh God, and we love our people. That's just what it is. And so, yeah, we know it's at stake, but we riding with truth, and we ride with the true light, which is this Tanakh and this Torah and Yahweh's tabernacle. You know, yeah, all of the heathens and all them other guys, they got an altar and all of that. Satan got an altar. So what? He got angels too and helpers too. So what? That doesn't justify or solidify your God or denounce Yahweh in any way, shape, or form. Right? All that proves is wine is a mockery, like Yahweh said. All right? And the family stuck on these other gods, which are not gods. These are facts. So family keep running up to Egypt. You keep trying to run up to Egypt and deal with Pharaoh and his horses. You know, you're dealing with man, not Yahweh. You're dealing with, let's get the scriptures. Let the scriptures speak. Show. Right? Isaiah 30:4. Though they have officials in Zon, and that, right? For his princes were at Zon, and his ambassadors came to Hanes. That's right. Right? Isaiah 30:5. Everyone will be put to shame because of a people useless to them, who brings neither help nor advantage, but only shame and disgrace. Everyone will be put to shame because of a people useless to them. All right? Everyone. Because the family waiting on Egypt, depending on Egypt. All right? Everyone will be put to shame because of a people useless to them, who brings neither help nor advantage, but only shame and disgrace. All Egypt has brought to us, family. So to be sitting up here talking about you gonna go and get in line to get that death shot, you gotta be out your doggone mind. Hold on. See? See, this is what's going on. And see, this right here is part of that Trace Act. All right? And now, just like how you heard the ex-Illuminatis, John Todd, you heard him say that they're trying to do whatever they can do to kick this martial law off. So, of course, they're going to be sitting there talking about they're going to give you all kind of stimulus checks and all this and that, because they're going to bankrupt that mug. They're going to say, ain't no more money in there. We don't have no more. We got to go with this now. We're going to put your money on this right here. This is going to be your money right here. All right? And if you ain't got no money, you're going to be broke. So, all right? That's right. So this is what they got going on. All right? Part of the Trace Act. All right? What Trace stand for? To trace, reach, and contact everyone. That's right. That's right. That's right. You thinking you getting that. See? That's right. Part of that Trace Act. Uh-huh. And then you got the cult leaders out here talking about go and get a death shot. Which one, Joker? Which one? Which one your cult leader wants you to go and take? All right? All of them making you sick. All these jokers are making you sick. All of them. So which one your cult leader wants you to take? Man, go and study, family. Go and do some research. All right? Now, see this right here? This is what brothers of mine have been trying to explain to you and tell you. All right? You see this antenna right here on this chip that's going to be inside this microchip? Now, that antenna, all right, is going to have the same frequency for that nuke. All right? That nuke is going to have the same frequency. It's going to dial right in. Y'all, we're going to make sure. All right? This is what time it is, family. You have to wake up. This ain't no play. This ain't no play. You supposed to be studying to show yourself approved. All right? And trust in Yahweh. All right? Yahweh host. Come back to Yahweh. All right? All right, see, but this antenna right here, it's gonna be attached to that nuke. That's right. And that nuke gonna find it. All right? That's right. Put that chip up in you and see if not that doggone nuke find that chip, which is gonna be inside you. Ain't nowhere you gonna hide. Nowhere. Not anywhere. Yeah, but your co-leader, he telling you to go and get in line and get that death shot. And they don't even know, they don't even have a vaccine. They ain't even got a cure. All right? Straight up. They don't. How you, man, you got to be bugged out. And this is why Yahweh said, what'd he say? Right? This is what he say. Why? This is why he say what he say. Nothing. All right? Rahel, the do nothing. All right? Yahweh didn't ordain Israel to go and take no death shot. It's bad enough you wearing a doggone face mask. Help killing out the rest of the vegetation and everything else that Yahweh got here for us. Just look around, family. Look how, and not only that, look how many of the family is dying. Right beside you, right across the street from you, right next door from you. And not only that, look at the trees outside your house. Look how they were just withering away now. Healthy trees, big, strong, healthy trees. They look like something out of a damn Halloween movie now, man. But you won't wake up. You won't wake up. All right? So woe to those who go down to Egypt for help, who rely on horses, who trust in the multitude of their chariots and in their great strength of their horsemen, but do not look to the Holy One of Yasharal of Israel, or seek help from the Lord Yahweh. That is his name, family. That is his name. Whoa, destruction, family. Destruction to you, to those who go down to Egypt for help. All right? You must be out your doggone mind. Now, just like we brought out, they got all of these different doggone vaccines, and don't none of them work. So what you going to take? What you going to take a doggone shot for? You bugged out. You tripping. Oh, something. Or you done sold out. Or you just front, blind, deaf, and dumb. Probably took that back. Probably took that back. Hold on. Let's go over here right quick. Bugged out. Yahweh didn't ordain that. Hold on. Going down there. Hold on. All right, so now, Isaiah 31:1. Woe to those. Destruction, family. Don't be sitting there, look. Yahweh did not ordain, like we brought out before, and we're going to keep bringing it out because we got to keep banging on it because we got a hard-headed and rebellious nugget that we keep trying to get Yahweh's teachings through and his instructions and his directions through the family's hard nugget. Yahweh said it himself, though. You wouldn't listen to him. So, you know, regardless if you listen to me or not, whether you hear for better, it's not up to me. Listen, family. Look, your cult leader telling you to go and wash your hands and go and get in line and go and get your death shot. Yahweh didn't ordain that. That's not of Yahweh. That's not of Yahweh, family. It's not. It's not. Not one bit. All right? Yahweh Akkad, who is one. All right? That's Lucifer. All right? Lucifer telling you to go and get in line. Now, if he got something to your dome, then that's different. But you willingly talking about you finna go and get you a death shot and you gonna get the family in line, Yahweh gonna get you. All you cult leaders who suggesting Israel gonna get a death shot, Yahweh gonna get you. Know that. Know that. You can turn off the channel all you want to. It don't matter. You heard it now. All right? So now hold on. This don't make no sense though. And a lot of them know this. Right? But to still turn around? No. No. They got all these different so-called vaccines. They're experimenting. Lab rats. Lab rats. All right? So, therefore, they could spread something. All right? But nevertheless, if you look outside, you see the chemtrails and you see the 5G popping up all over the place. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see more of that. All right? It's by design. You got all these vaccines and your cult leader told you go and pick one. Let the heathen put one of them up in you. But nevertheless, that chip right there, right? It's right there in the same needle, right? Same valve. It's in the same needle, all right? Talking about a COVID shot. They don't even got a cure for it, man. You know, Donald the Menace Ben came out and told you it was a hoax. It's a hoax. It's a hoax. Then he had to go along and play along because he seen how his own media and all of them and his own people turned against him. He thought he could pull it off. Nah, man, them Banker boys, them Tower boys, they showed the Menace that, hey, man, even with your biggest, man, you don't stack up against that Luciferian wheel, all right? That's spinning. That's running to and fro throughout the earth, right? Nevertheless, but your co-leader gonna tell you you're gonna get in line. Yahweh said, whoa, destruction to you, family, the ones who come to depend on Egypt. You already know, even in Yahweh said all these plagues and all these curses and things were gonna come upon us and overtake us until we've been destroyed, until we come back, because it's gonna be a small remnant. 1/3 is gonna pull it up out of here. 1/3. 2/3 of the family gonna go. That's over half of the family that's gonna go. Do you understand this? These are astronomical numbers. Only because the family is so prideful, trying to hold on, thinking that you owe something, thinking that you're gonna big up and help the devil in this is a stolen house. And it's blood in the stolen house that's still crying out to Almighty Yahweh. Are you seriously mad out your freaking mind? You got to be. Listen, you gonna go and take a death shot and hope that chip ain't in there, regardless of the fact, what's in the death shot? What's in there? What kind of side effects is in the death shot? All right? And I'm telling you, living proof. Being a government lab rat ain't no joke. I'm telling you from first, I'm here to bear witness to tell you about it. I'm not just telling you something just to be talking. I don't come out here to talk, just to talk to you. I don't do that. I don't even have time for that. Love you, but I don't. You know, I said we'll come out and we'll come out and we'll bring you something, you know, to help bring you up. You know, if we're not bringing you these scriptures and the Torah and Yahweh's tabernacle. You know, you got heathens, man, who claim they're Israel. You start mentioning Yahweh's tabernacle to them, boy, they start going into convulsions. But it's all throughout the scriptures. But that lets you know just how demonistic and demonic Israel have become. This is why Yahweh clearing house. He's purging house, cleaning out the house, man. This is why Yahweh said, out of all of the clans or the families on the earth, you family, us. We the only ones that he known. Therefore, he's going to punish us. Look around. All right? In the damn vaccine shot. You got all these vaccines. Hey, listen. That ain't what Yahweh said. Hold on. We'll get a few more of these scriptures. You got to be bugged out. You got to be out your dang on mind, man. You got to be. Hold on. Isaiah 31:3. But the Egyptians are mere mortals and not the most high power. Their horses are flesh and not spirit. When the Yahweh stretches out his hand, those who help will stumble. Those who are helped will fall. All will perish together. All right? This is what Yahweh was saying. All right? All right? The Egyptians, they're just mortal men. They're not the most high power, Yahweh. All right? And the horses they ride, those horses aren't spirits. That's not the true power. They're not spirit. And when Yahweh raises his hand to strike the helper, all right, he gonna stumble, and the one who is helped gonna fall too. Both gonna perish together. So you come in and try to help Egypt to come back up, to stand back up, you're gonna get fried down, laid to the side. You're not finna win this one. This is a wrap for this Egypt right here, family. And so you sitting up here trying to hold on to it, you brothers and sisters in these secret societies, you need to repent. You better trust Yahweh. You better trust Yahweh. So what if they try to kill you? So what? They only can kill your body, not your spirit. Know that. Know that. If you get up out that Luciferian mindset doctrine, you will know that. Right? Let's go through it. So hold on. We got this? Go back one. Isaiah 30:1. Woe, destruction to the obstinate children, declares the Lord Yahweh. Those who carry out plans that are not mine form an alliance, but not by my spirit, heaping sin upon sin, like stacking it up, like flapjacks, like pancakes, just stacking it up, sin on top of sin. And don't have a worry in the world either. Like you're just gonna keep doing it with no repercussions. That don't even make sense. You have to reap what you sow, family. So whatever you do, it's gonna have effect on you. It's not finna go away because Yahweh took that breath from you. Your spirit's still gonna go, Yahweh's still gonna put your spirit somewhere. It has to go somewhere. That space between that year when we born and that year when we leave this place, that's on those graves, on the tombstone, all right? That little dash represents that breath that Yahweh give us for that short period of time to exalt him and represent him, to be in his image on this earth. It don't matter if you're surrounded by demons. The land is given into the hands of the wicked. This is where the balance come in at. Yahweh said you're supposed to be knocking over them altars and everything. How? You just gonna come out speaking truth. Truth brings light. Truth brings light. Not being a bully, not being a tyrant, not by taking an oath with a bunch of cave dwellers who ain't never had nothing, didn't have anything to contribute to history, for history, stole it all and put their name and stamp on it. And a lot of it ain't even theirs either. These are facts. These are facts. Right? So now, Isaiah 30:1. Woe to the rebellious children. Talking about you, family. Still sin. All right? In death. And being cut off from Yahweh. You and your children. And your children's children's children. How about that? How long would that last? Huh? Until you are wiped out of the book of remembrance. Huh? Know this. Now, Jeremiah 17:5. This is what the Lord Yahweh says. Curse is the one who trusts in man. Curse. Curse is the one who trusts in man, who draws strength from mere flesh, and whose heart turns away from the Lord Yahweh. All right? Cursed. Cursed. And these are the ones who sitting up here talking about go and get a death shot. Put on the face mask and go and get you one of these death shots. Ask your co-leader which one. They got all kind of mess out here that they sticking up in the masses. And they don't know, they ain't got no cure. But your co-leader bugged out. Must be dipping and dapping in them other spirits and doctrines and philosophies. It's one thing to go in there and teach it and reveal it to Israel. It's another thing to go behind the scenes and practice that mess. And it's showing. Obviously it's showing. All right? So anyway, nevertheless, your co-leader, hey, listen. Your co-leader telling you to go get a death shot. Hey, listen, you be better off going to get you some doggone Lysol. Shoot yourself up with some of that. I ain't recommending you do that, family. I'm just saying. Hold on. It ain't no secret. Look, it's been out there. Ever since Lysol was the can of Lysol, and it's been the can, all right? It's been on the can. So it's like, it's nothing new. Like Yahweh said, Ecclesiastes 1:9, there's nothing new under the sun, family, all right? You see it been on the Lysol can, all right? So it ain't like it's something new, all right? Lysol kills human coronavirus, all right? Lysol, all right? Your cult leader telling you gonna get a damn death shot, though. Huh? You might as well, might as well tell Dr. Bombay, shoot you up with some of that, man. You wanna get a shot? Me and my family don't need it, man. The only shot we need is this Torah and Yahweh car. All right, that's it. That's all you need, family. All right? For any of the ones that been following brothers of mine, all right, praise Yahweh for you. All right? Listen, Yahweh ain't ordained that. All right? You be better, tell your cult leader or tell the cult leader, all right, since he want to direct the family to go and get a death shot, hey, man, why don't you just go and drink you some Lysol? You and the rest of the wicked cult leaders who talking about washing your hands with your nasty self. You probably eating a big old ham hock sandwich right now. Nasty joker. A chicken taco. It's your nasty self. Hold on. Bug out. But your co-leader, he gonna tell you to go and get you a death shot, though, right? And this ain't no conspiracy. This is going on. They making this shit mandatory. What are you talking about? They making this mandatory. See that? Thousands of Swedens are getting microchip IDs inserted. A lot of companies. A lot of them. Is making it mandatory to work for them. This is what they pushing, though. This is what they pushing. And like we said, it's gonna have that antenna on there, and that nuke gonna find you, family. All right? Woe to the rebellious children. All right? This is what the Lord Yahweh says. Cursed is the man who trusts in mankind. All right? All right? It makes flesh his strength, and whose heart turns away from the Lord Yahweh. All right? He's kind of like man, but he ain't no man. He is the devil, the deceiver on the planet. All right? Facts. Let's go here. Psalms 118:8. It is better to take refuge in the Lord Yahweh than to trust in humans. All right? Because if you sitting up here talking about you're going to trust the devil for not being the devil, are you serious? All right? Because this guy right here, he's not going to be known for Microsoft. He's going to be known as the deaf man. All right? He's going to be known as the depopulation man, the one who was off into this biochemistry wickedness. Slop. And it was all about their power and greed. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. See? So, it is what it is. You can believe it or not believe it. Just like how we brought out with their own who rebelled against them. John Todd. Their own. See? So, but we got our own too. That's off into these secret societies with these devils. But hold on. We don't stop. Not like that. Hold on. All right. So now, like we said, fam, Psalms 118:8, it's better to take refuge in the Lord Yahweh than to trust in humans, family. All right? So don't fall for the foolishness. All right? All right? Straight up. So now, trust in Yahweh. That's where we are. All right? Psalms 108:12. Give us aid against the enemy. For human help is worthless. All right? And so this is what Yahweh was saying. Don't be going down to Egypt. Woe to the rebellious children. All right? That death shot, Yahweh didn't ordain that for Israel. At all. At all. All right? Know that, family. That's not of Yahweh. It's not of Yahweh. All right? Know that. All right? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Right? Don't even think about it. All right? All right? Tell your cult leader. Yahweh didn't ordain that. Ask your cult leader which one of them wicked vaccines you supposed to be taking. Tell your wicked cult leader, you be back. Hey, tell him to go shoot up with some of this. Some of this Lysol. Since he wants somebody to be injected with something, you go inject yourself with something foreign, whatever. Wicked joker. Bugged out. We've been on the can since the can been the can. Lysol. Come on now, family. Wake up. All right? So now, this stuff can only happen in past if you allow it to. They said it, they already know what they sell. They said dealing with their slavery system, they need a food for a slave. Come on now. And this is why Yahweh told us, as teachers of Israel, to come out and speak tenderly to Jerusalem, and let her know that our time is over. All right? So now you ain't supposed to, no. Heavens no. All right, so now, like we said, let's keep everything in perspective, shall we? All right? So, which I mean, all right? Because that's being heavily attacked. That's who was heavily attacked. That's who was left out this whole spectrum in this place. It's us men. Us men. Us Israelite men, us so-called black men, us so-called brown men, us so-called African American, so-called Hispanic, so-called, all right? We the ones who's left out. We don't have a voice in this place. Not now. Not now. All right? And so, that's more the reason to come back to Almighty Yahweh, family. All right, so anyway, we're going to bring out, let's start there. All right, here we go. All right, let's deal with Wicked Sims. J. Marion Sims.
The history of reproductive health in the United States has really been defined by significant state violence against poor women and especially women of color.
Right.
Marion Sims is considered the father of gynecology. There's a statue devoted to Marion Sims in Central Park of all places. He was from South Carolina, but he rose to such fame and high regard that his image is made forever bold and tall in New York, our nation's economic capital. Much of what we know about Marion Sims actually comes from his autobiography. He experimented on slaves to perfect tools used in gynecology and procedures, and housed his slaves in the back of his house. What he called his medical suite was a shack, basically in the back of his home. He'd wake up in the middle of the night when he would, as he described it, have an epiphany in the middle of the night. He'd need to go in and grab one of the slaves and put her on the operating table. He would rouse Lucy or Anarcha or another without any anesthesia or the aid of any kind of pain relief. He would begin lacerating, cutting into their uterus, experimenting with C-sections on women who were not pregnant, cutting across their wombs over and over again to perfect what he was imagining in his sleep, essentially.
We aren't dealing with anything, anyone from Babylon, Egypt, all right? We aren't dealing with any of her philosophies and her doctrines or her witchcraft practitioners, all right? Straight up. Straight up. Now, he tortured. That was torture to the daughters of Zion. You know, that was in a documentary type form. But to give you the real, now he tortured the daughters of Zion. Tortured them, all right? Talking about some clinic or whatever behind his house. Man, it was a shack. They experimented on the daughters of Zion, no anesthesia, no nothing. A lot of them wasn't even impregnated. He was just cutting on them. That's how valuable or invaluable to the heathen that our life and spilling our blood, what it means to them. And you're not going to change it by marching. You aren't going to change it by adopting their philosophies and doing their pagan rituals. You definitely aren't going to get around it by taking on their bride. Definitely. So anyway, we could go on and on and on. So, but let's keep it moving. Deal with the daughters of Zion. You're going to trust the same ones, though. The same one. All right, well, if you're going to sit up there and listen to your co-leader and the devil, all right, then you have to get what you have to get. All right? Pray Yahweh that you come back to get whatever Yahweh got for you. But if not, praise Yahweh that you get on out the way.
In the 1920s,
It's like that.
syphilis was a major health concern, and it affected about 35% of reproductive age individuals. Treatments were iffy. They involved things like mercury, arsenic, and bismuth, which, did treat the condition to some extent, but they were equally as toxic to the individuals, so doctors were constantly weighing the harms of treatment against the quality of life of the patient. And oftentimes, treatments didn't cure. They only really lessened the symptoms. And after months of treatment, the side effects were often fatal. So naturally, there were plenty of studies that tried to find better treatments for conditions like syphilis. But with the onset of the Great Depression, funding for projects and treatment development was cut. And with funding drying up, Drs. Taliaferro Clark and Raymond Fondolea decided that it would be a good idea to study untreated syphilis for 6 months in a population of African American men to demonstrate the need for direct treatment programs, plus to, compare to the progress of untreated syphilis in white individuals. And in 1932, the study began. There were 600 total individuals involved in the study. 399 of them had been diagnosed with syphilis, and 201 of them were not diagnosed with syphilis, and they were used as a control group. Men were given periodic treatments for quote-unquote bad blood, which was sort of a blanket colloquial term that it wasn't a real diagnosis. It was used to include several diagnoses, including syphilis, anemia, and fatigue. From the outset, there were some pretty serious ethical issues with this study. First of all, the individuals with syphilis were never told of their diagnosis. They were just told they were being treated for bad blood. They were never told that they wouldn't receive actual treatment for syphilis, and they were never given any information about the prognosis of their condition, about how contagious it might be, or any congenital implications should they choose to have children. Throughout the early part of the 30s, several papers were published on the study, and they were roundly criticized because it was unknown if the subjects were even being treated. Later it would come out that the physicians involved were specifically asked not to treat the patients. It's at this point, in 1936, 4 years into a 6-month study, that it was decided that the study would follow these individuals until death. And indeed, the study went on until 1972, 40 years longer than originally proposed. By 1928, Alexander Fleming had already discovered penicillin. By 1930, it had shown promise in treating a number of illnesses, and by 1940, it had been used widely and successfully, and there were already plans underway to start mass production. With the onset of World War II, treatment for syphilis was ordered under the draft, but the subjects of this study were prevented from obtaining it. And by 1945, penicillin was the treatment of choice for syphilis and many other conditions. And for syphilis, 1 course of antibiotics was all that was required if the diagnosis was made early enough. By 1947, rapid syphilis treatment centers were established, but the men in this study were prevented from accessing them. They were told that they would lose their medical care. They were told that they would no longer get the free meals associated with participation in this study, and they were told they would lose the funeral benefits provided by this study. And beyond that, access to the existence of the syphilis treatment centers was actually suppressed by the people involved in running this study. In 1968, a social worker named Peter Buxton and several others blew the whistle on the study and the gross ethics violations committed by the people running it. In 1969, a year after the whistle was blown, the CDC stated that it needed to continue the study. But in 1972, it was publicly condemned and the study ended. But that's not where the story ends. In 1973, a class action lawsuit was filed on behalf of the victims and their families, and they were subsequently awarded $10 million in damages. On top of that, there were more restrictions imposed on all research involving human subjects, and that included things like, really the damage was done. No amount of financial compensation could recoup the human cost or buy back the lost trust. And to top it off, there was no official apology until 1997, when at a ceremony attended by 5 of the 8 remaining survivors, President Bill Clinton apologized on behalf of the United States. But of the 299 syphilis-diagnosed men who participated in this study, 28 of them died from syphilis. An additional 100 of them died from complications related to syphilis. 40 of their wives contracted the disease, and 19 of their children were born with congenital syphilis. And none of it had to happen. Had the researchers simply taken into consideration studies published literally decades before they started their own, they would have maybe been a little less curious about the potential for unique physiological aspects in African American men. Had they simply disclosed an accurate diagnosis to the men involved, they could have gone on to make informed choices regarding their own health care and family planning. Had the men in the study not been actively dissuaded or even prevented from seeking treatment, they could have lived much more comfortable lives, even in the years before a cure. And had the study not continued for literally 80 times longer than initially proposed, every single person could have been treated with penicillin and cured.
Almost from the onset of the coronavirus epidemic in the United States, New York has been described as the epicenter of the outbreak, and Elmhurst Hospital in Queens, the epicenter of the epicenter.
Obviously, Elmhurst Hospital in Queens is right now the epicenter within the epicenter.
Elmhurst Hospital is the epicenter of the epicenter.
And Elmhurst Hospital is really at the center of this crisis here in the city and in the country, with doctors desperately trying to keep up with the growing number of patients as supplies dwindle.
And you see the black body bags? You say, what's in there? It's Elmhurst Hospital? Must be supplies. It's not supplies, it's people.
Also from the beginning of the crisis, ventilators were described as essential life-saving equipment, initially in short supply.
You picked the 26,000 people who are going to die because you only sent 400 ventilators.
I knew that every person who needed a ventilator and didn't get one would die.
But why does New York, and Elmhurst in particular, appear to have been hit so much harder than other places in the United States? And were ventilators ever the right approach to treating COVID-19, especially once we realized that 60 to 90% of those vented do not survive? The experience and observations of nurse Erin Olszewski seem to offer some answers to these pressing questions, while simultaneously providing frontline information about a number of other hot-button topics, including the disproportionate number of COVID deaths among Americans of color, the distortions surrounding do not resuscitate orders, the disregard for personal protective equipment standards, and the clustering of COVID-positive with COVID-negative patients, which she witnessed again and again, and the tremendous amount of nosocomial or hospital-acquired infections that resulted. Perhaps most urgently of all, she speaks of the therapies and protocols employed in her home state that did work. Erin was brought from Florida by a service funded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. She spent almost a month at Elmhurst. What she saw there compelled her to become a reporter and whistleblower alongside her already extensive nursing duties. She made recordings, posted warnings on social media, and spoke through Army when she was 17, just before 9/11. She deployed in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003. Part of her duties involved overseeing aid disbursement and improvements to hospital facilities. While in country, she received the Army Commendation Medal for meritorious service and was wounded in combat. Erin eventually retired as a sergeant, and became a civilian nurse in 2012. A mutual friend who was helping her make hidden camera recordings introduced us to Erin. After working a long shift at the hospital, she agreed to do an impromptu interview in her room at the Marriott Marquis overlooking Times Square. We encourage the viewer to leave aside their preconceptions about the nature of what is happening, to hear firsthand from an eyewitness who at great personal expense and without political prejudice of any kind now openly reports what she discovered in the hopes that the information will be put to good use to save lives. She began by telling us one of her most disturbing findings, that people who had repeatedly tested negative for COVID were being described as COVID confirmed.
Okay, so if you look close, I'm in my patient's chart. I am pulling up like their laboratory results. So if you look here, you'll see COVID-19 bioreference lab. Here are the test results. As you can see, 5/1/2020 at 17:16, not detected. They test for a second time, 5/4/2020 at 17:59, not detected. So both of those are negative. Scroll up to the top. This is my patient. They are on a vent and they are being called COVID-19 confirmed. Droplet in contact and eye protection.
So this person is droplet and eye COVID confirmed. Positive A, click, not detected. No resulting lab available. Oh, pretty good.
While Erin was using her hidden camera to document another chart showing a patient with negative test results who nonetheless was labeled COVID confirmed, another travel nurse entered the room. They began to discuss what Erin was seeing.
If it says bioreference, that means it's done here. So not detected here, but so it's presumptive. Now, they're all... They are detected. They're saying it's positive. Not detected. But it's not detected. Say. What does that mean? So
You said that they were vented immediately upon being brought in, is that?
Yeah, so the thing is they're coming in with difficulty breathing, and a lot of these patients are really coming in with anxiety because they're scared. And when I was back home, I was working in the ED out in the tents, and most people that were coming through with like symptoms of just, anxiety, or they're worried and they're breathing fast, and then they get all nervous. So this is how the people are like coming in. Now, I'm not saying that some of them, don't have COVID. Like there are people that come in and they really do need help, not to the extent of a vent, but they need help. But these other people, like this person who wasn't COVID multiple times, and a lot of them are on either Medicaid or Medicare. They're poor. They're from, a lower class. We're at a public hospital. They need the funding. So take them. They take them, and they tell them pretty much that if they don't get on a vent, then they're probably not going to survive. But the reality is, if they get on that vent, the likelihood of them walking out the hospital is slim to none.
And can I ask you, what PEEP are they on, and is that being mandated or specified what the pressure is on the vent?
Here's the thing with this. So you don't have actual doctors that know critical care, ICU doctors on these floors. There's a dentist, and there are residents with these. So residents are essentially students, which is a medicine that you have to be very careful with because it can kill someone at like quadruple the speed of what you should be running it at the dose. And had I not known that, then I would have easily killed the patient, and it would have been okay under their COVID standards. So everything is kind of a wash. Nobody's held accountable for anything, and these people that are at vents are essentially being like, these residents are like practicing their skills on them. So they're practicing central lines, they're practicing like invasive procedures that are really unnecessary.
What is the percentage of Black, Latino, white? What's the racial composition?
Hispanic and Black for the majority.
And what's the age range?
Asian.
And Asian. And what's the age range?
20-year-olds all the way up to 70, 80-year-olds. Very few, I should say very few 80-year-olds, but the majority of people, I would say, are in their 40s or 50s.
Wow. And what percentage of the people that are in there would you say actually have tested positive for COVID?
Half. Probably half.
But everyone is being treated as though...
The entire hospital is COVID. So half the hospital is not COVID, but they're on COVID floors.
So let me just ask you about nosocomial infection. So you're saying they're putting non-COVID or COVID rule out with definite COVID patients?
Yes.
So I was only wondering, because like I was looking at like all the patient rooms, and like this patient is in with like a non-COVID. I don't understand why they're doing that.
I know. There's 4 patients in a row here non-COVID. And this is supposed to be the COVID.
Yeah.
Because 7th floor, they shut it down.
That's right. I'm confused.
And then they're going to have non-COVIDs there.
Yeah.
This is going to be the only COVID, so they shouldn't put any non-COVIDs here.
Well, that's what they've been doing.
They're banking on the fact that they'll get it because they're already immunocompromised. So and they'll put them in the same room. So there's double rooms. So you have a COVID with a non-COVID. They don't even care. We have enough rooms where they can be separated now because it's not as busy as it was, 4 weeks ago. But they don't care. They're just putting them together. I have that right now happening.
And like the guy over in...
I had 2 26 that were 2 negatives.
And they end up positive. Like the guy over in 29, I had him upstairs because I was on CCU before it.
Yeah.
And he came in with a stroke.
I know, that's what 26-1 was, a stroke.
And
Nothing
no
to do with
COVID.
Nothing
And now he's got COVID and he's on a vent.
Well, it's because we gave it to him here.
I don't know how this ended up being COVID Central.
I know, but she literally came in with a broom, and then she left like 5 minutes later. My patient had died of COVID, and she didn't mop the floor. She was cleaning, getting prepared for my next patient, and she didn't mop the floor. I was like, that's
a standard.
Not the. I didn't think I had to tell her that.
People don't know how to properly wear their PPE. Let's go back to Ebola. Like when Ebola was here, people took that very seriously. You have a nurse in the room in all the head to toe PPE. This is Ebola. This is I'm going to compare it. And you have another nurse that's outside the room handing supplies. The clean nurse and the dirty nurse, right? Going and when they're taking their outfit off, one nurse is unzipping the back so she can take it out, walking out. They're not doing that here. We're wearing like our scrubs, and then we have maybe like a net top. Our pants are exposed. They're wearing booties over their shoes, but the booties are going room to room to room, and then people will wear them through the hospital.
So there's massive spread just through the improper use of the PPE.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. Everyone, it looks good. It looks good. It looks like you're super safe, but in reality, it's ridiculous. So you'll go room to room. You'll maybe take that top off, put a new top on, but the rest of you is still exposed.
But I mean, why are they doing this?
I know. Suspected, and then there's like principal hospital. Does that mean like a nosocomial? Is that what that means?
Like we have in the United States, and we've had it for a while, a rapid test. It's 45 minutes. Do you have COVID? Don't you? They're not doing the rapid test here.
They're not?
No.
Okay. At Elmhurst, you've never seen them?
Nope, they don't do it. It's too expensive. They do 5 day. It's like 5 to 7 day turnaround. In the meantime, they admit them onto COVID units. So non-COVIDs, the rule outs are going to COVID units and waiting for the results. Even though we have a rapid result, which is 45 minutes, and they're not doing it. No, not one.
But would you say it's too expensive? I mean, isn't this all getting charged to the fund anyway? I mean, why not do it? Why not? I mean, are you saying that?
I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. I asked that doctor about it.
How come you guys don't do the rapid test here?
Because city place, I mean, it exists. It's just they don't have access to it. There's only limited supply, so if you have deep pockets, you get it first.
Oh, so money.
Most times it's money about everything, yes.
That's sad.
It's a reality.
I compare this hospital to a third world country. I've been in a third world country hospital in Iraq. The Iraq hospital is better than this one, and that says a lot. I've been there. I've been in both hospitals, and this is in the United States, and this hospital is treating low income, mostly people, and it almost makes me feel like they think these people are disposable, and they're not. They're people. You know, people are not disposable. You know, especially the ones that are struggling day in and day out, the hard workers. You know, like trying to reach that American dream, and they're not given a chance because they're brought to this place where nobody cares.
And is there an understood financial incentive to diagnose COVID?
Yeah, of course. So in the hospital that I'm in right now, it's all COVID at this point. Every single floor is COVID, and they need it that way, obviously, for a reason, in my opinion. But a person cannot come to the floor unless they have a COVID diagnosis.
Is the reason, did they not want to cross-contaminate? Would that be the legitimate reason why you would create an all-COVID floor?
Here's why I will say no to that, is because they're admitting people for, quote, COVID rule out. So this guy was probably admitted COVID rule out, tested him, they saw that it came back negative. They probably already did something where they needed to now call him COVID, in the hopes that if they're putting him on a COVID floor and there's nurses going room to room to room, he will get it, and then they'll be back to when he does pass that he did have COVID.
Yeah, I mean that's quite a charge. I mean, what makes you think they really want them to get COVID? Because
money. Money. I think it's at least $29,000 per patient, and then you have to think you are also charging supplies and more supplies and more supplies. That's just like a bonus money.
But the residents aren't getting that, right? I mean, why?
Oh, that's the thing. And I actually I've went at it with a lot of residents already, and they're order followers. So there was a resident, and I have this on tape. I taped it because it was just so disgusting to me. A 37-year-old, which is discussed with the doctors that they want us to do everything they can to save him. He came in talking. He was very terrified. He was just like, totally alert, knew what was going on, and they convinced him to be on a vent. Now he's dead. But the doctor said when I got into shift that if he codes, that we are not to resuscitate or try to save him. And we flipped.
This is important. I just asked them if we can put a DNR order, and they said no. That's up to the attending.
Okay, so we're going to code him.
That's what I said, and they said no, we're not. I said yes, we are. We're obligated to. So then
you got to say something though, like it's our license. Unfortunately, you guys got to put in an order. Just something.
That's what I said. I said I'm obligated.
Yeah.
What did she say? So then she's like, the higher up said. I said I don't care what they said.
What higher up? God? We don't have a God here making decisions.
I said I don't care what they said.
So we're supposed to. He's not DNR, but we're treating it as DNR?
Basically.
Does his family know?
His family knows the situation. I think they called them and they told them. They were trying to do a school attendance consent for DNR. All day he spent like in the 80s saturating. It was this one on the forehead didn't work. This one worked. And it came back. When I changed it, I was like, oh shoot, it's 90.
Yeah.
So they started playing around with the
Oh shoot, it's 90. He changed the pulse ox from his head to his finger, and he's like, oh, it's 90. He's fine.
So what was that?
So that was, we were just getting on shift because we were starting the night shift at 7. And that was the nurse from the day shift saying pretty much we shouldn't code him if he's going to code. And then I turned my glasses on.
Why are we being told not to code him, essentially? That's what he said. I mean, because I'm going to tell you right now, if he bottoms out, I'm jumping on his chest. Period. Point blank. It's going to happen.
Okay.
Because until that status is changed in the computer, that's what I'm obligated to do under my nursing license.
Right. I mean,
because you guys aren't going to back me up and protect me.
Well, Elmhurst does have a policy given, like a COVID policy, given the scarcity of dialysis and blood.
It can be a chem code, it can be whatever.
That it's not, there's not it's a difference. Normally the standard is whatever the family says, like we just do. So if they would say code them for 5 years, like we just do that until they die. It's a little bit different now because of the new policy in place with Dr. put in place, which is that you don't need full family you can just tell someone that it's medically futile and that we're not willing to just pour blood and resources into something that would be impossible to get back. But he's 37. I mean, it's brutal.
Well, so they tried. Well, our higher ups have agreed and our attendings agree that this is futile care at this point. He is not going to make it. I said he doesn't have an epi drip going. He doesn't have anything to sustain going. And I said, and who decided this? And I said, can you put a comfort care order in then? No, we can't do that. Can you put a DNR order in? No, we can't do that. I said, so what's our plan?
Do we have modified?
She goes, well, he's dying. And I'm like, I understand that, but there needs to be an order indicating that either I'm doing compressions or I'm not doing compressions.
Well, I can say that we can all be in agreement that we will do it. I will definitely.
Because I'm going to jump on him.
Yeah.
So will I. I'll go right with you. I don't care. That's what we're here for. I'm not playing like these
until they
stupid
change
games.
his status that he is a DNR, and they can do it to physician consent if they've talked to the family.
Yeah.
But until they change it, and I see it, he's a full code to me.
We know when someone is close. We'll pull the code card up and be ready. You know, we're ready. I had the epi ready. That's one of the first things we do. And she wouldn't let me give it. So this was that woman, and the entire time, and this was over his body, his alive body, and we're arguing, and she's laughing, she was smirking, and how this man died was the nurses arguing with the doctors. Probably one of the worst experiences in my entire life. But all I can think about is that at least he knows that we were fighting for him when he died. You know. But this was my conversation after what happened, and the guy I told you about earlier that had pulled his tube out, he was up at that point. Like, he was on the same floor. He was the one that they wanted to sedate, so at that point he was doing better where he could walk. This doctor had put a diaper on him and told him to poop in his pants. So after the code, I went to go check on him, and he goes, I have poop in my pants. I'm like, why do you have poop in your pants? And he said that because the doctor told him that he has to do that, and I just lost it. It was her.
This is wrong. It is straight up it is wrong. And I am 37 years old. I have been in a hospital since I've been 16. Military hospitals that well.
What aspect of it was wrong to you? I agree that there were parts of it that were wrong too. So.
Calling a patient a DNR when there's no order for it, and telling us, like straight up telling us, you're not doing anything. That's wrong. If that was my brother or my father or anybody, I would be furious. And I guarantee you, if I called his family right now and told them what happened, they would be furious too.
I flipped. We were all crying. There's a lot of nurses that know that this is wrong, but they're afraid to like say anything publicly.
She said, when I was talking to her, she said, we're not always given the orders. It comes from the top down. And I was thinking, that's the exact problem with everything. Where's it coming from? What's the purpose? Are you guys really trying to kill everybody like everybody thinks?
Within our unit, it was a big fight, and ultimately the kid died with us over his body arguing about this.
It goes over there.
Yeah.
And the doctor will just write it up that we
Yeah, I don't trust him though, because I don't know him.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing that.
There's a doctor that came upstairs that I had worked with prior. He was working in the ED, heard what happened. He came into the room with me and told me that what I did was good. And then, so there are good doctors in here. I guess the word traveled after this.
You mentioned earlier that this is a common occurrence where people come in able to speak and they just have low oxygen levels and they're put on a vent. What's going on there?
I don't know. I honestly, I have no idea how they're assuming everybody is just the same. There's no individuality anymore. These residents, I think a lot of them are just stone cold. You know, there's no emotion, and they don't view people as people anymore. And it's really sad. Like I came a little bit later, you know, after the big rush, but there was still a lot of people coming in, and a lot of us were just in shock. Within the first couple days, you could see exactly what was going on.
My bigger problem with this whole scenario is when they intubate people who don't need it.
Yeah.
And it looks very clear to me that they're just pushing it.
You almost feel like you are literally living in the Twilight Zone, and you feel like you're the only sane one in a bunch of insane people. And it's scary because these are the people that others are trusting to take care of them, and they're really doing the opposite. I'm to the point where I'm afraid that I'm going to start thinking that this is normal. I don't want to ever get to that point because they think that, like the people I work with that are local nurses and doctors don't see anything wrong with this.
Really? I mean, they don't.
No.
Do they see? Was it just like kind of a hard past few months? Is it or?
This has been like this, and from what I hear, like from, I mean, there are good nurses that work there too. Like I have made good friends with a lot of the nurses that do work there. There's good people, but they're outnumbered.
So what happens? People come in like this 37-year-old, and what was he complaining of, or what was going on?
Respiratory distress. He didn't have COVID either. He did not have COVID.
And how do we know that?
I took care of him. I have the same type of results from his chart as I do with my other patient.
It was like the day before intubation, he was fine on the rebreather.
And then they intubated, and then he got a pneumo, and then they put in a PEP tube, and then it's been shit.
And now he's 37 years old and dead.
That's what I'm seeing. Like all these negative tests, and they're putting them on these vents. Hopeful that they'll get it. They're being put on these COVID floors. It's murder. It straight up is. It is setting these people up for failure based on money.
But Medicaid is who pays out, or who's paying this bonus of $29,000?
I believe it's Medicaid, Medicare. It's government money, but I don't know exactly where it's coming from. But I know that it is. But I know that orders are coming from the above, someone above, and everybody says that it's someone higher up. I'm like, good, call them. Like during that DNR when they're telling us, or the full code when they're telling us not to, do CPR. I'm like, all right, call your higher ups then. Let's talk about, and they wouldn't, because they're all scared. Everybody's scared, and everybody's scared to stick up for themselves. And I've called a lot of doctors unethical to their face, and they deserve it.
I'm a nurse. I'm an advocate for my patients, and
to the flip side of it, but I totally agree.
But no. Just wait.
If there's a DNR.
You were laughing and you thought it was funny. You were like smirking. You're being really rude to all of us, and I thought that was really.
I'm not being rude in that.
It was really, yeah, you are. It was very disrespectful, and I don't think that you're going to be a very good doctor.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you learned something from this.
You need a video, but do you really want to deal with all this? Lighting. Oh, stop, I look like a ghost.
I don't know exactly where it's coming from, but I know that it is. But I know that orders are coming from the above, someone above, and everybody says that it's someone higher up. I'm like, good, call them. Like during that DNR when they're telling us, or the full code when they're telling us not to, do CPR. I'm like, all right, call your higher ups then. Let's talk about, and they wouldn't, because they're all scared. Everybody's scared, and everybody's scared to stick up for themselves. And I've called a lot of doctors unethical to their face, and they deserve it.
I'm a nurse. I'm an advocate for my patients, and
to the flip side of it, but I totally agree.
But no. Just wait.
If there's a DNR.
You were laughing and you thought it was funny. You were like smirking. You're being really rude to all of us, and I thought that was really.
I'm not being rude in that.
It was really, yeah, you are. It was very disrespectful, and I don't think that you're going to be a very good doctor.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you learned something from this.
Was this the dentist, or or these are residents you're talking to?
This one was a fellow. She was a CCU fellow. Cardiac. She was a cardiac fellow.
What killed him? Did the vent kill him?
Yeah. Oh, yes. They're so sedated. He had probably 8 or 9 drips. It's all sedation. It's all sedation and paralytics. So you are asleep. It is essentially like you're under, you're in surgery, when they put you under like that for a good month straight. There's no way you can recover from something like that. You'll be brain dead if you do.
So can you...
Versed, gosh, hang on, I have a list. I think a list from, this is one of my patients was on this, just one patient. So Nimbex 100 milligrams, Precedex 400 milligrams, fentanyl 2,500 micrograms, heparin 25,000 units, Versed 50 milligrams, Levofed 16,000, Neo 50 milligrams, Propofol 10 milligrams, Vasopressin 100 units. This is one person, and all these drips are running at the same time into them.
So in the case of this 37-year-old, he comes in complaining of some respiratory distress. Did he have low blood oxygen?
Totally healthy guy, and he was satting that's the oxygen saturations, and 88, 89.
So a little low.
I mean, yeah, but people do that. You and I probably do that, where we're not monitoring our oxygen, all day long.
But he felt shortness of breath, so he came in.
Yes.
And what was the next step? What would have happened next?
He went to a step-down unit, among other...
What does that mean? Sorry.
It's just a unit where people aren't quite on the vent yet. And I say on the vent yet because I should call it a step-up unit to the vent. But
so was he? What's the phrase you used?
COVID rule out.
COVID rule out.
So that's how they admit everyone to the floor that doesn't have a positive COVID immediately.
Okay, so he's put in the step down unit, which is a euphemism for step up unit.
Yeah.
And what happens to him there? What's going on there?
Oxygen. I wasn't in this unit. My friend was.
So just normal oxygen, nasal?
No, they'll do a high pressure.
So what does that mean exactly? What does it look like?
Pretty much like a forced. It almost looks like a big thick nasal cannula, and you put it in your nose and it forces the pressure in. It can almost be it's still causing your lungs to expand, right? But what they really need to be doing is the non-rebreather mask, but they just skip it usually. They go right to the high pressure, so their lungs are already,
So, and tell us what a non-rebreather mask is.
So that's just, there's a bag that is on the end of these masks. It's not forcing air down your lungs.
Okay.
It's more natural.
Okay.
And you can put 100% oxygen. That's what people need.
Okay, so and that really is not the protocol. It's not the protocol to start people on that.
I mean, it should be, but it's not how they're doing it now.
I mean, in your prior experience dealing with people with low saturation, would that be what you would do?
Oh yeah, that's what we were doing, in my hometown.
And were you having better outcomes there?
Yeah, we didn't have this because we treated them properly.
What would you say the kind of the case fatality rate was?
None. 0. Yeah, by me, 0.
And what is the likelihood of coming out of the hospital you're in?
I'll tell you that the unit that I've been on, the only person that survived, ironically, is a guy who pulled his own tube out. Yeah.
So he woke up enough to be able to do that?
Yeah. He wanted it out. He should have never been on in the first place. That's a whole nother story.
So let's just keep going with this 37-year-old. So he's on the step-down unit, and he's being given semi-pressurized oxygen. It's not a rebreather mask. And then what happens to him?
They'll start treating them with medications, that will...
And are they checking his saturation at this all the time? Does he have...
Yeah, he's on a continuous pulse ox, but, the minute that he desats, they'll see, oh, no, he's at 87 now. Or, oh, look at this. Oh, he's going to need more help. And then they go tell them that they need more help, even if they don't. It's ultimately what it comes down to is, people being just lazy and wanting to treat. They just want to treat. You know.
Is there any incentive to you're saying that the incentive for the residents is kind of experimental almost.
They're order followers.
And they're,
You know, like they want to please. That's what they're doing. They want to please. And like the protocol of that hospital is to treat.
To treat invasively according to this protocol. And do we know where this protocol originates? I mean, because obviously the governor was talking about getting vents. Everyone was talking about getting vents. So this seems like this comes from very high up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna tell somebody, the entire world essentially, especially the entire United States, when they're like, we need the vents, like if you tell people something enough, they're going to start believing it. So that's exactly what happened.
Tell me why Cuomo immediately thought 2 months ago that they'd need 30,000 vents. How do you just come up with a number?
Cuomo's an idiot too.
Well, Medicare's paying them that money for people.
29,000 a vet.
So our 37-year-old, what happens to him next? So they say, okay, it looks like he's at 87, he needs more, and so is that the point at which they would intubate him?
Yeah, that's when he went to that's when he stepped up. So he stepped up to the ICU.
He steps up to the ICU.
For more care, right? They start off with a little bit of like muscle relaxer, and you know, he's woozy. You have to remember there's no family with these patients, so they're alone and in hospital by themselves during a pandemic that they're terrified of already. That's likely what brought him in the first place. He's totally healthy otherwise. And then you have doctors. They think they're doctors, but they're resident. Technically, they're doctors with absolutely zero experience. I've had to teach residents several like nursing skills, telling them that they have a choice, you know, like they could likely die from this, or they can be saved by, you know, getting a tube and that will help them breathe. They don't call it ventilator. We can give you a little help breathing, and that's it. Then they get the sedation and they go to sleep, and that's it. They don't wake up. He's in a body bag.
And so the drugs have a deleterious effect on the body, on the brain, but is there something about the pressurization of the lungs that is also causing harm?
Yeah, they're having the PEEP, that's the pressure in his lungs, which is causing the barotrauma of people. It's blowing people's lungs out. So when that happens, what do you got to do? Turn it up more. You know, you just keep.
Because the membrane expands, so that you need, in order to fill them and deflate them, you need more pressure.
Yeah, you're gonna have to max it. I mean, we have a guy right now who's maxed out on everything. There's nothing more you can do. So then what? You just wait for them to die? I mean, there's nothing you can do.
Can you tell us what PEEP levels are they started on?
It depends. They're always usually, well, they'll start, there's some good ones. I can't say everybody's bad.
Mm-hmm.
There are some good doctors that'll start them out on 5, which people should be at about 5.
Mm-hmm.
But that doctor goes home and the next doctor comes on shift and cranks it up. Then what? It's hard to go back down.
And what oxygen level are they put on?
It depends. I mean, as they start to deteriorate more and more, then the oxygen obviously is going up. There's a guy right now, I have him on 100%, and I'll have to come in and, you know, give him a little bit more rush of 2 minutes of even more oxygen just to keep his stats up. I mean, that's what happens to people.
In your home state where you were treating people, what would the protocol be?
I mean, it varied upon each individual, you know, but we definitely would never go immediately to, you know, you're going to need a vent.
You didn't feel pressure to diagnose people? There wasn't a pressure to diagnose people COVID?
Not at all. No. We're not a public hospital, too. That makes a huge difference. What I'm seeing is it's the public hospitals, and this is like in other states, too. If you look at all the hospitals, most of them are public that are needing money. But our hospital would just treat them based on the individuals, you know, and they were using the hydroxychloroquine, and the zinc and, that protocol, for sure.
At your hospital?
Oh, yeah.
And that seemed to work?
Yeah. We didn't have anybody that died. I think there was one patient that was admitted and went home like the day later. And I'm in a pretty big city, so.
And were these people who were elderly with comorbidities who were having good outcomes?
Yeah, actually one guy the one guy that was admitted came from a nursing home. And he was obese, like severely obese.
And he
yeah,
left.
He's fine.
He left after a day?
I think it was like a night, maybe 2 nights max, but.
And what do you remember what he was treated with?
I didn't have him on the floor, but I can imagine he was treated with the protocol that we would prescribe the patients before they left the emergency room.
Which was?
With the hydroxychloroquine, zinc.
Why do you think that's been demonized so much?
Because it's working, and then people wouldn't need vents. I don't know.
Only on 2 tonight, a Houston hospital is having success treating the coronavirus patients. In fact, its recovery rate is perfect.
Fascinating, isn't it? To treat patients here, Dr. Veron is using an experimental drug protocol. It's a cocktail of vitamins, steroids, and blood thinners. Each patient also is getting hydroxychloroquine, the malaria drug touted by President Trump. The protocol is controversial because there hasn't been time for extensive testing, but Dr. Veron says it works.
We've treated over 40 plus patients with this treatment, and we haven't had a single complication.
So far, he says, none of his patients have died.
This is time of war. There is no time to double blind anything. This is working. And if it's working, I'm going to keep on doing it.
What we're finding clinically with our patients is that it really only works in conjunction with zinc. So the hydroxychloroquine opens the zinc channel, zinc goes into the cell, it then blocks the replication of the cellular machinery.
You're prescribing it, and it is working for COVID-19 patients.
Every patient I prescribed it to has been very, very ill, and within 8 to 12 hours, they were basically symptom-free. And so clinically, I am seeing a resolution. That mirrors what we saw in the French study and some of the other studies worldwide. But what I am seeing is that people are taking it alone by itself, it's not having efficacy.
Okay.
What can you tell us about any confirmed COVID cases that you've seen? Both in your home state and here in New York, what have you noticed about them, and what do their stats look like?
Okay, so the real confirmed COVIDs that come in, like, you immediately know that they're COVID because they cannot, they can't breathe. They literally can't breathe. So they do need that non-rebreather mask, or their stats will quickly drop to 60s, 70s. You want to be at around 90 to 100.
So they can't talk even.
Some of them can talk. A lot of this is anxiety. But the problem with this is they were being told, the public has been told to self-quarantine, right? Stay home. That's a problem because these people could be getting early treatment.
There's clinical trials emerging that appears to show that it decreases severity early in the game, before you end up hospitalized, before you end up on a ventilator.
And they're not, because they're told to stay home. So now they're getting really, really sick, and they come in on an emergency status. They waited too long. If they didn't wait too long, they're easily treatable.
And easily treatable, you feel, with some of these treatments, like 100%. Zinc and hydroxychloroquine and
it's working. I mean, it's been proven to work. There's a doctor, I think, in Texas that's using that protocol and a shot in the butt, of antibiotic shot. I don't know exactly which one she was using, and she's successfully treating. And she was saying that the pharmacist now is calling her every time that she prescribes, the hydroxychloroquine, and asking what the diagnosis was of the patients in order to give it to them. I'm like, that's a doctor-patient relationship. So the pharmacist, I guess, was told to do this. And, in New York, the governor said, pretty much put a ban on it. So why? What made him, a medical professional now to make these decisions and intrude on the doctor-patient relationship? Because I know. I've seen it. They want a vent. He wants to be right. They requested all these vents. They want to use them.
As part of the same executive order that granted hospitals near blanket immunity from malpractice litigation during the epidemic, Governor Cuomo singled out hydroxychloroquine as the one drug that could not be used as an off-label therapy for COVID-19, except as a part of approved studies. The order was issued ostensibly to prevent hoarding, so that those who take this decades-old, inexpensive treatment with a long safety record for approved conditions like lupus would have access to it. He later amended the order to allow hydroxychloroquine's use in later-stage patients in hospitals, but not in early outpatient treatment.
Hey, question for you. You ever seen those people at the coffee shop? The ones that just sit there in the middle of the week, sipping their coffees and seemingly having a stress-free time?
Both hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine had shown efficacy in the prior SARS coronavirus epidemic, and studies in France and other countries had already shown its effectiveness for COVID-19. But instead of making research and production of a promising therapy a priority so that there wouldn't be shortages, vents became the near exclusive focus, along with the search for a vaccine. This has been true even of President Trump, who, despite his public cheering for hydroxychloroquine, has not made it the focus of warp speed funding and testing. A number of U.S. studies have shown the promise of hydroxychloroquine-based therapies, most recently a Yale University study focused on early treatment. And in what may be the most scandalous retraction in recent memory, a Lancet paper that purported to show hydroxychloroquine alone or with other therapies was in fact dangerous, has been shown to be based on fraudulent data. Aaron's home hospital system confirmed in a phone conversation with Perspectives on the Pandemic that they have used a protocol involving hydroxychloroquine and zinc to great effect. Because in your view, this should be an individually decided doctor-patient choice.
Everything should be that. I mean, there is no reason that any government should get in between a doctor-patient relationship. That's none of their business. You know, if anything is HIPAA protected, it should be that. I mean, when you think about it, it's sickening. It's the same reason they won't use like other treatments that are successful around the world. And I had a conversation with a doctor about this.
Are you guys doing like different sorts of like treatments? Because I know like
nothing works.
They have, yeah, but I mean, there's, you know, they're coming out with different things that are in the testing phase.
It's the same thing. They come with a platinum that kill more people than actually save. So that's one.
And he said that they don't work anyway. And I told him, well, obviously what you guys have going on here isn't working. So what's the harm in trying?
I don't expect any of these people to survive. 90% of them will die.
I mean, it's just maintaining. So I figured if it's assumed they're going to die anyway,
just try.
Why not throw a few?
Well, it's, you know, I don't know. That's always an issue in medicine, whether you should just throw things, whether they're dying anyway or not.
But if you could find a cure.
Well, there's no cure, so there's no antiviral therapy. The only way to do it is cure. But there's no
treatment, I should say. Rephrase. Treatment.
You could treat it, but you know, you have to have some scientific basis for whether these things are working or not. And just throwing everything at them, you could make them worse. So
worse than death. Worse than death.
Well, we said 90%, maybe that 10%, maybe they're true. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, if there's no basis for it working, I mean, you wouldn't just try things just because. I mean,
I would.
I
if
might,
it could save my life. Yeah, hell yeah.
So, with these actual COVID patients, they present by not really being able to breathe. Maybe they've, as you say, they've probably waited too long. They're not able to breathe, and some of that's anxiety. And what else? So what else do they? How else do they present?
So their lungs. If you look at their X-rays, you can immediately see that these patients are affected by COVID because they're white. Their lungs are white. And the secretions are really, really thick, mucousy, and white. And that's what the photo or the X-ray of these lungs look like.
And what does a white lung mean? What is that? Is that mucus?
Yeah,
in the lung?
it's coated. It's almost like their lungs are coated.
So that makes it hard to obviously transfer oxygen into the bloodstream. And so they've got very mucousy lungs. And how do you deal with that? Is that what hydroxychloroquine and zinc do? Or?
I mean, those treatments are for beginning stages. Like once you get to the stage where your lungs are looking like that and you're having a lot of trouble breathing, there are proven treatments that have passed 3 trials in Asia through Dr. Chang. He's a U.S. board certified physician. Is this extremely high dose IV vitamin C? He's successfully treating people with that, and what that's doing is it's giving your body, essentially your lungs, the power, the antioxidant power to kick it out, while you can be getting IV antibiotics to be treating this and getting rid of it. But they don't want to have anything to do with it here. What they want to do is just throw them on a vent and sedate them.
Since 2002, Motley Fool's
Just throw them on a vent and sedate them.
Yeah. Have you done the high dose IV vitamin C that's successful in Asia?
That doesn't work. Really, the other stuff doesn't. People try and find the silly stuff. There's no scientific basis for vitamin C to be working here.
Well, that Dr. Chang, he was the one that it went through that high dose. I'm talking super high dose IV vitamin C. That's super antioxidants. Helps your body fight that.
Yeah.
It passed three trials. And it's being effective. It's just weird how everybody shuts it down immediately.
Because it's the vitamin C story has been around for a very long time.
Oh, that's weird because I take it daily and I haven't been sick.
You may just have good genes if you're not getting sick. I don't think it's from vitamin C. You may just have good genes.
So how quickly if you have a COVID and a COVID rule out or a non-COVID right next to each other on vents, will the COVID patient die more quickly than the non-COVID patient?
If they're on vents, no, they're both the same at that point. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So even though the COVID patient with the, presenting with a very mucousy lung, are their lungs filled or they're...
But wait though, how do you get a whole region of people sick? Not only that, how you get pretty much the whole doggone planet sick? Just look above. Look above. Look who's playing like they the most high. And you'll see those aren't clouds. Those aren't clouds. And everyone that was talking about them, the devil killed them off. Ask all of you Negro lights that like to go and sit at the heathen's feet talking about a doggone boat. Why don't you ask them what are they shooting out those planes over our communities? They know exactly where Jake is. All right? They know exactly how they got a section off, and they know exactly, all right? These are military weapons, though. That's what the family need to wake up to. All right? But that's how you get a whole nation, that's how you get regions of people sick with the same symptoms. They don't even do the same thing. Come on now. Come on now. We all don't even have the same lifestyle. How can we be? What's in the air? That's the only thing that's in the air. That. All right? And them doggone frequencies. Come on now. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Yeah, I know it may seem like, look. Understand. It is what it is. All right? And so if you can't kill Jake off one way, you kill him off another. You know what I'm saying? And then, just like we've been bringing out Joel 9:24, if you can control the image, you can control the mind. Not only that, hey, come on now, wake up, family. Not only that, if you can control the image, you can control the mind, you can communicate. You can communicate with one another. That's how you do it. Right? With the idiot box. Hold on. Need to let this back end catch up with. All right? It's about to really get bad. Like, really get bad. Like, if it isn't bad enough already, it's about to get really, really bad. It's about to get worse. And we've been here warning you. We've been warning you, family. You have to come back to Almighty Yahweh. We've been warning you. No matter whatever they get to talking about, some stimulus checks or whatever it is, that's just more pampering. That's just another tactic to keep us spoiled, blind, deaf, and dumb with the hidden hand, because that's what they're showing you, the stimulus check with that hand, but they're not showing you the other hand that's in their pocket. Because you know, them Luciferians, they love keeping their hands in their doggone pockets. All right? Facts. Now, facts. Hold on.
Wireless radiation has biological effects, period.
My name is Dr. Angie Kolbeck. I've been reviewing the studies showing the impacts of wireless radiation on our health, and there are now thousands of studies showing the following adverse health impacts to wireless radiation: cancer, oxidative damage, DNA failure.
Things like
headaches, nosebleeds, cognitive problem, exhaustion.
We have evidence of DNA damage, cardiomyopathy, which is the precursor of congestive heart failure.
Short and long-term memory loss, decreased attention spans, lower reaction times, even involuntary contractions of muscles causing misalignments of spines and jaws.
Breast cancer. We suddenly have breast cancer in women who have no DNA predisposition.
Disrupted immune function and change in stress proteins. Reproductive and fertility effects.
There are dozens and dozens of studies that show beyond any doubt what this radiation is doing to our sperm. Now, if you take the cell phone out of your pocket, the sperm will recuperate within 3 to 4 months. What would not recuperate would be the damage to the DNA of the sperm. That is irreparable. The wife of the ex...
Now, like we just said, if you pay attention, family, did I mention? We ain't worried about what you benching, all right? Need to be right here with your Yahweh, all right? Now, you just heard them bring out those same side effects, right? And you heard that nurse who blew the whistle, right, on the whole medical industry, basically, right? Basically, all right? She's not the only one, there's others, but basically, all right? Nevertheless, the same thing she said. She said they come into the hospital, the same thing with these same side effects from these chemtrails and these doggone, this 5G. All right? That's what it is. They go in there with all this anxiety because they shooting from the ionosphere. You know how many spheres that is up in the air, family? It's like we did a lesson on that. You have to go back and get that. Go and Google it if you have to, if you must. All right? And this is Lucifer putting his nest above the heights of the clouds. This is him doing that. This is him fronting and faking like he the Most High. All right? Listen, family. The only thing that's in the air is some wickedness. And you got to come back. You got to come back. And see, this is the whole thing. Esau ain't worried about he let his Black Lives Matter, feminist movement, NAACP, all of those feminist movements, all right? He let all of them exist. Why? Because he's not worried about a woman. He's not at all worried about his woman. And he damn sure ain't worried about the so-called black woman, the daughters of Zion. He's not. His fear, what we are sandwiched with, brothers, You kings and you priests and you prophets out there. All right? All praise and glory be to Almighty Yahweh. What we are sandwiched with, Uncle, all right, family, what we are sandwiched with is white male supremacy and black sexism. This is what we are sandwiched between. All right? And the only way to wipe it out, all right, is to wipe it out. Come back to the beginning, back to the foundation. All right? Back to the foundation. The foundation is the Torah. That's the Torah. That's it. That's it. All right? And then Yahweh gonna build us back up off of that. This is who Yahweh said he's making a new covenant with, family. You cannot erase what Yahweh said. No matter how much the oppressor want to tell you that what's good is old. What's standard is old. We keep going by his standard, and he keep changing it. We'll never get to his standard. Do you understand this? We had to come back to Yahweh. We had to come back to our standards, our teachers, our instructions. That deck is rigged. And it's rigged for him. It's all right. And that's all right if he feel like he is a supremacist. That's all right. We have to feel just as supreme as the next man. Because his fear is from a man. His fear is not from a woman. So you brothers have to understand that. This is one of the main reasons why Brother Zamar is one of the most despised Hebrews in Israel. Because we ain't no sugar around here. We'll give you some honey. But ain't none of that synthetic mess around here. All right? We not. No. It's Yahweh alone, Yahweh Akkad. And he said, all throughout the scriptures, you could go in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I ain't talking about that pseudo crap. We talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls with the Hebrew in it, with the Yahweh Dawaf in it, right beside it. Those, not those Greek letters, them ain't for us. Them for the heathen to be somewhat civilized, to come back to cleave to Israel. It said over there, it described it. That's not the teacher of righteousness, though. That's for them, though. Paul created that for them. And he said over there in that same letter that he created, that he lied. He said it himself. I couldn't make this up. He created that and granted that to appease to the strangers. He more worried about appeasing to the strangers and creating gymnasiums and all of that instead of the tabernacle. He despised Israel and the tabernacle. He despised the law of Yahweh. These are facts. These are facts. You don't hear your cult leader talking about that, though. You don't hear him talking about that. He big up. Oh, yeah, the 7 churches are wrong. Shut up, wickedness. Because when we ask you, where did Yahweh say out of his own mouth, out of the oracle, out of where Yahweh speaks from? Out of the Debar. Where did Yahweh say out of his own mouth that he had any other son besides Israel? All throughout the scriptures. All throughout the Dead Sea Scrolls. You will not find a mediator. The only mediators that Israel had, facts, are Moshe, Moses, and Samuel. That's it. And it's only 2 anointed of Israel, not 3. Those are Yahweh Shah, the family known as Joshua, and David, King Dawud. That's it. Those are the only two. Now, when you start talking about somebody else, then you start talking about three. You cannot find that in the Torah, nor the Tanakh, nor the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can't find that. Yahweh plainly and clearly says not to add or take away from his word. He says that, bam, in the law. Who can change that? Where they at? Because we need witnesses. We need witnesses from all 12 tribes. It needs to be recorded. And we need to see that. And until then, what Yahweh says stands. All right? Malachi 3:6. Yahweh don't change. And we're not going off what your co-leader said. We aren't. We aren't. We ain't going off what your co-leader said. And we not, we passed the feelings. We passed the feelings. And we passed the debate. We really are. This that time, if you're not prepared, whatever you got left in you, you need to be. You need to be there. You need to be trying to get there. You need to come back to these dietary laws. You have to come back to the Torah, family. You come back to these laws and we're going to live. You keep being a doggone outlaw to Yahweh and he's going to put you to death. It's really simple. It's really that simple. We overcomplicate things because we want to be just like our oppressor. We want to mimic everything he got. No. Everything that he has gotten it by ill gain, deception, death, murder, kidnapping, rape, and everything else. And when you bring it out, it's like it's a problem to speak the truth. It don't matter, family. As long as we standing on Almighty Yahweh God, who cares? All right? Who cares? How anyone feel? I mean, that same sword that we swing, it comes back and cut up some of our family members that we really love. So it is a two-edged sword, regardless of the fact. Nevertheless, this is what it is. It don't matter how they feel about it, how we feel about it, family. Where Yahweh will is, that's what's going to stand. That's what's going to come to pass. He already said it. It's written. And you want your name in that book of remembrance. You want it in there. And it doesn't matter who don't believe it, family. This is that testing time. This is why Yahweh said he's going to meet you in your law. He said he's going to pull his spirit up on us. Right? And this is what we need. This is what's going on. Don't reject them. Don't reject them. Don't put no idol beside Yahweh. Cry out. Well. I'm saying well. Well. Stop being prideful. Stop being prideful. We supposed to be praying 3 times a day. You know what I'm saying? If we can. We supposed to be doing just like Daniel's doing it. Right? And we're supposed to be meditating on Yahweh's word day and night. These are the things we're supposed to be doing. And this is who we call out and cry out to. Don't profane Yahweh's name by saying anything else in the name of anything else beside, in front, behind, on top, or underneath. Don't be drawing anything or any images. This is what messes us up. Yahweh said not to create any images from the heaven above or the earth below. So you can have an image of a middleman. You can't. You can't. You can't. You got that from Egypt too. It don't matter. It don't matter what we got from Egypt. And yes, we have close ties with Egypt. Wait, hold on. Because the family get upset. They really get upset when we bring it out. Now, it's a fact. Wait. Hold on. All right. Now, family get upset when you start telling them about, okay, yeah, our family, they had close ties with the Canaanites, with Ham. Good, great. But Leo Scipio Africanus, it ain't none of our ancestor. You got two men talking about they our ancestor. That ain't even possible. It's easy to sell. It's easy to sell you some African American. It's easy to sell you the abomination that's attached with it. How two men gonna have a nation of babies? This is what we're saying. Go back to the beginning, family. Go back to the beginning. See who was there. But none of these strangers there. We couldn't be from Leo Scipio Africanus, and we couldn't be from Amerio Vespucci. We couldn't be from any of those. Could never be them couldn't be our ancestors. Come on now. What did it say? He was born El Hassan Ben Muhammad, right? His name was changed by Pope Leo X, right? Who is Pope Leo X? Pope Leo X. Let's go get Pope Leo X. Here he is. Pope Leo X. What Pope Leo X say? Pope Leo X, this is his quote. He said, what prophet has not that fable? What's a fable? A damn lie. That fable of Christ bought us. See what I'm saying? So this come on, family. Wake up. Because that ain't over in the third row. And you can't even flip it, no switch it. You can't. Don't give me that mess about that's your morning star god that's over in Genesis, that's the light. Don't start that. All right? As a matter of fact, tell your cult leader to bring that. Because I'm tired of the pupils trying to come up for the cult leader. Your cult leader ain't said nothing. Why are you sitting up here trying to defend your cult leader? Take me to your leader. All right? Tell your cult leader to come and holler at me. And come and prove his God. I want him to. Tell your cult leader, Brother Zamar, want you to come and prove your God. All right? With the Tanakh. Don't give me no Old Testament crap, nothing. As a matter of fact, show it to me in the Torah then. All right? If that ain't, where Yahweh say that out his own mouth? That he had some son named Jesus. Because Zeus is a Greek god. But you don't want to tell the family that, because they got close ties to Master. What Master actually means, when the ancestors was calling them that, for the youth that don't know, actually Master meant burden. That's what it means. Right? So anyway, hold on. Move myself up. Because this is what they think about you. As long as you serving their God, they ain't got to worry about you either. You're going to always jump in place. Sad, but it's true. Hold on.
They're gonna put a microchip in you, family, if you don't wake up. They're gonna put a microchip in you. They're gonna put a microchip in you, and they're gonna vaccinate your babies, and they'll never be the same. Not ever. They'll never be the same. They will never have the same missed opportunities we had. Because they will be so sickly from these fake vaccinations that the elite plan to make trillions of dollars off of. Because that's what it's all about. When you want to find a rat, you follow the trees. Your heritage, family, is the Torah.
That's right.
That is your heritage. That is your mother. We're dealing with length, width, and height. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We don't deal with no two men up here or no two women.
That's right.
That's an abomination.
That's right.
That is death, not life.
That's right.
You need a man and a woman to create life.
That's right.
The Christian church will not tell you that because they're under what you call a 501c3 chapter, which is a government church. Let this wickedness go by. That's right, family. This is a pandemic. You're going to keep being the guinea pig if you don't wake up. Everything about that corona is 666. Come and prove me wrong. Tell your co-leader. Bring him up here. He won't. He can't come out here. The Lord won't let him come out here. He'll get beat down. This me and my family. We stand for the Most High.
That's right.
We stand for our God. It's your God too.
That's right.
He rejected us. He put us in this captivity. This is America. We are destroyed, not for money. We're not destroyed for money. Look around. We got nice cars. We got nice clothes. We are destroyed for money. We destroyed for a lack of knowledge.
That's right.
We are destroyed for a lack of knowledge of who we are, who our God is,
That's right.
what our nationality is. If you line, you can line 10 people, you can line 10 houses up, and you'll get 10 different religions. These scriptures have nothing to do with religion. The Lord, your God, Yahweh, is his name.
That's right.
He never gave us religion. He never gave us a new God. He never gave us up to another God. He did give us up to another people, though, to enslave us, to oppress us, to humble us, to get us right. And you men, you are the bride of Yahweh, not the woman. That's religion. You men, you brothers, you are the head, not the tail. You have to pick yourself up. You have to pick yourself up to pick your rib up.
That's right.
Your rib. How can you breathe without your rib? I'm talking to you kings out there. You are kings and priests and prophets. You are not niggas.
That's right.
You are not Negroes. These are bywords. These are cursed words from your creator. Yahweh is his name.
That's right.
He don't change for no one. He will not give his glory up to any other God. He will not. He will not give you away to any other God. Praise Almighty Yahweh God for that. New people. There's nothing That's all we're going to give you. A scriptural fact. You can bag them up. All right? You can even go and get his story, which is history. Go and get his story. All right? And come up here and prove me a liar. Go and get your preacher. Go and get your cult leader. Bring him up here. Go get your cult leader and bring him on up here so you can see how a spiritual behind whooping is really done.
That's right.
Go and get him. Go get your cult leader. Tell Pastor Porkchop, the Israelites, we out here.
That's right.
And we ain't going nowhere.
That's right.
We ain't looking for everyone, just the 1/3 who's going to do the law, statutes, and commandments of Yahweh. Your high power, your God. All right? This is a pandemic. It's not a pandemic. You're going to keep being the guinea pig if you don't wake up. Everything about that corona is 666. Come and prove me wrong. Tell your co-leader, bring him up here. He won't. He can't come out here. The Lord won't let him come out here. He'll get beat down. Why you don't know your language or your God? You don't even know each other. You already been social distancing. It's called divide and conquer. Wake up, family. They gonna keep killing us. This is not a pandemic. It's a plandemic. It's a difference. These scriptures are real, and they are alive.
That's right.
That's why every time you open up and read them, you get something else.
That's right.
You get something different. We don't deal with no Book of the Dead, and we don't deal with no Quran. We deal with the Holy Scriptures,
That's right.
what you call the Bible, which is the Tanakh. The Dead Sea Scrolls. All right? That will make sense to you. I got a 1611 King James Bible up here, right here in my possession. And I don't have a dime on me. But I give anyone, go get your cult leader.
That's right.
Go get your preacher, cult leader, who been directing the family down this dark path. They're going to put a microchip in your family if you don't wake up.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, family. All right? Because they getting big money. They get big money for them body bags. All right? So, family, we got to, hey, look, if it was all about, really about saving or help or whatever not, all right? Come on, family. If it was really, really about that, why is it that Jake is being targeted? Why is that? Throughout the four corners, though. Why is it that Jake is being targeted? Right? All right? Come on now, family. That's how you get that's how you get regions of people sick, all right? And you just keep spraying and you just keep turning and cranking those doggone frequencies up, all right? It is what it is, family, all right? Oh, we gonna get back to it. Okay, now, watch this. Look at this. Watch this. All right, now. All right, remember this? Remember this right here? Couldn't even make this up. Now, if it was all good, hold on. Let's spread this mug out. All right? So now, remember this? Now, 3 Russian doctors fall from hospital windows, raising questions amid coronavirus pandemic. Now, what make 3 doctors fall out the window? Huh? Unless they the 3 stooges, I would say. But nevertheless, you know what I'm saying? We don't know who they are. We don't, you know. Let's see. 3 doctors. Why come the medical community? Why is it a hush hush? We see what's going on. We see what's going on. So it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. This is why we got to come back to your Howard family. All right. 3 frontline health care workers have mysteriously, see that word? Mysteriously fallen out of the hospital windows in Russia over the past 2 weeks. You don't think they spray over Russia? You don't think it's Israelites? You don't believe it's Jakes in Russia? Come on, family. Yahweh spreaded us throughout all of these nations. All right? Nevertheless, what make doctors want to, hold on. Heightening public attention to the working conditions for doctors and medical professionals amid the coronavirus pandemic. 2 of those healthcare workers are dead and 1 remains hospitalized. All 3 incidents, which are being investigated by Russian law enforcement authorities, have prompted intense discussion in the Russian press and on social media. Right? All right? So this is what's going on. Right? They just died. Huh? Usually it's somebody, dang. Come on now. Usually their MO is they try to catch a mug at home or they set them up at a hotel room or something like that. And then they try to front it off like they done killed themselves, committed suicide or something. But they waited all the way. They went all the way to work just to go and jump out the window. Come on now, family. And this is what's going on. Now they giving them bonuses for them body bags. It was 20-some thousand, like 28,000. Now it's like 38. They getting that. Straight up, straight wickedness. All right? So anyway, they can't be bugged out, right? These doctors. It's not like we dealing with just, I understand that they're under stress or whatever, but how 3 of them gonna jump out the window? All right? Come on now. Huh? No, they ain't jump out. They fell out. Damn. How 3 doctors fall out the window? Yeah. See, hey, couldn't even make this up. And not only that, go back and remember the sister that her heart exploded from the inside, and they said they never saw anything like that, but except if it was maybe in a head-on collision, something like that, where it was a traumatic blow or something to the chest, but it was from the inside out. Like, you know what I'm saying? We dealing with frequencies, like microwavable frequencies. So of course, a heart can bust from the inside out. That's what a microwave does. It cooks from the inside out. Absolutely. Wake up, family. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. All right, hold on. Praise you, huh? Let's get back at it. Yeah. 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 It's sad, but it's true. You gotta wait. Hey, you see it, family. All right, we'll finish this out. All right? Not only that, I mean, you know, you just kill us off. You know, just kill us off. Just keep killing us off. You know, you kill us off image-wise and everything else. This is why we cannot depend on. I was chopping it up with some of the family as we was coming out for this broadcast, chopping it up for the family. And it was asking me about Bitcoin. That's just another tactic from the devil, Lucifer and Satan, to try to keep Israel in bondage for another, in debt, basically, for another 500 doggone years. Man, we don't need that. That's just another way to try to revive this capitalistic system. It's over with. It's over with, family. Stop trying to patch this. Hey, this mug over with. All these little patch jobs that they've been doing, it's not going to be peace here. Yahweh said it will not be peace for the wicked. All right? He gave the land into the hands of the wicked. So stop. No. Yahweh said it. Not Brother Zamar. I'm just a small smidget of a vessel. All right? And Yahweh ain't looking for everyone. All right? We ain't campaigning like that. Yahweh says, seeking you'll find. That's what it is. That's what it is. And Yahweh, you will stand before Yahweh, family. I'm telling you. I'm here to bear witness to tell you that. Before you get out this flesh, you're going to stand before him again, too. But you need to do it now. You need to call on the wise deer right now. Because it's going to be too late in a minute. Them nukes going to fly. Them nukes going to fly, whether you know it or not, and you don't see it or not. But look at Yahweh's hand. All right? You under martial law. You are. Hold on. Finish this up.
Just coded. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. I'll take that back. It really depends on the person, how healthy they were before. That really determines how long that they're going to be able to sustain the paralytics and, sedation and multiple different just procedures. Even when you're like sleeping or you're like, knocked out, sedated, and they're putting you through like these central lines that they're putting in and trachs, they're doing trachs, even though they're practicing essentially. Your body knows what's going on. It's still going through trauma. It's very traumatic, even when you're under. That's why surgery, it takes a while to recover from, because you'll feel it for, how long do you feel that if you've ever had a surgery? And so they're putting their bodies through horrible things, and that's adding more stress. It's killing them. Yeah. So the guy that pulled out his tube is really unique, because I saw him from the minute he got to our unit, and I didn't agree with him coming to the ICU. But he was admitted with hyperglycemia, which is high blood glucose, at like 700. So it's pretty high. I learned later that it was high because they were treating him with a lot of different psych drugs, and that increases it. It was the treatment that
got him to the 700. And when you have a blood glucose that high, you're automatically going to have altered mental status. So now they called him crazy. Okay, so he's admitted to the ICU, and everyone's like, well, why is he here? Because he was acting, he was acting out. He didn't know where he was confused. And I went in there, and he wasn't my patient, but we help each other. And I went in there and I tried to talk to him and calm him down. Like, hey, he's just like, I just want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. He has soft restraints on, so they restrain everybody. We have soft restraints on all of our patients, the majority of them, for sure. Which I think is crazy, but it goes with the territory, because everybody's really lazy and it's easier to just treat them with drugs or tie them to their beds. So he was tied up. Obviously, what is that going to do? It's going to make you're tied up in a hospital. You don't have any family. What do you think you're going to freak out? So he was. And his oxygen was sitting at 88, 87. Doctor comes in. I should say, fellow comes in, and she says that if you can't get your breathing under control, we're gonna have to put a tube in you to help you with that. And I go, what? I'm like, he doesn't need a tube down his throat. Like, he doesn't need a vent. She goes, well, yeah, he's desatting. And I said, no, like, absolutely not. He does not need that. We need to get his blood sugar under control, and he will be fine, and maybe not tied to this bed. And she goes, yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll just monitor him. And I was working night shift. This was probably around 6 a.m. At 6:45, we had a code down the hall. The code passed. Had to do all that, got out of there. I come back for shift, and guess what? The guy has been on a vent. I was so upset. They did it, I guess the nurses that took over said they did it literally as I left.
So I come back in the morning, he's on a vent. I'm like, you have to be f***ing kidding me. He did not need a vent.
They waited for you to leave.
They did.
We literally, that was the morning we coded 28 for 3 minutes. That we no sooner took the vent out of that room, cleaned it, and put it in here.
Yeah.
And tubed him.
Yeah, they took his vent after he died and put it on him.
So they waited until I left, because they know how I feel about this stuff.
Same thing with bed 9. They didn't need to intubate him. He was progressing. I don't think that I don't know what happened after. We tried BiPAP, and then they brought him here, and I thought, well, cross my fingers, we'll see.
And no one survives. He did. He was the only one that I've had.
That's what happened with him.
But he pulled his tube out, and so he has a chance again.
Oh, he did?
He extubated himself.
Oh, he did? I didn't know that. I thought he was extubated.
And how did he wake up?
Turns out that he did drugs.
So he was resistant to fentanyl.
All of this stuff that we give normal people didn't cut it for him. So he ended up, yeah. I'm like, you just saved your own life, That's crazy. Don't put that on. Don't put that on. But I mean, it did. You know what's sad? So they pulled it out, and they're like, oh, so-and-so's extubated. And I'm like, no way. They don't extubate anybody. I'm like, that's so weird. Here it turns out he extubated himself. And now, he's fine. He's home now. This was just a couple days ago. But, what's sad is that he thinks we saved his life. You know what I mean? So he's like, you saved me. And I couldn't, I don't have the heart to be like, no, man, you saved yourself. You have like 9 lives. Because had he not pulled that out, he would definitely be dead. For sure. They don't extubate anyone.
Here's the problem. Not a single patient here, since this thing began, has been discharged or successfully extubated.
I asked the nursing supervisor for a sitter for the guy that pulled his tube out, because when they're waking up, they can be extra, I should say, where they need a little bit of extra attention. And I asked her for a sitter, and she told me that I didn't utilize all my resources first, which was Haldol, all the psych drugs to like chemically, put him to bed.
Your Florida hospital was literally having to furlough people?
Yes. What was happening is, obviously, they shut down all elective procedures. But they were also waiting for the wave. They called it the wave. So we were preparing, and we were in tiers based on our experience. So we were tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And I was tier 1 because I have the, military trauma experience, ICU experience, so on and so forth. So I was working, throughout the hospital, training in other units, cross-training. Ultimately, it was to get hours.
It was what?
It was to get hours.
Yeah.
This is what the hospitals were doing. They're like, okay, we're going to give our employees hours this way to cross-train them for when the wave hits. And then that wave would get pushed back another week, and then it get pushed back another week. And the units that we were floating to, like cross-training, they're like, what are you doing here? We don't need you. So I felt like I was wasting my time and taking up other people's time that were trying to get hours too. And this opportunity presented itself, and I took it.
Do you think that the reason you never got a COVID wave in Florida was because of any of this lockdown? Or, I know you're not an epidemiologist, but what do you think was going on?
I live right by, and that was like worldwide news. People were at the beach. I was one of those people at the beach with my kids. Sunlight, it's vitamin D, it's good for your immunity, fresh air, salt water, all these things are really good for anyone's, immune system. You have to be out. Mental health, we were all at the beach.
And so people, if there was a lot of transmission going on.
Wouldn't you think our hospitals would be flooded? They were not. I'm right at the beach. I'm right by the beach. Didn't happen.
Because the lockdowns happened after all that, and
it was spring break. The beaches were packed. There's people from all over the world. Tons of New Yorkers live by us.
I know I'm asking you to speculate here, because you really feel there is a new disease called COVID-19, do you feel that that's the case, or do you think that this is, I know there's a lot of mislabeling and all that, but I think it, places like New York we can see that what you were describing at Elmhurst was that they were packing people in together. And so that would cause spread. But why do you think a place like New York got hit so much harder than other places?
I thought about that already. What I found is that before this happened, because it didn't make sense to me. I'm sitting at home, I'm waiting for work, I'm stressing out. A lot of my friends are doing the same. So I'm digging and why is New York, what is it, because there's that many people crunched in together? But ultimately what I found is that the hospitals here were already struggling. I think they shut down multiple hospitals because they couldn't afford to keep them open. So that made sense to me, even though I didn't want it to make sense. There's really no other rhyme or reason, because
But do you think we really do have many more cases, regardless of whether or not, people went to the hospital?
I think they're forced cases. Sure, people are coming in with COVID, whatever that may be. It is something. But not everyone, but they're admitting these people. That's the difference between New York hospitals or these, Michigan, the states that were, hit the hardest, quote. They're admitting these patients as possible COVID, calling it COVID.
Or rule out COVID.
Rule out COVID, when they maybe just had a little congestion.
If there was something you would want to tell everyone in the country and everywhere else, one last thing, what would it be?
I would say this is the one thing that I've had a struggle with, is if someone like me or anybody is trying to tell you something that might go against your beliefs, just listen. You know, like really just take it in, and instead of jumping on it, like think on it for a night or a day and like look into this stuff, because, and ask people about it. Like, not every nurse is going to have the same experience. A med-surg nurse that's on the floor, even in my own hospital, has not had the same experience as the ICU nurses have. And once I sit down and explain it to them, it all makes sense. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. We see that because we'll send them to your, you know, so just think about it, you know, and be respectful, and like, we don't want to, no one wants to put themselves in a situation like this, you know, and it's really hard. And this is the reason that a lot more people and nurses are afraid, because people are so quick to, you know, defend something that they don't really understand.
What are you referring to in particular? Like,
Well,
this protocol, or what?
Like I referred to earlier, if you tell people like something enough over and over, like the media was telling people, you know, vents, 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 vents. And then you say, as a nurse, no vents, you know, it's not a good,
Right.
it's not a good position to be in, because I'm going against what the government says. But does the government really have everybody's best interest in mind? You know, are they thinking the 37-year-old that was totally fine when he walked into the emergency room and he didn't have to die? You know, are they thinking about, you know, maybe the guy that had a drug problem that didn't have to be vented, but he saved his own life? I don't have anything to gain, and I have everything to lose by sharing what I'm sharing right now, you know, but so be it. You know, I think it's important that these families get closure, and I hope that someday they'll be able to, you know, hold them accountable for what they did.
A few days after we recorded this interview, Erin began to feel that her time at Elmhurst was drawing to a close. Her vocal questioning of hospital procedure and her efforts to get the word out on social media were getting noticed. She made this recording on what ended up being her last day at the hospital.
I've been taking care of a patient for like a week right now, and this is my and I called him. And he's been doing great. He had a trach put in, and he's been doing great. He's been talking and like, or communicating with me. He's telling me, like, laughing at my jokes, and talking to his kids on FaceTime a couple days ago. And I told him that, I told his kids that he was doing fine. And he was. And today I was giving him, and they came in and they told me that I need to leave the room and I have to give report to somebody else. They took me from that unit and they put me in the emergency room, and they don't need me there, but they put me there, and I'm not even there like 20 minutes. I'm not even there 20 minutes, and I hear a code being called in my room that I was just left, and it's him. And he was fine. He was fine. I don't understand that. Nothing makes sense. Like, why would they take me out of his room and put me in the ED, and then not 20 minutes later he's dead? It doesn't make sense. Like, did they kill him? He was my one patient that was gonna live. He shouldn't have died. I don't know what they did to him. Something's not right.
Well, family, it is what it is, right? Which brings us right back here to the third rock, right? Deuteronomy chapter 4 and 27, right? The Lord Yahweh and the Lord Yahweh shall scatter you amongst the nation, amongst the people, among the nations, where only a few of you will survive. This is that 1/3, all right? This is that 1/3 that Yahweh said that will survive. Why? Why? Deuteronomy 4 and 28, stone, which are these two demons here, all right? Which cannot see or hear or eat or smell, all right? Man-made gods, gods that aren't even gods. But that's what the family on. And this is what's destroying us. All right? This is why Yahweh scattered us throughout the four corners of the earth. This is why Yahweh said that he would give us up to our own defiled affections, right? Which are wicked idol gods, doing witchcraft, sorcery, divination, anything that Yahweh said not to do. Isaiah chapter 44 and verse 9, all who make idols are nothing, and the things they treasure are worthless, all right? Because they only treasure materialistic things. That's it. You know, if it's anything vain, anything materialistic, you know, they all for it. That's what's pushed in this place. All right? Dealing with the sons of darkness. That's why. Facts. Facts. Isaiah 44 and 9. Those who would speak up for them are blind, right? They are ignorant to their own shame. And this is the problem. Those who fashion the graven image, this graven image, right? They died and they gonna come back. Like they died and they gonna come back and help Israel. Ain't none of this stuff right here is gonna come back from the grave and help Israel from a doggone thing. All right? Yahweh is our Redeemer. Yahweh Akkad, him and he alone. Right? Those who fashion an idol, all right? Those who fashion a graven image, all of them are futile. And the precious things are of no profit. Even their own witnesses fail to see or know, so that they will be put to shame. And the family bowing down to it and crying out to it and thanking it for all their little earthly possessions, which wasn't of value to anything. Keep crying out to it, though, because they can't hear, can't smell, can't do anything for you. The only thing they can do is bring the wrath of Yahweh up even more up on you. That's all it can do, family. That's all it can do. That's all it can produce. That's it. Right? Isaiah 42 and 17. But those who trust in idols, who say to images, you are our gods. Huh? You are our gods, will be turned back in utter shame. You're going to be turned back, family. You're going to be turned away. You're just going to think that you all good. Right? For serving these idol gods. Idol gods that Yahweh never gave us up to. He never ordained it. All right? All right? It's a fact. That's a fact. Malachi 3 and 6. I, the Lord Yahweh, do not change. All right? So you, the descendants of Jacob, are not destroyed. Praise Almighty Yahweh God. All right? That's right. That's right. Yahweh don't change. And he don't lie. Hold on. Numbers 23 and 19. The Most High Power, Yahweh, is not human, that he shall lie. All right? Not a human being, that he should change his mind. All right? Does he speak and then not act? Does he promise and not fulfill? Come on, family. You got to answer these questions. These are just upright questions to ask yourself. You need to instill them and implant them in your heart, in your life. All right? This is the only way Yahweh's spirit is going to be able to connect with you. And you have to seek Yahweh wholeheartedly. Not with a double heart, not with a double mind. It's not going to work. It's not going to work, family. It's not going to be no half-stepping either. It's going to be all the way. Yahweh wants you all the way in. All right? Ain't no teeter and totter. Now, those days gone. All right? And if you don't know, those days are gone and they dwindling down. All you have to do is open up your eyes and look around. That's all. That's all you have to do. All right? And you shouldn't have to be sold on that. It shouldn't have to, especially after this, what you done heard. We've been bringing it out. We've been telling you, you've been lab rats. It's going to be more. It's going to be more. All right? We've been bringing it out. All of us ain't making it up out of here. These are facts. Yahweh don't lie. He never gave us up to no other God, and he never will. Praise Yahweh. He don't change. Praise Yahweh. All right? He didn't give us up to a new covenant. He said he's going to make a new one, not like the ones he made with our forefathers, though. But he said he's going to put his star up. Right? His laws, his instructions, his directions in our hearts. All right? That's right. And with his spirit, his will walk. Yahweh Akkad, his will walk. All right? He's going to put it in our hearts and minds, and he's going to be our Elohim, and we're going to be his people. Yahweh Akkad, he's our rock and our redeemer, family. These are facts. All right? Now, we're going to finish this last little piece off. We had a little bit more, but we got to shorten it up a little bit, right? Because that other little piece, it took us on in another direction, all right? So anyway, nevertheless, we're going to finish this off and in the most upright way, all right? Let one of the brothers tell you about double-crossing and conniving Paul. But we're going to get to that, all right? So anyway, nevertheless, right back.
Paper on white racism. Frequently, the definition and effects of racism are greatly misunderstood. Certainly, the impact on blacks can only be described by us. An operational definition of individual racism is subordination of a person or group because of race. But we will focus on the institutional practice of racism, when a group is subordinated by factors indirectly related to race. An example would be a union with all white members. You can only get in the union if a member sponsors you, and automatically whites select one another. So this pattern of selection automatically keeps blacks out. The union is white in the first place because its membership reflects the leftover patterns of slavery. Therefore, racist behavior is both intentional and unintentional. our institutions mostly involve unsuspecting individuals who are part of a racist pattern. All definitions of black people's standards and values have been defined by whites in a society basically European. As simple as it may seem, we have never made any definition of our condition, beauty standards, social etiquette. Even our names have been given us by white culture. To make an authoritative statement of our concept of Christianity, history, education, values and culture, war, colonialism and imperialism, and psychological development, and how these institutions operate in a white racist society, 6 black scholars and philosophers have been invited to present positions and analyses of these topics. With me tonight are John Henrik Clark, an associate professor of African and Afro-American history at Hunter College in New York. Mr. Clark is also author of 11 books, including Harlem, USA. Preston Wilcox, head of the Education Workshop of the Congress of African People, is president of Afram Associates, a black educational consultant firm, and is an outstanding author. Reverend Albert Clegg is pastor of the Shrine of the Black Madonna in Detroit, Michigan, and an advocate of black Christian nationalism. He is author of a soon-to-be-published book, Black Christian Nationalism, New Directions for the Black Church. Brother Clark?
I'd like to begin by establishing some kind of a frame of reference. Exactly what are we talking about? And I think in order to do this, I'm going to try to dismiss the subject, then come back to it and deal with it. There is no such thing as a race. Nature created no races. Man created races, racial classifications, and he had his own reason for doing it. Now, who benefited from this artificial creation at first? Who benefits from it now? Now, let's look at the historical roots of this whole thing, and you're not going to understand it until you understand the implications, the far-reaching effects of the opening up of the so-called New World, Christopher Columbus and other thugs coming, suppressing the Indians, and finding a justification for this kind of thing. Let's look at Europe in the 15th and the 16th century, because racism has its roots in that second rise of Europe in the 15th and the 16th century. They had to justify what they were going to do to most of mankind. They were about to take over the whole world. Now, there's a myth about an argument about whether the world was round or flat. That's an old wives' tale. The European had gained enough knowledge and had enough guns, and he had been hungry enough within the body of Europe until he decided that he was going to go out and take the world, be it round or flat. Now, in order to understand the religious basis of racism, we have to go back to a papal bull that the Pope issued in 1455, and as to reduce to servitude all infidel people. And it just so happens that most of the so-called infidels were non-European people, non-white people. Europe not only had its basis for racism, it had its basis for the slave trade, and this same basis would be good in the colonial system that followed. Racism was created to justify the slave trade, to justify the colonial system, and to justify the utter ruthlessness that had to go into the making of modern capitalism.
Brother Wilcox?
Let me begin by suggesting that the clearest evidence of racism in education is the essential control over black education, both in so-called integrated settings and in segregated settings, by white people, many of whom are incapable of responding to the people they're educating as people, many of whom are incapable of understanding the culture and the history of the people they're educating, many of whom really do not see any kind of responsibility for involving these communities and managing their own education. The second kind of aspect is the ability of white communities to keep black people out of their communities and still yet exercise some influence over the education in black communities. That is, even when there's no blacks in the white community, whites are still having some kind of influence over the education in black communities. A third example is the way in which our schools are organized. Despite the fact that we know we live in a racist society, the schools continue to be organized as though racism does not exist. That is, there's been no real shift of power within the school. There's been no effective change in the content. There's been no forthright recognition of the politics involved in education. For instance, in New York City, about 55% of the students are black and Puerto Rican, yet we have one black and one Puerto Rican member on a school board of 5 people. So 3 white people are making decisions that affect 55% of people whom they may not be able to respect as people.
Reverend Clegg? Well, I think the basic reason or symptom or proof for the racism of the Christian church is the simple fact that white people have pretended for so long that Jesus was white, and that they've had the necessity to interpret Jesus as being white, when essentially white Christianity is racially, is historically false and theologically absurd, and practically, in terms of its effect on black people, it's a debasing institution that enslaves black people. I think we have to understand, though, that we're not making moral judgments here. Any institution that exists in any society exists to serve the interests of the people who set it up. And Christianity began as a black man's religion. It's an African religion. We have to remember that Israel went into Egypt with 70 people, and after approximately 750 years came out with over 2 million people, and hordes of other slaves who came out and became also part of the emerging new nation of Israel. So Israel, the biblical Israel, was a black nation, an African nation that came out of Africa and kept constant ties with Africa. And so we have to remember then that Jesus was a black Messiah, not a white Messiah, and he comes out of the whole historical background of Africa, of African traditions, of African history, of African culture, the concept of communalism, the concept of a chosen people, the concept of kingdom of God on earth. All these things were out of African tradition, not out of the white man's tradition. And Jesus was essentially a revolutionary Messiah who was trying to lead a black people in a revolt, in a struggle and conflict with a white Gentile oppressor. So the whole church has to be viewed from the point of view of the white oppressor. The white oppressor slave church that the white man set up for black people tends to continue the enslavement of black people. So the black church has to become, again, a revolutionary instrument in the hands of black people, controlled by black people, fighting as Jesus fought for the liberation of black people against white Gentile oppression.
I'd like to continue from Reverend Clegg's point and deal briefly with image, because image is the paramount factor in keeping racism alive. Now, exactly when did the Christian church become white? In as much as Christ is described in early literature as being swarthy and having hair like sheep's wool, and that's surely not a Caucasian's hair. The first image of the church, the first image of the Madonna was the black Madonnas, and these black Madonnas were very prevalent in the churches of Europe. Up until the 16th and the 17th century, there was no white Madonnas in the churches of Europe. And some of the churches of Europe to this very day have black Madonnas. All right. At what point did Christianity become all white? And at what point did Christ become a blonde, blue-eyed person that hangs in your churches, and with a haircut and a uniform, he'd probably be a good Nazi? All right. One thing the Jews seem to have forgotten is that the picture of Christ, as in present-day literature, is an insult to them, because there's nothing particularly Jewish about him, physically or otherwise. All right. Now, another thing we're going to have to look at seriously is that when the Europeans projected themselves out into the broader world, they not only colonized most of mankind, they colonized the teaching of history itself. And gradually, so many things black became white.
I'd like to just say one little word about when did Christianity become white. The process by which Christianity became gradually to be interpreted as being white began at a very early point with Apostle Paul, who wrote the epistles of the New Testament, and who was, even at that time, with black Israel and black Jews, an Uncle Tom Jew. He was an Uncle Tom black Jew, and he wanted to identify with white Gentile world. He prided himself on being a Pharisee, but more on being having Roman citizenship. So as soon as he had sunstroke on the Damascus Road and said he's been converted, he started out to take the Christianity, the teachings of Jesus to the Gentile world. Now, he could not take the revolutionary teachings that Jesus had actually taught, because Jesus was a zealot, and they were engaged in revolution. I mean, open revolution. He was one of the zealot leaders at that time. So he couldn't take that to the Gentile world. So he had to make an image, a symbol out of Jesus on the cross, which was compatible with the heathen symbolism of the Roman and Greco-Roman heathen world. So he made Jesus a kind of a heathen symbol that he could take to the Gentile world. And the whole writings of the Apostle Paul tend then to destroy the basic African background of Christianity and to make it compatible with the Greco-Roman heathen world. So it began there. But the actual identification of Christianity as being a white religion didn't really take place until the 14th, 15th, 16th centuries, when the pictures were being painted and paid for by the Catholic Church. At that point, white people had decided to declare black people inferior. And so the whole concept of Jesus being black, or the Madonna being black, was unacceptable to white people at all. A whole new type of slavery was beginning to emerge. The old type of slavery in Egypt, Joseph was a slave who rose to be second only to Pharaoh. A whole different concept of slavery. You were a slave only in the terms that your labor was taken. But gradually the white man declared that anyone who was non-white, who was enslaved, was declared to be inferior, therefore had a whole different kind of existence. So the whole gradual thing was a part of the process that Dr. Clark mentioned all over the world. We have to remember one thing I think is very important, that the white Jews that we see today have no bloodline connection with the Jews of the biblical period. They were converted to Judaism in Europe and in Russia. They were converted and have no bloodline connection with the black Jews who make up the biblical Israel that the Bible writes about and of which Jesus was a part.
Well, what happened to the black Jews?
The black Jews are still in existence. There are black Jews in America. There are black Jews all over Africa. There are black Jews in Palestine. There are black Jews everywhere. Diane's daughter complained not more than 2 years ago that black Jews had moved on either side of her house, and therefore her property had depreciated in Palestine. Black Jews had depreciated her property. Jews had moved directly from Palestine to India, and the community celebrated its 1900th anniversary or something, and they had white Jews who had emigrated from Europe and black Jews who had originally come from Jerusalem at the fall of Jerusalem, had an uninterrupted straight line of connection from the fall of Jerusalem to India. All over the world there are black Jews, but the Zionist Jews who had been converted to Judaism have taken over the control of the definition of what Judaism is, as white people do with anything. If they come into it, they take it over and define what it is, as you stated in your introductory statement. So we have to remember that white Jews, when you see them on the street, are not the Jews of the biblical period. And that sometimes confuses black people who ought to be black Christian nationalists.
See, one of the things I'm hearing from both of the brothers is that not only have whites tried to deceive blacks about the realities, but they've in effect deceived each other about the realities. That is, I'm sitting here thinking about the institutions in this society, all of which are racist, you know, which whites created and which whites have used in order to advance themselves, but never at any point stopping and recognizing, for instance, that the prisons have nothing to do with rehabilitation, or that the courts, in most cases, really have nothing to do with justice.
What about schools?
What
Specifically is a racist pattern, in your opinion, as far as the educational process or the schools is concerned?
Well, I would say that the overwhelming educational process that is racist is a tendency to educate people against their own interests. That is, to educate black kids to hate themselves, to educate blacks to feel alienated from their own people, to educate blacks to become advocates for the mainstream against their own community.
Well, how is that done, specifically?
Well, I would say that, you know, the traditional educational process is, number one, the concealing of the truth about history, the educating of black students away from the problems of their own community. For instance, very few black students on college campuses are enabled to use their minds to work on the problems that bedevil the black community, like sickle cell anemia, or the housing problems, the drug problem, problems that are imposed on the black community by the outside. Very few black students on white campuses or any campus are spending their energies and their minds on trying to find solutions to those problems. In most cases, they're being educated, say, with a drug problem to learn how to use methadone.
Now, look, let's deal with our own historical naivete. Until we deal with it, we're not going any place. Black people have no right to expect anything from this establishment because it wasn't set up for them. They wasn't brought to this country to be given democracy. They was brought to this country to do some work, to labor and to obey. And once the machines made a whole lot of these jobs obsolete, it tended to make a whole lot of the people obsolete. Now, we keep worrying about the American promise and the American dream, and we forget it wasn't made to us. And the white man has not betrayed anything because he didn't promise us anything in the first place. Now, the role of institutions in a society is to reflect the power that controls that society. So we have American institutions arrayed against us. And we naively expect these institutions to reform themselves, because if they reform themselves, that's tantamount to presiding over their own.
Concerned about the process. I think we got to understand that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is implicit in everything Dr. Clark says. That white people use the institutions to accomplish white purpose. The white purpose is to maintain a power position and keep everybody else in a subordinate, powerless kind of position. Now that's the institution's purpose, and that's the way it functions and how it functions. And we got to realize then that everything that the schools teach is designed to fit into that purpose. The schools teach not objective truth, but what the white man wants to project as truth. Now that's from the very kindergarten right straight on through.
Well, for example, what?
Sociology. Sociology is not a science in the sense that it's dealing objectively with the way people live together. It's dealing with the white man's pattern of living together as the norm by which we judge how other people live. If you live like white people live, then you're living the way you are supposed to live. If not, you're either primitive or insane as a people. Psychologically, it's the same thing. Psychology does not deal with any objective kind of discussion or development of how people live or analysis of how people function as individuals, but how does the white man function? If the white man does it this way, then this is the norm by which we judge all other people. If the white man is violent, then actually all people have to be violent to be normal. If you're not violent, obviously there's something wrong with you and you should be in an insane asylum. The whole pattern that's set up as a norm for human behavior by psychologists, the whole library full of it. Psychiatrists, everybody that's dealing with it is dealing with it from a white point of view. So they teach white children, black children and white children, to look through white eyes. From the kindergarten on, the black child is beginning to look at the world and interpret it through white eyes. Everything he is wrong. Everything that exists in his community is wrong. And we ought to declare that white music really is no good, that white psychology is no good. The white man either acts like we do or he's insane. White sociology is no good. The very structure of white society indicates that white people, obviously in social structure, are either insane or they're abnormal. So we have to project then a black psychology, a black sociology, a black music, a black history that takes in the realities and that is essentially sound, as opposed to the mythology that the white man has developed out of his own ignorance, for one thing, out of his non-creativity, because the white man has never created anything. He's stolen things but never created anything. He cannot actually deal with history because history is a recital of his total failure and his total absence of making any genuine contribution to the world.
If we define a black psychology, a black sociology, where will we use these?
Where would we use? We'd use them first to unscramble our own mixed up minds. If we could understand that black psychology is the psychology that the black man has to have if he's going to escape from powerlessness in a white man's world. Now, the struggle is a struggle between black people for power and white people to keep power. Now, all we're dealing with is a power struggle. Every institution that the white man has, he uses in this power struggle. There's nothing wrong with that, nothing immoral about it. Any people would do that. When we get on top, we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to use every institution to perpetuate black power.
and the white man's going to have to fight up from the bottom again for another, 100 million years trying to get back to a position of power. There's nothing wrong with fighting for power, but the thing that's wrong is for powerless people to accept their powerlessness and to accept the definition by which they are maintained powerless and to accept the institutions which perpetuate their powerlessness. So that's why I think the black church has to become a power base for black people in changing this total institutional conception structure that black people are living in. We've got to use it as a base to spin off all the institutions that black people need that come from a black perspective, a black orientation, and are concerned with black power as opposed to white power.
Let's go back to this value, and I think I don't think we've gone over it too well. We need to look at what kind of societies did black people come out of? What happened before this interference? Now, we came out of basic pluralistic societies, but we came out of sharing societies where nobody was very rich and nobody at all was poor. Now, an African in this as belonging to the total community. Now, we were brought into a society as slaves just at the time the concept of private property and capitalism was getting well underway with the backing of the church. Now, there is a clash between the values of, the best values of the society we came out of and the society that enslaved us. And too many of us are tied up with these values, the sacredness of private property. What is so sacred about private property? What is so sacred about one man taking upon himself more than he could use in a lifetime while people walking by this mountain of wealth starving? Nothing particularly sacred about this. And these things did not exist in these old societies until these old societies began to have internal differences, and the European came in, and the African naively permitted him to arbitrate an African family dispute until we understand that up on sight, the African invited the European for dinner. That's the first thing he did. The Indian invited the European for dinner. The Polynesians invited the European for dinner. Now, if you invite people for dinner, first place, you've got plenty dinner, and you have a society that is traditionally hospitable to strangers. The Indians invited Christopher Columbus for dinner, the first thing they did. All right, now let's look at what was happening inside of Christopher Columbus's mind, and we can go to his own diary for this. He said, I wonder why they are so friendly. They'll be easier to conquer than I thought they would be. I wonder why they're bringing such small amounts of gold. I wonder where the mines are. His intentions were not good. It wasn't good then. The intentions are not good now. And the black man is still hung up with this dinner invitation, this kindness, with the thought that if you treat a person humanely, that he will act humanely toward you. Black people have not seen white people at all. That is why they can't deal with them.
I want to say one thing. I think we have to be careful, black people. We too much tied up in this what's good and what's bad. I think what we need to begin to look at is what's real. Now, I don't care whether it's good or bad. I just care whether it works, whether it doesn't work, whether it helps black people or doesn't help black people. White people are individualistic. White people are materialistic. And I think Dr. Clark is absolutely correct in the definition of black civilization, African civilization. Communalistic, whole concept is different. But the white man's individualism and materialism stems from the fact that he comes out of a situation, a place where you could hardly live. You know, the barren land where you could hardly grow, no resources, where they had to fight each other just to keep alive, and where each person had to try to steal all he could to keep somebody else from getting it so he could stay alive. Now that builds individualism and materialism. Now he didn't have much in the way of materialism, but he had the need, the desire, so he built ships, he built guns, everything in order to take something from somebody else. Now you got to realize that the black man came up in a wholly different kind of environment, where there was everything that a person needed. They didn't have to cheat and lie and steal to get enough to eat. Enough to eat was everywhere. Nobody had to take from somebody else. All the resources of the world were right there in the ground. They had everything. They didn't need to build ships and go conquer someplace else. If Africans built a ship, where would they go? Any place they went was worse than where they were. But the white man could build a ship and go any place, because any place he went was better than where he was. Anything that he could take was better than what he already had. So we're dealing with the cultures of two people that stem from the kind of situation in which they live. Black people today are trying to be individualistic and materialistic because we are now in a slave culture. The white man has dominated us so completely, we try to accept his values. What we've got to do is reject his values, go back and accept the old values that come from Africa, our own historic black values.
This week we have presented a black paper.
So anyway, till next time, family, brothers and moms, you know what I'm saying? Not only on the song, we got the Temple Tabernacle in the studio, making sure we keep it focused. Almighty Yahweh. That's right. Know that. All praise and glory be to Almighty Yahweh, who was one, Deuteronomy 6 and 4. All right. Yahweh said he's alone. All right. Deuteronomy 4 and 35. Yahweh said he's alone, family. Deuteronomy 4 and 39. Yahweh said he is the Savior of Israel. Isaiah chapter 43 and verse 11. All right. We can keep going. We can. All throughout the scripture. And the Dead Sea Scrolls too. But anyway, till next time, family. All right. Yahweh the only one to sit on the throne alone. All right. Know that. It's your brothers and mom. All right. You know how we do. Rise, Israel, rise. All right. Kawam Yesharon.